In the poor, dirty slums of Ebelstein, people called the shabby old man the lying old geezer. He looked weak and sick, like he might fall over any day. Yet he proudly called himself a great mage. No one believed him. He could only do very weak, one-star magic tricks to show off to the local children. He had a bad temper too. He would get angry and yell at kids for playing small pranks on him. One day, in the middle of his shouting, he turned and saw a quiet white-haired boy with red eyes watching him. The boy later learned magic from this crazy old man. It was not for a big destiny or to be a hero. It was a simple deal. The old man wanted someone to listen to him and praise him. And the boy wanted to learn magic. So they stayed together. They sat by the campfire at night. The old man talked a lot, and the boy listened and learned carefully. They stayed through the cold winter until spring came. One day, the boy knelt in the dirt, sweating hard. A swirling blue light appeared around him. The old man watched with his mouth open in shock. He realized this slum kid had truly learned how to control mana. The boy's red eyes glowed brighter. He pushed himself and raised his hand. The energy gathered above him and turned into a huge, glowing blue magical shovel. It flew forward and crashed into a tree. The old man could not believe it. This boy was not just any kid, he had real talent. For the next year, the boy worked as the old man's helper. In return, he became an official one-star mage. One dark, rainy night, the old man was very drunk. Between hiccups, he complained about how unfair the world was. He said noble children beyond the northern wall already reached 3-star magic before they became teenagers. For a poor kid like this boy, he said, reaching that level would take a whole lifetime of hard work, and even then, he might fail. The old man was sure magic came only from noble blood. He told the boy not to dream too big, because he would hit a wall and give up. He was just angry about his own failures. The old man passed out. The boy stared into the fire all night. The next day, the boy came back in heavy rain and found the old man lying face down in the mud, dead. His body was covered in bruises, like someone had beaten him badly. At first, the boy thought the old man got into a fight because of his bad temper. But later, while burying him in the rain, the boy learned the truth. The guards had caught the old man trying to steal a 2-star spellbook from a warehouse. They beat him to death. No one understood why a man with no ambition would risk his life for a book. As the boy stood in the rain, a blue holographic screen suddenly appeared in front of him. The old man always said magic was only for people with noble blood. But that idea was wrong, because this boy was not even from this world. The system asked him to choose his main school of magic forever, no changes allowed. The story jumps forward 4 years. Now the boy is called Derrick. He meets Claudia Flameheart, a strong 3-star mage from a fallen noble family. She works as a mercenary for the Beldens group in Ebelstein. She becomes Derrick's new teacher and is much better than the old man. One day in the tavern called Beldens Tier, Claudia talks seriously to Derrick. She says it is normal for mages to want more power, and he has real talent to go far. She warns him not to be too greedy, or he will stop improving. Derrick agreed. Stay careful. She teaches him to feel his mana and imagine things into reality. As blue energy swirls around him, Claudia sees he has a huge amount of natural mana and very good control from fighting in real battles. Suddenly, Derrick's eyes turn a scary violet color. The mana pressure becomes so strong that Claudia looks shocked and worried. Then a huge explosion shakes the whole tavern. People downstairs scream that it is an enemy attack. Derrick snaps out of his deep focus, breathing hard like he just ran for miles. Claudia doesn't let him rest. She grabs his wrist tightly and Derrick asks with confusion, "Master?" Claudia tells him to stay quiet. She pulls him out of the room and past the confused guards who are running everywhere looking for the cause of the loud boom. Walking to the alley, when they reach a quiet alley, Derrick again asked with confusion, "Master?" Claudia turns to him with a worried face. Then said Derrick, "Listen carefully." Derrick still confused. Then she explains the hard truth: nobles are very protective of their power. To them, strong magic is not just a skill, it's a special right they keep only for themselves to stay above everyone else. She says that being born with great power is seen as a gift, but only if you have a noble family name. For a common person, reaching 3-star mage level usually takes a whole lifetime of very hard work. But Derrick is doing it much faster. He's still too young to even have a beard. The big explosion was not a real bomb. It was a 2-star illusion spell called auditory hallucination, a spell that makes people hear loud noises that aren't real. At just 14 years old, Derrick breaks through the wall the old man always talked about. He officially becomes a 2-star mage. The system confirms the change right away and permanently unlocks the new spell for him. For the next year, Claudia stays and teaches him many fighting spells. She also shows him how nobles talk and behave. Then she gets big news: she is offered a job as a private magic tutor for House Elvester. This is not a small noble family, even the Grand Duke in the capital has to be careful around them. It is an offer she cannot say no to. It's like winning a golden ticket. Before she leaves, she gives Derrick one last gift, a 2-star spellbook to add to his collection. The system updates his list of spells, things like magic arrow, fireball, and clairvoyance. Derrick closes the book and another year passes. At 16 years old, Derrick has taught himself and mastered 2 more 2-star spells on his own. He has no plans to stop learning. Back at Belden's Tier Tavern, the keeper is shaking with excitement. They got a good job for once, not the usual low-pay work. Derrick asked what kind of request. He tells Derrick it's a direct request from the powerful Grand Duchy of House Duplain. He asks if Derrick understands how huge this chance is. Derrick asks why such a rich and strong family would hire a weak mercenary group like theirs. The keeper calls him silly for doubting it. He says House Duplain has so much money they spend it like water. He grabbed Derrick and said this job could open doors to important people. When Derrick finally calms the keeper down, the job sounds too simple: just kill a few monsters on the edge of their land. The keeper says it's easy money and nobles don't lie. But Derrick doesn't trust it. A Grand Duchy would never hire cheap help for normal work unless something is hidden. He says no and starts to walk out. The keeper begs him to wait. Derrick turned around and said just call someone else. You know I don't take shady jobs. The keeper explains the client asked for a mage specifically, and Derrick is the only mage they know. Derrick still says it's too suspicious and turns to leave again. But the keeper shows him 1 gold coin, the advance payment. Derrick looks at the shiny coin and his doubt disappears. Money talks. He agrees. Derrick meets the clients: a stiff old man with a monocle, a middle-aged woman, and someone hidden under a blue hood. The tavern keeper pushes Derrick forward proudly. But the old man says absolutely not. He is angry. He says they can't give an important job to a kid who hasn't even had his coming-of-age ceremony. He turns to leave, ignoring the keeper's pleas that Derrick is skilled. Just as they start walking away, the middle-aged lady whispers to that old man. They both look at nervously with the hooded figure just and whispers something. The old man stops. His face changes. With a sigh, he turns back, looks at Derrick, and agrees to talk. Soon, Derrick is in Duplain territory testing his skills. A goblin charges at him. Derrick hits it with a blue magic bolt and knocks it back. Before it lands, Derrick's eyes flash red. He moves fast, cuts through the goblin's neck with his sword, and flicks the blood away. Another goblin attacks from behind with a loud roar. Derrick doesn't panic. He steps aside smoothly, slices off the goblin's arm, then turns and cuts off its head in one clean swing. He finishes the last goblin with a strong electric shock. The ground is covered in dead goblins. Derrick turns to the clients calmly and says, "Job done." The old man looks surprised. The hooded figure is clearly impressed and says he cleared the whole group very fast. That night at Belden's Tier, a furious blonde woman named Pelline storms up to Derrick's table. She glares at him and says, "So you became a noble's dog, Derrick?" The keeper tries to pull her away and tells her to calm down. She shouts that commoners should never sell themselves to nobles. The keeper smiles slyly and asks if she knows how much the job paid. Pelline guesses 1 silver. The keeper laughs and says the advance alone was 1 gold. Pelline's anger disappears. Her eyes shine. She gets excited and begs to be allowed to work for nobles too. The keeper yells that begging on knees is not part of the job. At midnight later, Pelline, now calm and dreamy. Keeper asks how the job went. Derrick says it was just a simple goblin hunt. The keeper says the clients looked rich but shady. Derrick's face turns serious. He tells them all 3 clients were lying about who they were. The old man said he wanted youth, energy, and good manners, but he had none of those himself. The woman who said she was a kitchen maid had soft, clean hands, not hands that do hard work. Derrick starts to talk about the trainee inspector, but his eyes glow red, and the keeper stops him. The keeper, whose name is Jaden, says mercenaries don't get paid to ask questions. They do the job, take the money, and move on. Derrick agrees, though he doesn't like it. In this hard world, surviving comes first. The next day, in Grand Duchy of Duplain. Derrick stands in the field full of dead goblins and says the area is now safe. The old man says good work. Jaden quickly asks for the rest of the payment. The old man gives 2 more gold coins. Jaden celebrates, but Derrick stays quiet and suspicious. The old man then praises Derrick's skill and offers a new job, much better pay. Jaden is confused and asks what it is. The old man says 15 gold coins. Jaden almost faints at the number. The old man asks Derrick directly. Derrick looks at him hard and says one firm word: yes. Soon, Derrick and Jaden leave their place and arrive at the huge, beautiful home of the Grand Duchy of Duplain. Derrick is amazed by how big and fancy it is. Jaden also impressed. Before they go in, the old man stops the act. He says his name is Delon, the Grand Steward to the Grand Duke. He apologizes for the trick, it was needed to test Derrick safely. Jaden is nervous and sweating. The woman says she is Katerina, the head maid of the Duke. Jaden tries to bow and greet them properly but stumbles over his words. Derrick puts it together: the dispatch officer was the Grand Steward, and the kitchen maid was the head maid. Their real positions are much higher than he thought. Then the hooded lady stepped forward. Jaden asks the big question: who is the hooded person? The figure slowly pulls down the hood. It's a young woman with long dark hair. Derrick looks surprised. And the lady have bright blue eyes. She says her name is Isline Eleanor Duplain, the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke. Then she tells the real reason for the job: the goblin hunt was only a test. The true job is for Derrick to become the personal magic tutor for her younger sister, Daila. Derrick feels like the world stopped. He can't speak. The idea is crazy, a boy from the slums teaching magic to a noble lady. Inside the grand residence of the Duplain family, a young man bursts through the door and storms into the office. He shouts at his father, Valerian, the Grand Duke. The boy rushes in, drawing the attention of his father and his blonde older brother. The Grand Duke tells his son Raig to act with dignity in his presence. Annoyed, Raig snaps back that the one who needs dignity is Daila. She supports a maid. A young woman nearby is crying hard because Daila went too far and hurt her. The blonde brother tells Raig to be quiet because they were in the middle of an important talk. But Raig ignores him and continues. He says more than 10 servants have quit in the last month alone. He asks how long his father will keep ignoring that troublemaker. The blonde brother stands up, angry at Raig's behavior, and shouts his name. He tells Raig to stop making a scene and to leave the room. Raig goes quiet for a moment with a serious look on his face. Then he says that even if Daila is useless, they still have Eileen for the family's future. He adds that it's time to get rid of the troublesome girl. The Grand Duke calmly removes his glasses. He says it is not Raig's decision to make. Raig reveals that he has already found a monastery for her. He says sending Daila there would be better for the whole family. Furious, the father suddenly grabs Raig by the head. In one quick move, he slams Raig's head onto the desk. With a cold, threatening look, he pins his son against the wooden surface. Even though he is hurt, Raig speaks again. He says that when the time comes, his father will have to make a choice. The Grand Duke stares at his son with an icy, dangerous gaze. Meanwhile, Eileen and Derrick arrive in the main hall. The girl asks Derrick if he has ever heard of her sister, Daila. Derrick replies that he has seen Lady Daila listed in the Duplain family records. Eileen gives a mysterious smile and says her sister is not well known to the public.
At that moment, the large office doors open. They step inside. There they see Raig with an injured face and his blonde brother Valerian. Valerian greets Eileen warmly and asks how her stay has been. Eileen smiles and says she lived very comfortably thanks to his care. Valerian then says Raig is hurt, so they can talk later. Derrick watches everything in silence with his red eyes. He quietly studies the strange family dynamic. Then his eyes turn and notices the maid who came with Raig. She is crying in a corner of the room. Derrick becomes thoughtful. He tries to figure out what is really going on in this family. Back in the office, the Grand Duke says he is glad to finally meet his daughter's choice. Eileen thanks him and introduces Derrick as Daila's new magic tutor. The family head puts his glasses back on and stares at the white-haired young man. Eileen says they will leave now since he is busy. But before they go, the Grand Duke tells the new tutor to stay behind. Derrick turns around, confused about what the nobleman wants to say. The room becomes tense as the Grand Duke and Derrick look at each other. Calmly, the head of the Duplain family starts writing on a piece of parchment at his desk. He comments that the boy is very young. He asks if Derrick is 16 years old. Derrick answers simply, yes. The Grand Duke asks about his magic skills. Derrick says he uses one-star magic. The Grand Duke smirks and laughs. He says humility is not always a good thing, and he knows the boy is lying. Derrick stays silent, seeing that his lie has been caught. The nobleman releases his powerful aura. Derrick realizes the Grand Duke is a 5-star mage. Derrick apologizes. The Lord says he understands, showing too much talent can sometimes be dangerous. He adds that based on Derrick's clothes and age, he does not look like a typical magic tutor. Without hesitation, Derrick admits the truth, he is actually a mercenary. The Grand Duke says he trusts his daughter's choice. He will allow Derrick to enter the annex of the residence where Daila lives. He dismisses Derrick, but the young man interrupts with one last question. The Grand Duke allows him to speak. Derrick says his duty as a mercenary is to make sure Lady Daila learns magic properly. His mission is to help her enter high society. The Grand Duke asks why Derrick is telling him something so obvious. Derrick then says he has a very serious request to make. The Grand Duke looks intrigued by the boy's boldness. He waits to hear what it is. Meanwhile, in another part of the house, a plate crashes hard against the floor. A maid screams in shock and cowers in fear. The servant apologizes many times, but the girl treats her with complete disrespect. The young noble tells the maid to get out and warns her never to show her face again. In a different room, the guild master asks Eileen why she chose that boy. He says many famous tutors would jump at this job, and it would be hard for a commoner to succeed. Eileen explains that she already tried the best-known tutors, but they all gave up. She decided to look for someone who could use magic and was in a desperate situation. That way, a person would try very hard. Even though Derrick is a mercenary, he seems to understand noble manners and culture quite well. The guild master laughs and says Derrick's old master was a fallen noble who used to be very successful. Derrick must have learned a lot from him. Eileen smiles happily and says, I see. I thought he seemed refined and kind, even for a mercenary. I hoped he could gently guide Dyla and help her behave better. The guild master tells her, you need to learn how to read people better. Eileen looks confused. He explains, Derrick grew up on the streets. He didn't survive by being kind. He survived by being tough. Eileen is surprised by his words and starts to rethink her choice. At that moment, Derrick is walking down a hallway with a butler guiding him. They stop in front of a large wooden door. Derrick raises his hand and knocks twice. He waits for an answer. No one replies. After a short silence, Derrick decides to open the door himself. Inside the room, he greets the person sitting there. He introduces himself as Derrick to the brown-haired girl at the table. The blonde girl, who is Dyla, tells him to come closer. Derrick obeys and walks toward her. Dyla gives a sneaky smile, like she has a plan. Suddenly, she throws something at his face. Derrick can't dodge in time. Dirty, smelly water soaks him completely. Dyla starts laughing loudly. She says she thought a sewer rat had come in. On second look, she says he really does look like one. She grabs a nearby chair to stand on a small table so she can be taller than him. Then she dumps a whole bucket of dirty water over his head. Derrick stands still and silent as the water drips down his face. Dyla complains that she's out of water now and wishes she could humiliate him more. Derrick slowly lifts his head and stares at her with a cold, scary look. Dyla freezes for a moment, shocked by his expression. Annoyed, she kicks him. Derrick kneels in front of her. Dyla gets angry that his dirty shoe touched her foot. She steps on his hand with her shoe and insults him more. She covers her nose and says he stinks from the dirty water. Even after all the humiliation, Derrick keeps staring at her without showing any emotion. Dyla throws her shoe at him, then leans on the table to continue. She calls him a sewer rat again and tells him to know his place. She shows her foot and keeps mocking him. The scene changes back to the earlier conversation in the Grand Duke's office. The head of the Duplain family is looking out the window, thinking deeply. With a serious face, he listens to Derrick's words. Derrick says Dyla's problem is not simple. With his red eyes serious, he makes a bold request. He asks how much authority the Grand Duke will give him to handle her. The Grand Duke stares at the white-haired young man, carefully considering his request. Back in the present, Dyla's face turns red with shock. Derrick has lost his patience. He gives the spoiled noble girl a firm slap. He looks down at her with a cold expression and no regret. Dyla puts a hand to her cheek, unable to believe what just happened. Derrick's red eyes glow as he tells her in a firm voice, get up. At that moment, Derrick remembers a conversation from 3 years ago with his master, Kadia. Back then, he had asked her what to do with a very stubborn student. Kadia answered that she would try to understand the student and treat him kindly. But Derrick thought that sounded too perfect and idealistic. He asked what to do in the worst cases. When nothing works, Kadia looked serious and explained if talking fails completely, you need a different approach. She said sometimes you have to use fear to make the student listen. Back in the present, Dyla is still on the floor, shaking with fear after what Derrick did. He looks at her and says calmly, treat other people with respect. Now get up. The spoiled noble girl pushes herself off the floor and stands. She is full of anger. Suddenly, she rushes at Derrick, trying to attack him. She shouts, a commoner like you has no right to touch a noble lady. Derrick loses his patience. He gives her one quick tap to make her stop. Then he says in a firm voice, I won't say it twice. Dyla looks confused and scared, but she doesn't understand. She starts yelling for the butler and accuses Derrick of hurting a noble woman. The head butler and the maids come running. They ask if she is okay. The old butler scolds Derrick and warns him, the Grand Duke will hear about this. Derrick stays calm. He takes out a parchment from his pocket and shows it to them. He explains that the Grand Duke gave him full authority over Daila's education. The butler takes the document and looks shocked when he sees the family's official seal on the paper. The young noblewoman, Daila, is also surprised and confused about what is happening. That night, the Duplain mansion seems calm on the outside, but trouble is not over yet. Daila's blonde brother, Valerian, runs through the halls. Reg, the dark-haired brother, follows him and tries to calm him down. Valerian bursts into a room, yelling and calling for the mercenary he hired. Inside, the white-haired young man, Derrick, is calmly reading a book while sitting in bed. Valerian shouts, "How dare you lay a hand on Daila?" He grabs Derrick by the shoulder and tries to shake him, but Reg holds him back with force. Calmly, Derrick replies, "The Grand Duke himself gave me permission." Reg tells his brother, "Father allowed it." Derrick is a guest of the Islines. Valerian calms down a little. Then he says to Derrick, "Come with me," and tells Reg to stay out of it. Reg speaks to Derrick quietly, "Daila needed this lesson." Valerian won't go too far. Derrick looks at the two brothers with a serious face. Reg wonders why his blonde brother protects that hopeless girl so much. In a dark room, a few old dolls sit on the floor near the door. Valerian invites Derrick to enter his sister Daila's old room. He explains, this was her room in the main house. No one has touched it since she left. Derrick looks around and sees an unfinished painting on an easel. Valerian says his sister loved to draw. She looked cute when she showed her work, but she never finished any drawing, she always left a blank space. Valerian apologizes for getting angry earlier. Derrick tells him not to worry. Derrick asks, "Why did you bring me to this room full of paintings?" Valerian explains that he wanted to show Derrick that Daila does not deserve to be looked down on. She became obsessed with her noble bloodline, and that is why she was sent to the annex. Now Valerian wants to stop the family from sending her to a monastery. He picks up some books. The older brother begs Derrick, "Please save my sister." Derrick notices something in the books and says, "Wait a moment." He looks at the notes written in the margins and says, "Based on these notes, she has not completely given up on magic." He asks, "Are these books from the School of Regulations?" Valerian confirms they are. Derrick becomes thoughtful. He seems to have a new plan. He looks at one of the landscape paintings in the room. Then he picks up one of the theory books and makes a decision. He says, "I will try my new plan." He hands the book to Valerian. That same night, the annex of the Grand Mansion is completely silent and dark. In her room, Daila is sleeping peacefully in her bed. Suddenly, a bucket of very cold water is thrown on her. She wakes up screaming, with ice-cold water all over her face. Derrick looks at her with cold eyes and asks, "Were you serious about sleeping?" Confused and angry, Daila shouts, "Have you gone completely crazy?" Derrick grabs her arm and says, "We need to go somewhere important." He drags her down the hall. She yells for the servants to stop him under the bright moonlight. Derrick pulls her out of the mansion by force. He drags her along a dirt path, away from the Duplain family home. They reach a quiet, hidden spot. Derrick throws her onto the dirt ground. Daila yells angrily, "Who do you think you are to teach me?" Derrick asks, "Do you want to hear something interesting?" She looks confused. With a smile, he says, "I'm not going to teach you magic. I just enjoy roughing up nobles." Shocked, Daila asks, "What did you just say?" He continues, "Being a tutor is only an excuse for my wicked plans. It's an excuse to deal with nobles like you." He smirks, draws his sword, and says, "The screams of nobles are quite beautiful." Terrified, Daila asks, "Do you think you'll get away with this?" He smiles and says, "Yes. You're going to a monastery anyway. No one would believe you." He adds, "In the worst case, I can just atone with my life. A commoner like me is worthless. Or I can run away. I would be doing your family a favor by getting rid of you." Completely terrified, Daila thinks she is finished if this man catches her. She starts running desperately to escape. She thinks, "I need to lose him in the forest. He will catch me easily in the open field." Daila knows the forest well and plans to get back home through it. But she trips and falls. Suddenly, something catches her eye. A huge fireball lights up the dark night sky. Derrick launches the powerful spell toward the forest. Daila turns around and sees it is a fireball spell. Derrick holds the sphere of fire with a serious, determined look. With a mischievous smile, he shows he is not playing. The powerful fire magic flies quickly toward the frightened girl. The flames reflect in her eyes as the attack gets closer. With a scream of terror, Daila is thrown back by the force of the explosion. A large fiery blast happens right behind her, destroying everything around. She falls to the ground in total panic. The young noble can hardly believe what she just saw. With a frightening smile, the mercenary says, "I missed on purpose." The full moon lit up the night as the chase continued through the dark forest. Daila, the young noblewoman, ran desperately to save her own life. Her face showed both fear and a strong will to escape. But in a moment of distraction, she tripped over a tree root. The blonde girl fell hard onto the dirt ground and could not protect herself. Exhausted and lying there, she could barely stand. She stared at what was coming toward her. Suddenly, a bright blue energy arrow shot out at high speed. Derrick, the magic tutor, focused and prepared his next attack without any hesitation. The energy arrow flew right past Ayla as she lay on the ground. She was in shock and could not move after the magic passed so close to her. Derrick praised her movements. He said it was hard to believe she had stayed hidden in the annex for so long. Out of breath, Ayla just stared at him in silence, completely confused. Then she stood up and ran back into the forest. Derrick watched her go with a slight smile. He seemed to have everything under control. Ayla wondered how long she could keep running and whether she would ever escape. Suddenly, she stopped. She had a big realization. Meanwhile, Derrick used his magic on a puddle of water on the path. He looked at the trail in the dark forest that Ayla was following. He realized this was the same forest she had painted. This was where she used to play as a child. He understood that she felt the energy of nature and put it into her paintings. His red eyes glowed. He now knew exactly what was happening. Ayla grew tired of running. She quickly picked up a stone and threw it at Derrick's head to attack him. But Derrick calmly drew his sword and defended himself. With one quick motion, he cut the stone in half easily. Ayla was shocked and terrified by his skill. Derrick praised her for trying to fight back. He said it was not an easy choice to make. Exhausted, Ayla fell to the ground again. She gasped for air with no strength left to fight or run. With a cold look, Derrick said she had no more energy to escape. He pointed his sword at her and asked if she had any last words. But Ayla smiled. She did not seem afraid of his threat. She challenged him and said she would never lower herself like a commoner would. Derrick asked why she was so obsessed with her noble bloodline. Ayla lowered her head in silence for a moment. Then she said that if they took away her noble status, nothing would be left for her. Angrily, she shouted about magic and her failures. With tears in her eyes, she screamed that he did not know how hard she had tried or how many times she had failed. Derrick watched her outburst in silence. She continued, she had failed at magic, at painting, and at everything she tried. Desperate, she asked what else was left for her except her noble title. She fell to her knees and wondered who she was without her social status. Derrick listened quietly and thought about her words, then he summoned a blue energy sword and prepared for the next part of his plan. With tears in her eyes, Ayla seemed to accept what she thought was her end. Derrick raised his blade and said he had heard everything she wanted to say. Terrified, with a red face, Ayla said goodbye and waited for the end. With a quick swing, Derrick moved his energy sword. Ayla closed her eyes tightly, waiting for the final blow. But the blade stopped. Massive ice crystals formed all around her. A thick ice barrier appeared and covered her without hurting her at all. Ayla opened her eyes. She saw the ice crystals everywhere. She looked at her hands and wondered if this was her own magic. Derrick put away his energy sword. His plan was complete. He apologized for being so rude earlier. He praised her hard work. Ayla stayed in shock. She did not understand what had just happened. Derrick explained that it was a natural manifestation of her mana. He told her she did very well. Ayla could not hold back anymore. She began to cry uncontrollably. She screamed and cried, letting out all the frustration she had kept inside for so long. Derrick watched quietly from a distance as she released everything. The full moon shone down and ended that intense night lesson. Derrick told her she belonged to the wild magic school. Ayla looked confused while she bandaged her leg. He explained that different schools of magic have very different ways of learning. Trying to learn the wrong type of magic is like forcing your body into clothes that do not fit. Ayla asked how he discovered she had such a rare magical lineage. Derrick said he saw it in her paintings. The brush strokes were special. She felt the energy of nature and put it onto the canvas. He explained that mages of this type feel natural mana from childhood. That is why she was always different from others. Ayla was in total shock. Someone had finally recognized her hidden talent. She finished bandaging her leg. Derrick said the job was done. She could now walk with less pain, but he warned her, this was only the first step. Real training would begin tomorrow. Ayla called his name as he started walking away down the dark path. Even though she felt embarrassed, she thanked him for his help. Her view of him had changed. Derrick listened in silence without showing much reaction. They began walking back to the mansion together. The moonlight covered the entire forest. During the walk, he commented on her sunset painting. He said it was a complete work of art. The next morning, sunlight came through the bedroom window and filled the luxurious room. Ayla woke up feeling determined. She sat on the bed, ready to test what she had learned. She stretched out her hand and focused. A small amount of blue energy appeared between her fingers. Her eyes glowed with intensity. She tried to use her power naturally, just as he had taught her. But the magic failed. It turned into smoke. Daila felt irritated with the result. A maid walked peacefully through the luxurious hallway, carrying a bucket of water. Suddenly, Daila opened her door fast. The noise scared the maid. The bucket slipped from her hands, and water splashed everywhere on the carpet. The dirty water hit Daila's dress directly. She froze in surprise. The maid became desperate. She apologized again and again, afraid of punishment. But Daila just stared at her with a cold look. She showed no anger. The maid knelt and begged for forgiveness, fearing she would be hit or shouted at like before. Surprisingly, Daila simply said, "Be more careful next time," and walked away as if nothing happened. The maid was in total shock. She wondered why the spoiled girl did not slap her or yell. Other servants came closer. They were curious about the change in the young mistress's behavior. In another room, Derrick slept peacefully, enjoying a rare moment of rest. Suddenly, loud knocking on the door woke him up. He complained about the noise so early on his day off. He opened the door while rubbing his eye. He wanted to know why there was so much shouting. Daila stood there with the butler. She demanded that magic lessons start right now. The butler was shocked. He had seen Daila manifest her mana alone in her room for the first time. With a determined look, Daila ordered Derrick to teach her quickly. She was very eager to improve. But Derrick simply closed the door in their faces. He told them to come back in the afternoon because he wanted to sleep. The butler began to cry with joy. He was happy to see his young mistress finally taking her studies seriously. Annoyed by the dismissal, Daila started pounding on the door. She shouted for him to open it right now. Even with all the noise outside, Derrick went back to bed and ignored the little brat. Daila kept shouting and knocking, "Open the door, you crazy bastard." The sun rose brightly over the huge mansion of the noble family. The sky was clear and blue. Firm footsteps echoed through the luxurious hallways. Two maids spoke in surprise. "Lady Daila hasn't broken a single plate all day." Rumors quickly spread among the servants. Everyone learned that the girl had finally managed to use her mana. The sound of boots grew louder. Reg, the dark-haired young man, stopped near the maids. He asked, "What were you saying about my sister just now?" Meanwhile, in his office, the Grand Duke, the family patriarch, calmly wrote on a parchment with his quill. He called his children to discuss the news about Daila's magical progress. The Grand Duke said it was excellent news. He looked satisfied with his daughter's improvement. But Reg, with his green eyes, said, "It's still too early to celebrate such a small achievement." Irritated, Valerian, the blonde brother, yelled at Reg. "Can't you give your own sister even one compliment?" The father watched his sons argue. He looked serious and attentive from behind his glasses. He remembered all the trouble Daila had caused in the past. He thought they should not cancel her trip to the monastery yet. The Grand Duke stayed silent and continued his work. He quietly thought about the future of his troubled daughter. Time passed. The sun stayed strong, lighting every corner of the vast medieval kingdom. Inside a room, Daila sat with her back turned. She looked like she was pouting a lot. Derrick, the white-haired mercenary, entered. He asked, "Are you pouting about something?" Daila replied, "I'm not just pouting. I am really angry about everything that's happening." Derrick scratched his head. "Acting like a spoiled child won't help." The girl shouted, "It's not a tantrum. It's pure hatred." Derrick said calmly, "Throwing a fit is useless. Things need to happen in the right order to work." Daila screamed again. "I'm not having a fit. I'm just very irritated with you right now." Derrick stared at her with a serious, cold look. He stayed calm. Then he said, "I'm still calling it a tantrum anyway." He left her speechless with his teasing. He placed his hand on the chair and began an important lesson. "From my own experience, using too much mana at once can exhaust a mage's body completely. Resting is as important as training." Daila looked bored. She found the talk dull. Derrick noticed. He asked, "Do you prefer a less boring way to learn?" He remembered the time he used flames and his sword to scare her and show who was in charge. Daila remembered that terrifying moment too. She broke into a cold sweat and felt a chill. She quickly changed her mind. "No, I don't need anything extreme. Let's stick to the normal method." Derrick continued. "Once you master the flow of energy, learning one-star spells will be very easy. The wild school has no strict rules. It focuses on freedom. It's perfect for people who learn on their own." He added, "This style fits your personality very well." Daila looked curious at the sudden compliment. Derrick explained, "Your free spirit works perfectly with this type of magic. Your noble blood helps a lot too." Daila stayed quiet for a moment. Her cheeks turned red as she thought about his kind words, words no one had ever said to her before. She wondered if she really had special talent for magic. Derrick confirmed, creating an ice wall on your first try proves you have potential. She asked excitedly, am I a true genius? He warned her, there's a big difference between having talent and being a real genius. Their conversation continued. Outside the window, Reg watched and listened in secret. He grumbled irritably when he realized his sister was really improving. He looked very dissatisfied. The next day, the sun shone brightly over the mansion. Heavy training continued without stop. Delilah ran into the room. She told her master, I can manifest the power, but I can't control the direction of the spell. Later, she interrupted him during his meal. I tried the ice element, but it felt very strange, nothing like I expected. On another day, she chased him through the corridors. She shouted, I feel the energy flowing, but in a completely wrong way. At sunset, Delilah found Derrick resting under a tree. She asked, what are you doing here alone? Irritated, she complained, you should be near the annex. Do you think my father gave you that book just so you could be lazy? Derrick replied calmly, the Grand Duke lent me the material so I could study in peace. Delilah ignored him. I finally made the mana flow work. Come check it quickly. Meanwhile, Valerian, the blonde brother, looked out his office window. He seemed deep in thought about the family's future. The doors opened. Derrick entered after being called urgently by the future head of the house. Valerian greeted him and asked him to sit. We need to have a serious talk about recent events. Sitting face to face, Valerian asked, how is my sister doing? I'm worried about her behavior. Derrick answered honestly, she has improved a lot, but it will still take time to master basic spells. Valerian revealed, our mother will return from her trip soon. The mood in the mansion will change a lot. The matriarch is a difficult person. Many nobles don't like seeing a commoner in such an important role here. Derrick listened carefully. I'll remember that warning. Is there anything else? Valerian stayed quiet for a moment, choosing his words. Then he stood up. My duty as the successor is to protect every family member and always be honest with them. He sighed. But understanding the human heart is very complex. Reality is never as simple as it looks. Derrick asked, what's your point with all this strange talk? Valerian raised his fist, looking emotional as he remembered the past. With sadness, he said, little Delilah doesn't want to play with me anymore like she used to. Derrick watched with a confused expression. Valerian continued, when we were children, she was like a perfect little angel. While Valerian made his dramatic scene, Derrick calmly drank his tea, not reacting much. Valerian asked, is there any way I can win back her affection? Derrick questioned, why are you asking me about something so personal? Suddenly, Delilah's voice echoed through the mansion. She shouted desperately, looking for her magic master. Valerian ignored the earlier question. He showed Derrick a handmade doll he had learned to make from a servant. It looked very creepy. He asked, what do you think of my work of art? Derrick looked at the strange toy. Are you trying to curse someone? Upset by the harsh reply. Valerian started crying. He became very sensitive. The scene changed to the outside of the grand residence under a clear blue sky. That day, an elegant woman entered the main hall. She said she had heard very good things about the white-haired young man. With a smirk, she added, they managed to hire a very capable magic tutor for our noble family. She introduced herself. I am Mirella de Duplain. She said she planned to send a beautiful gift to the young man's homeland. Derrick replied, I don't belong to any noble house or any lord's territory. The woman looked shocked. She was startled to learn that her daughter's teacher was just a commoner. When Derrick says I'm a commoner. She didn't believe it and totally shocked a commoner. 1 week earlier, a fancy carriage stopped in front of the huge noble family mansion. Young Aisline spoke to the mercenary named Derrick. She told him she made the right choice by bringing him to her family's land. But now she had to return quickly to Ebelstein for urgent business. She would leave little Delilah in his care. The white-haired young man, Derrick, simply nodded and agreed to the job without complaining. The guild leader appeared, laughing. He put his hand on Derrick's shoulder and made a joke about his serious reply. Then he climbed into the carriage with Aisline. Before leaving, he told Derrick, finish the job fast, before trouble arrives. The carriage rolled away. Leaving Derrick alone to handle the complicated noble family, suddenly, Aisline touched her face. She looked worried. She had forgotten to tell him something very important. The guild leader asked what she meant. With a nervous face, she explained, my mother will return next week. I forgot to warn him about her. The bearded guild leader asked if the family's matriarch was really someone who needed such a serious warning. The scene shifted to the beautiful ceiling of the mansion's office. Tension filled the air. Inside the office, Miriella, the mother, became furious. She shouted, "A commoner is really my youngest daughter's teacher." The Grand Duke, the father, stayed calm. He kept holding his quill and asked his wife to lower her voice. But Miriella kept yelling in panic. She said little blonde Daila was the most precious daughter of their noble line. The Grand Duke took off his glasses. He admitted he also disliked putting ordinary people in important roles. Miriella reminded him that all the noble tutors had quit. She asked why they chose someone from the mercenary world. The father explained that good tutors are hard to find. He said the white-haired Derrick came highly recommended by their daughter Isline. Miriella started walking back and forth in the office. She said there must be some basic standard of quality. Then she suggested bringing her brother Flam to teach Daila now that the girl had finally awakened her magic energy. The Grand Duke asked if she really wanted to pull a border commander away from his duty just to be a private tutor. He questioned if she thought running the duchy was a game. Miriella shouted again. She said high society in Everstein was a dangerous battlefield for young nobles. She pointed her finger and said she refused to let her daughter become a joke at her grand debut and ball because of a nameless teacher. At that moment, the big office doors opened. Someone entered and stopped the argument. The blonde son, Valerian, asked his mother to calm down. He said she did not come here just to fight with her husband. Miriella told him to step aside. She said this matter could not be ignored. Then the other brother, Reg, dark-haired, asked slowly if the real problem was whether the commoner actually had the skill to teach Daila. He walked forward while everyone watched him. Reg said having a commoner as tutor was strange, but if the man was skilled, it would not be a big issue. He asked his father to let him test the mercenary himself, in a magic duel. The father told Reg not to bother. He said with full confidence that Derrick was very strong and capable. Reg stared at his father seriously after hearing such high praise for a commoner. Then Reg changed his idea. He suggested testing his little sister's skills instead. He explained, if the teacher was truly good, Daila should have improved a lot in a short time. The father stayed quiet but seemed to think seriously about watching his youngest daughter fight. Reg started to leave the office. His older brother Valerian called after him, asking what he planned to do by challenging an inexperienced child to a magic duel. Reg asked if Valerian really believed the little girl had changed her bad behavior and left her troubled past behind. The older brother said she was still their only sister and family blood should be protected. With an ironic smile, Reg mocked the words, flesh and blood. He showed he no longer cared for her. He shouted that her actions would ruin the noble family's name as soon as she entered high society. Valerian looked worried. He wondered if his brother's hate for Daila had a dark reason. Reg said she was the one who crossed the line first. She should stay hidden in that side building forever. Valerian watched his brother leave. The air in the mansion felt heavy and tense. Soon the argument in the office quieted, but everyone felt unsure about the coming duel. Outside, a small bird sat on a tree branch. A new morning had begun at the grand house. Suddenly, little blonde Daila burst into her teacher's room. She looked very angry about something she just learned. Derrick kept reading his book calmly. He asked why there was so much noise so early. Daila threw an official scroll onto his book to get his attention. With a determined face, she said, if she lost this magic duel, the mercenary would be fired immediately. Derrick stayed calm. He said he already knew the opponent was an experienced one-star mage. The fight would be hard for her. Daila got even angrier. She shouted that he would be fired if he did not take the challenge seriously. Derrick replied quietly, I only do the work I was paid for, nothing more. He added that he had already received a large payment up front, so he did not care much about the rest. Daila was shocked. She asked if her teacher was really serious. 1 week later, the Grand Duchy's flag flew high. The day of the duel had arrived, the training courtyard was ready. The noble family and servants gathered to watch. The Grand Duke walked in with authority, next to his still angry wife. Derrick bowed politely. He announced that the Lord and his group had arrived. He stayed calm and professional, even in front of all the powerful nobles. The father watched Derrick and wondered why the young man seemed so confident. Sitting on his throne-like seat, the Lord thought, someone with this much courage should not be dismissed too quickly. Strong footsteps sounded. The opponent arrived with a cold, deadly look. The dark-haired brother Reg walked forward, his cape moving behind him. He was ready for the fight. Reg looked at his sister with a cold stare. He said this was not a simple duel. He planned to completely crush Daila. Then he climbed the steps and promised he would make the little girl regret her whole past. Little noble Daila took her place on the battlefield. The air between the two siblings felt very heavy. She wore her red hood. Her face looked focused and ready for the most important fight of her life. But she was shocked by what she just heard. She asked her master Derrick, do you really only care about money and nothing else? Derrick explained calmly. He said her mana had already become stable. Soon she would be able to cast strong spells. He told her she had noble blood in her veins. Those words left the young girl completely speechless. He added that the wild school style of magic focused much more on self-study than on getting constant lessons from a teacher. Diella shouted in annoyance. She asked why he was saying such strange things right now, at this exact moment. The young mercenary Derrick just listened quietly. His face stayed calm and peaceful while the little girl let out her frustration. Diella looked down. She admitted she knew she had not been the best student. But now she was being honest and serious. Tears came to her eyes. She cried and said she wanted to keep learning from the white-haired young man Derrick. She would not accept any other teacher in his place. Derrick stayed silent for a short moment. He watched the strong determination and deep sadness in his student's eyes. Then the young man started putting on his glove. He said he had never taken part in a formal noble duel before. But he told her he could teach her how to win a real fight. He asked, "Do you truly want victory today, little noble?" In the past, everyone said young Diella had no talent for magic. Even famous tutors gave up on her. People spoke cruelly. They said the Duplain family had already lost its greatness. They said the youngest child only knew how to throw tantrums. Some even said it would have been better if she had never been born. But now Diella showed a fierce, burning look in her eyes. She asked her master for help to win. At that moment, the little girl walked toward the battlefield. Her red cape moved gently in the bright morning sun. Derrick watched her closely. He realized she was not there as a sister or as the youngest daughter of a great family. She took her position with a strong spark in her eyes. Now she saw herself only as his disciple, and as a true mage. The battlefield became quiet. Diella stood at the front of the sparring ground. Her body was steady, but she felt tense inside. The butler stepped forward and spoke calmly. "We will use the sparring rules for high-rank mages. The first side to trigger General Pelham's protective magic circle will lose." With those words, the match began. Diella raised her eyes. She looked straight at Reg. For a short moment, everything else seemed to disappear. Reg's face looked calm, but a sharp, dangerous look hid in his eyes. It made Diella's instincts scream with warning. The signal came. Right away, a magic pendant near the platform lit up. A soft, shining light spread out like waves on water. Invisible lines formed in the air, creating General Pelham's protective magic circle. This strong spell was made to stop deadly damage and block fatal spells. From the side, Derrick watched with narrow eyes. So this is how nobles fight, he thought coldly. They use expensive tools just to avoid getting hurt. He glanced at the pendant, then back to the fight. It must be nice to be rich enough to waste money like that. The sparring time was set for 10 minutes. But when Derrick saw Reg's stance, he knew the fight would end much sooner. Reg did not plan to take it slow. Reg raised one hand. Thick purple mana gathered in his palm as he started chanting. The energy twisted hard and became a sharp, unstable ball that crackled with power. The air shook from its force. Diella looked up. Her brows pulled together as the heavy pressure hit her. The strong mana made her chest feel tight. Reg's eyes turned cold. Purple light exploded as the energy took shape. "Sorry," he thought without pity, "but I need you back in the annex." He rushed forward without warning. He shouted her name and swung his arm down. A sharp slash of energy cut through the air and flew straight at her. Diella's eyes flashed. At the last second, she used her ability and moved aside. The attack passed right by her, missing by a tiny bit, then crashed into the ground behind her. Reg clicked his tongue in anger. How dare she dodge? He did not wait. He attacked again, then again. Diella stepped back, keeping distance while watching his every move carefully. She stayed calm and did not panic. From the side, Derrick watched closely. She handles one-star magic without trouble, he thought. But in real combat, she is still new. She forces the spell instead of guiding it. At this rate, she will use up her mana too fast. A strong clash happened. Reg's magic hit Diella's barrier hard. The shield glowed bright and shook from the impact. The force made her arms vibrate. Reg laughed coldly. She is not even using star-rank magic, he said. It is just raw mana. Does she really think she can stop me with that? Purple light grew stronger. 3 balls of energy formed in his hand. Each one pulsed with wild power. His aura pressed down like a storm. If it is just a trick, Reg said coldly, I will break it with pure power. Try blocking this, Diella. Inside her barrier, Diella looked up. The huge mass of energy above her felt like it could swallow her. Her heart beat fast and loud. Suddenly, Derrick's voice came back to her mind. Remember this, Lady Diella, he had said. She could picture him standing tall, eyes sharp. Mercenaries do not fight like nobles. They do not care about fairness or honor. Their only goal is to win. His words had been hard but honest. This is not a clean duel, he continued. Even if you win, people may still criticize you. Daila's breathing slowed. The fear started to fade. A strong determination took its place. Another memory came. Are you really fine with that? Derrick had asked. Of course. Daila had shouted back without thinking. The memory ended. She returned to the fight. Her eyes became sharp as mana flowed through her body. Raig gave her no break. His attacks came fast and without mercy, among mercenaries. Daila thought, there are people who win even when they are weaker. She looked up a little. Those people do not duel, she whispered. They fight. Raig sent another sharp attack. It passed close to her side. The wind from it cut dangerously near. She dodged just in time. By fighting, she thought, they control the battlefield with the ground and timing. She forced herself to stay calm. Instead of running back more, Daila suddenly dropped low and went to the ground. They use every trick to win, she told herself. They never waste a moment when the enemy lowers their guard. Raig's magic hit her barrier again. This time, cracks spread fast across it. The shield shook hard and was about to break. Cold sweat ran down Daila's back. This is bad, she said quietly through tight teeth. Raig's voice cut through. The game is over. He lunged forward. Daila froze as the attack came close. Then, boom. A huge explosion shook the ground. Stones broke apart. Thick dust rose and covered everything. Derrick stood still, staring at the smoke. The maid screamed, Daila. From the stands, Daila's mother jumped up in panic. Daila. She cried. She turned to the butler. Stop the spell now. She is hurt. Her husband's voice stopped her. Sit down. The Duke spoke firmly. His eyes never left the battlefield. It is not over. But you saw it. His wife said. She was hit. No, the Duke said sharply. General Pelham's magic circle did not activate. He breathed out slowly. His eyes narrowed. Then he looked at Derrick. The young man had not even blinked. It was as if he knew this would happen. On the battlefield, Raig stared into the dust. She should have been hit, he muttered. Why did the circle not activate? Where is she? His eyes grew wide. Suddenly, sharp crystals of energy shot up from the ground next to him. Raig jumped away just in time, cursing. His heart raced. He realized the attack came from below the platform. If she left the platform, that should count as a loss, he thought. Then he paused. He looked at the butler. Does being under the platform not count as leaving it? Raig gritted his teeth. They never expected a trick like this in the noble spar. Another attack came from below. He dodged by a tiny amount. His breathing grew heavy. I cannot even see her, he thought darkly. Landing a hit like this will be hard. All she needs is one good strike. This does not feel like a noble duel at all. Finally, Raig saw her. Daila rose from the ground. Dirt stuck to her clothes. She stood straight and looked up at him. A burning fire shone in her crimson eyes, very different from her usual calm face. Raig froze. I have seen that look before, he realized. The same look Derrick had when my older brother grabbed him by the collar. Raig's eyes snapped to Derrick. There is no way she thought of this alone. His teeth ground together. That bastard. Derrick, this was your plan. With a quick move, Raig took off his black coat and threw it aside. His stance changed completely. All playfulness was gone. Fine, he said in a cold voice. I will play along with your scheme, Derrick.
After getting attacked on the lower part of the battle area, Raig becomes even more determined and serious. Meanwhile, Daila's mother is watching everything. She notices something and asks in surprise. Daila, did you go under the platform? Down there in the dust bowl? Then she shouts. What are you doing, honey? Stop the fight right now. The head of the family, her husband, replies calmly to his wife. No rules have been broken. Let's watch a little longer. He keeps watching the fight with more curiosity. Daila is still hiding under the dust bowl. She uses her ice magic to confuse Raig. Her eyes are full of determination and focus. While concentrating, she can feel the flow of mana clearly. Up above, Raig grits his teeth in anger. He tries to cast a spell. Suddenly, ice appears under his feet again. He barely dodges it. Nervous and angry, he thinks to himself. She keeps targeting my feet whenever I start an incantation. I can't lose like this. Then his eyes catch something, the tall pole with a flag on top. An idea comes to his mind. Under the platform, Daila sits quietly and thinks. The mana flow stopped. He's planning something. No matter what he does, the next time he starts an incantation, I'll get him. She keeps focusing hard. The butler looks up nervously and says, "Young master." Ray climbs up the tall pole. From that height and distance, Diella can't sense his mana properly. He thinks, she shouldn't be able to detect my mana from here. But casting a spell properly is impossible at this distance. There's only one way. He gathers mana in his hand, releases his blue aura, and thinks, I'll destroy the whole platform without any incantation. The mana he releases turns into an arrow. It shoots down and strikes the bottom of the pole hard. On the other side, Derrick watches everything calmly. He still doesn't look nervous. Raig's mana strike hits the base of the pole. It cracks loudly. The pole loses balance and starts falling. Raig jumps away just before it hits the ground. The pole crashes down, smashing the entire platform. Dust flies everywhere. Diella's mother opens her mouth in fear and screams. Raig! Raig lands on the ground, covering his mouth because of the thick dust flying everywhere. He coughs hard, but then his eyes catch something. He focuses. It's Diella. The dust has covered her completely. She can't see anything and stands there coughing. Raig takes advantage of the moment. He raises his hand again to cast a spell and creates a mana arrow. With a quick motion, he releases it straight toward Diella. The blue arrow flies fast, full of power. Suddenly, Diella notices it. She turns her head, sees the arrow coming, and quickly raises her hand to try to block or dodge. But her spell doesn't work well. She feels her mana slip away. A thin line of blood appears on her forehead from the strain. She grits her teeth in anger as the arrow keeps coming. She barely dodges it at the last second. Still nervous, she grits her teeth again. Raig prepares to create another attack. Diella starts running as far as she can to get away. Raig thinks to himself, I have the advantage at close range. Just one more magic arrow and, before he can finish the thought, Diella suddenly appears from the side. She kicks him hard in the chest with her foot. Diella, still full of anger, glitches his teeth. Raig's eyes go wide in shock. His mouth opens as the sudden attack hits him. He falls to his knees, one hand on his chest, feeling sharp pain. But Diella doesn't stop. She grabs a handful of dust from the ground and throws it straight into Raig's eyes. Raig screams in pain. While he tries to wipe the dust out of his eyes, still gritting his teeth in anger, he mutters, You little. Diella jumps back onto the broken ground above. After finally clearing his eyes, Raig looks surprised. He thinks, kicking, throwing sand. She's doing everything she can. She has almost no mana left. She's fighting this hard, just to win, even though she knows it's almost impossible. Then Raig stands up slowly. He thinks, Alright, Diella. This duel was to prove your own worth. I will give it my all in return, as your brother. It is already afternoon. The sun shines bright and strong. Diella stands on the ground, watching Raig. Raig slowly climbs back onto the broken platform. Diella puts her hand on her head to stop the blood. Her eyes are wide open, full of focus. She slowly removes her hand. The blood does not stop. It drips down her face, flows to her chin, and drops onto the ground. Suddenly, she remembers something. A memory comes back to her mind. She thinks of Derrick's words. Think of it like brushstrokes on a painting. Mana is your paint, and spellcasting is your brush. Collect the free-floating paint with your brush to create an entire image. In the memory, Derrick shows his mana flow in his hand. He says, That is magic. Diella is surprised and her eyes wide open and she blushed. His mana flows gently into the sky, making the night clearer so everyone can see it. The scene changes back to the present. Diella closes her eyes. She remembers Derrick's words and focuses hard. Suddenly, her mana starts flowing around her. It covers her body like a shield. The more she thinks about Derrick's words, mana is paint, spells are the brush, the stronger the mana becomes. She gathers all her mana into her hand. She thinks, I feel it, the mana at my fingertips. Use the paint to draw. That is magic. A large spell circle appears on the ground under her feet. She pulls out a sharp ice spear made of mana right beside her. The butler looks shocked. His mouth opens wide. He says, This is... Diella's mother is surprised too. She turns to her husband and says, Honey, Diella is using one-star magic. Raig looks nervous. He thinks, Ice spears. You've done it now, Diella. Diella controls the ice spear with her hand. She moves it into attack position. Raig gathers mana in his hand too. He creates many mana arrows. He thinks, but that doesn't change anything. I'm still one step ahead, even in one-star magic, Diella. I'll hit her before she hits me. Then I'll win. Diella prepares to release her ice spear toward Raig. At the same time, Raig releases his many mana arrows toward Diella. The ice spear flies with full power toward Raig. The arrows fly toward Diela. Both attacks crash into each other in the middle. A huge explosion happens on the ground. Blue mana bursts out everywhere. The shockwave hits Diela's mother and father. They look stunned. Dust covers the whole area. The mana energy changes shape into a big circle. Yellow lightning spreads around it. A loud echo of energy fills the air. Raig breathes heavily after using so much magic. On the other side, Diela stays silent but breathes hard too. Nearby, Derrick watches everything quietly. His red eyes stay focused, taking in every detail.
1 year ago, a mother bird was feeding her 3 baby birds in their nest on a tree branch. The tree stood outside the Grand Duplain house. Inside the house, voices echoed through the halls. Grand Duplain was walking beside his butler, and 2 other men were following behind them. The butler spoke respectfully, "Sir, a letter arrived this morning from the Duplain resistance. It seems to be about the upcoming social gathering." When Grand Duplain heard this, he turned his eyes toward Diela, who was sitting sadly on a chair. She was alone, hugging herself, lost in deep thought. He looked at her and thought for a moment, wondering how the matter should be handled. However, he did not say anything to her. After a short pause, he quietly walked away, back to the present. Diela is still standing on her feet, shocked. Blood is slowly spreading across her forehead. She cannot believe what has just happened. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed, and a barrier formed around her. She stood frozen in the same place, shocked. After the barrier appeared, she clenched her teeth tightly. On the other side, Raig was sitting on the ground. The ice spears had missed their target and fell beside him. Dust moved around his feet. Derrick looked at the whole situation carefully. Then he suddenly realized something and lowered his head sadly. At that moment, Diela thought, "I lost." She began to cry loudly, with tears falling from her eyes. Grand Duplain was watching from above and understood everything that had happened. But Diela's mother, filled with anger, said to Grand Duplain, "Honey, what on earth is this? Is this filthy and vulgar thing what you call a magic spar? You cannot be serious." Meanwhile, Diela was still crying loudly and could not stop. Her mother continued angrily, "Are you telling me that this so-called teacher has been teaching something like this to a young lady of the Duplain family?" After seeing Diela like this, Grand Duplain remembered his past. In his youth, during the war, he had stood proudly and said, "My name is Raymond Oswald Duplain. It is an honor to serve you and take part in this war, Your Grace." The senior officer in front of him replied, "Yes, I have heard a lot about you from your father. You have your father's eyes, full of ambition." Raymond answered respectfully, "Thank you." Back in the present, Diela was still crying. Tears fell from her eyes as she wiped them away. Raymond Oswald Duplain watched his daughter with deep emotion. He thought to himself, "The look in your eyes has grown stronger, Diela." At that moment, several maids rushed in. Worried. One of them cried out, "Lady Diela. Are you all right?" Diela remained standing in the same place, still crying. 4 maids gathered around her with concern. One maid said softly, "My goodness. You must receive treatment at once." She tried to hold Diela's hand, but Diela pulled her hand away. The maid looked confused, then Diela slowly walked toward Raig. Raig looked up at her nervously and said, Well." He awkwardly rubbed his hands together and added, "Good work, Diela." But Diela said nothing. She lowered her head, ignored him, and kept walking. 2 maids followed her. One said gently, "My lady, please allow me to escort you to your chambers." Diela did not answer and continued walking. The maid asked again, "My lady." But still, there was no response. Diela then stopped in front of Derrick and lowered her head sadly. Derrick looked at her with sympathy. Her lips trembled, and she began to cry again. Tears fell from her eyes. She grabbed her skirt tightly and, through her tears, said, "I lost. I'm sorry." Derrick was surprised to hear those words. His eyes widened slightly. Then he slowly stood up and said gently, "It's all right. It's okay to lose." He continued softly, "Use this frustration to rise higher and become stronger." Hearing this, Diela could no longer hold back her tears. She cried loudly in front of Derrick. As she cried, the maids called out in worry, "My lady." Diela's mother stepped forward quickly. She lifted her skirt and rushed toward Diela in worry. The maids were still trying to support Diela. Her mother knelt in front of her and gently held Diela's cheeks. With tears in her eyes, she said softly, "Oh, my Diela. I can't believe you went through something like that. You've had such a hard time, my baby." Delilah looked at her and said emotionally, "Mother." Her mother hugged her tightly. "It's okay. It's okay now." Tears fell from her eyes as she spoke. Then she said gently, "Go quickly and get treated first." Delilah nodded weakly. "Yes." With the help of the maids, she walked away. Her mother stayed behind, wiping her tears and thinking about her daughter. Then her eyes slowly turned toward Derrick. She began walking toward him. Derrick noticed her coming. Suddenly, she shouted angrily, "Derrick, you shameless man. Do you even understand what you've done? So what if you taught her one-star magic? Do you think that makes you impressive?" Without warning, she slapped Derrick across the face. Derrick remained silent, still furious. She clenched her teeth and grabbed his shirt. "You taught her nothing but cheap tricks. You stained a noble lily with filth. You made the Grand Duke's daughter do something dirty and shameful." Derrick lowered his head and listened quietly. She slapped him again and shouted, "There is a world you lowly trash don't even understand. Something precious must be protected with dignity." Then she turned to her husband and said, "Honey. You saw it too, didn't you? This wasn't even a proper magic spar. He was teaching Delilah something disgraceful." She was still holding Derrick's shirt. At that moment, Raymond Oswald Duplain walked toward them. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed. Delilah's mother froze in shock. Her eyes widened. Raymond had slapped her. She held her cheek and stared at him in disbelief. Raymond said calmly, "Do you not realize who is behaving most disgracefully right now?" She looked at him, shocked. "Why? He is just a commoner." "Yes," Raymond interrupted firmly. "A mere commoner. But he is our daughter's teacher. What kind of parent treats their child's teacher like this?" Derrick still stood quietly with his head lowered. Raymond then said respectfully to Derrick, "Please forgive her. Every parent has their own way of loving their child." Derrick slowly raised his head and thought for a moment. Then he replied calmly, "It's all right." Raymond turned and said, "We have something to discuss privately. Come to the audience room." They walked away together, leaving Delilah's mother standing there in shock. She watched Derrick angrily, clenching her teeth while holding her cheek. In the audience room, Raymond dipped his pen into ink and began writing. "You have raised Delilah well," he said while writing. "As the master of this estate, I should give you a proper reward. The highest realm allowed to a commoner." He looked up and asked, "Do you want 3-star magic?" Derrick was surprised. He thought to himself, "He understands me perfectly. Even better than I understand myself. He knows exactly what I want and offers it directly. This is a 5-star mage, a Grand Duke of the nation. When an opportunity comes, it must be taken." Derrick looked at him firmly and said, "Yes. I want it." In the audience room, Raymond Oswald Duplain spoke calmly to Derrick, "You have taught Delilah 1-star magic well. But in Ebelstein's high society, that level is not enough to survive." Derrick replied respectfully, "There are many people in the Duplain family who can guide Lady Delilah. Now that she understands the basics, she will grow quickly." Raymond looked at him and said, "What my daughter needs is not just an instructor. She needs a true teacher." He dipped his pen into the ink again, then folded his hands. "And you? As a commoner, you hold an ambition so great that you are not even allowed to dream of it." Derrick thought, "The Grand Duke has not spoken to me much, yet he understands me so well." Raymond continued, "Do you know how insulting that ambition might seem to the proud nobles? I am willing to overlook it only because it is you." Derrick lowered his head. "He knows I am not aiming for 3-star magic. I am looking beyond it, toward 4-star and even higher," Derrick thought. "That is what makes this man so frightening." While writing, Raymond said, "If you have truly accepted that ambition, you cannot remain in a place like this for long. You are already preparing to leave, aren't you?" "Yes," Derrick replied. "I am." Raymond nodded slightly. "I am not unaware of your ambition. Still, you must teach Delilah a little longer." He paused before saying, "The highest level allowed to a commoner. Do you want 3-star magic?" Derrick was surprised, but he quickly answered, "Yes. I want it." Later, Derrick entered the library. He looked around and found a book. He picked it up, opened it, and began turning the pages. After reading for a moment, he thought, "Impressive." He looked at the other books in front of him. Many people spend their entire lives trying to obtain even one 2-star spell book. And here, all of these are 3-star spell books. With this much knowledge, there is more than enough reason to stay in this estate longer. If Pauline finds out, she will be furious. A few days later, in the afternoon, a pigeon flew across the sky. Daila stood proudly and cleared her throat. I am a 1-star mage now. Derrick, who was reading a 3-star magic book, replied calmly, well, even if it was only once, you did use 1-star magic. So yes, I suppose you can call yourself a 1-star mage. Daila stood proudly in front of Derrick, shining with happiness. Suddenly, she stepped closer to him and said, what? That's it? Your student made progress, and you're not even happy? Derrick kept reading his book and replied calmly, it's not an achievement I earned, is it? Daila turned around and placed a hand on her head. Seriously. This wasn't easy, you know. Derrick glanced at her and said, it seems you've recovered a lot in the last 3 days. You were crying your eyes out back then. Hearing that, Daila froze in embarrassment. She quickly sat down on a chair and said nervously, hey. Who was crying? I wasn't crying. It was just dust in my eyes. She pouted and added, and father should have told me earlier. I thought you were going to be kicked out. Derrick closed his book and looked at her. All right then. Shall we begin today's lesson? You're improving quickly. Soon, you'll learn other 1-star spells too. Daila's eyes lit up. What did you say? Quickly. Derrick replied calmly, your growth is unusual. It's rare to use 1-star magic so soon after learning magic manifestation. Daila smiled proudly. See? I told you. I'm the type of person who does what she says. So, what are we learning next? Magic arrow? It looked easy to cast without a chant. Or wind blade like Raig used. That looked strong. Oh. Or ice spear. That felt amazing. If I practice more, I'll be able to hit even Raig. You'll be practicing magic manifestation. Derrick said calmly. Daila turned around in shock. Huh? Why? Aren't we learning 1-star spells? There are many reasons, Derrick replied. But in the end, the basics matter most. Simply put, it all comes down to mana. Daila's excitement disappeared. She sighed. Okay. Fine. If you say so, then it is what it is. I got all excited for nothing, thinking we'd learn new spells. Derrick watched her quietly, resting his hand on his chin. Daila noticed and asked, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? No, my lady, Derrick said. I'm just surprised to see you listening so obediently. She turned her face away. What do you take me for? I've respected your words from the beginning. From the beginning? Derrick replied. You poured dirty water over my head. Twice. Daila lowered her head in embarrassment. You still remember that? It's hard to forget, Derrick said calmly. Suddenly, Daila laughed awkwardly. What nice weather today. Magic manifestation sounds fun. Let's hurry and practice. Derrick smiled slightly at her reaction. Time passed, and it was already midnight. Outside the Duke's house, Daila lay on the ground, breathing heavily. A faint blue ice aura flowed around her. Derrick stood beside her and said, I heard you're going to get busier. Daila slowly sat up, still tired. Derrick sat down next to her. So you heard, she said quietly. She touched her head in worry. I don't know. Starting next week, I'll have etiquette and general education classes too. Derrick looked at Daila and said, isn't that a good thing? You've learned 1-star magic. Now you'll receive a true noble education. Daila replied sadly, do you think I'm happy? She looked up at the sky and continued, basic noble etiquette, foreign languages, geography, history, botany, piano, sewing. I don't understand why I have to learn all of this. How did Aisline endure it? Derrick answered, that's why she's called the flower of Duplain. That's why she stands at the center of Ebelstein's high society. Daila sighed. I just want to study magic. Then study it, Derrick said calmly. I'm not sure we'll really have time, Daila replied. His Grace hired me, Derrick said. We still have plenty of freedom. Is there anyone who can throw me out at this point? Daila smiled slightly. Of course there is. Father acknowledges you, but Mother isn't the type to accept it so easily. Derrick frowned a little. Why does the madam want to send me away? Daila looked up again. She's probably worried that if I learn from you, I'll drift away from noble dignity. And become like a mercenary. Even today's spar didn't look very noble. It's far from what high society prefers. Derrick lowered his eyes and stayed silent for a moment. Then he looked at her and said, then it's simple. Daila blinked. What do you mean? Lady Daila, Derrick said calmly, silencing the madam isn't difficult. You only need to remove her reason for opposing me. Daila looked at him in confusion. The next morning, sunlight filled the house. Daila's mother walked through the hall, still worried. How could such an indecent man become her teacher? Oh, my poor baby. Her imagination ran wild. She imagined Derrick saying, "Watch closely, this is the mercenary way," while doing something rough and improper. She imagined Daila following him proudly and shocking the nobles of Ebelstein. My head hurts. She muttered to herself. What could that lowly man possibly teach Daila? Even if my husband accepts him, I am the mistress of this estate. I will find a way to deal with this. Just then, she heard a voice. Mother. Her thoughts disappeared at once. Daila? She turned with a gentle smile and opened her arms. Thinking, even if others say you are childish, I love it when you run into my arms and smile, but that did not happen. Instead, Daila stood at a distance and bowed politely. Did you rest well last night, mother? Her mother froze in surprise. Daila continued cheerfully, I couldn't leave the annex while I was being treated, so I'm sorry we couldn't talk properly. There's so much I want to discuss with you, but unfortunately I have a piano lesson this morning. Oh. I see. Her mother replied nervously. Daila stepped a little closer. I must go now. My general education schedule is quite full. Her mother blinked. Daila? Your etiquette lessons haven't started yet, have they? They begin next week. Don't they? Yes, mother, Daila answered politely. Thanks to your consideration, I'm really looking forward to them. She looked calm and mature, almost like her older sister. Her mother was still stunned. Oh. Well, hurry along. You'll be late for class. Daila turned and walked away. Her mother reached out slightly, wanting to stop her, but Daila continued forward. Suddenly, a maid nearby lost her balance and dropped a wooden tray. Everyone flinched, expecting Daila to shout, but instead, Daila smiled gently. Oh my, are you hurt? Please be careful. Don't overwork yourself. The maid stared at her in shock. Why yes, Lady Daila. Her mother and the other maids looked at one another in disbelief as Daila calmly continued on her way to class. In the Ebelstein noble district, the Rosia salon was full of laughter these days. Lady Eislein, I was really worried about you at the last gathering. You looked so heavy with worry. Lady Eislein looked surprised. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand and said, Oh, did I? I didn't mean to make you worry. She laughed softly while drinking her tea and added happily, most of my worries are gone now, so I feel much better. The red-haired girl sitting in front of Eislein was Alante Alphione Belmiard, the second daughter of House Belmiard. That's a relief, Alante replied. When I heard you went outside the noble district to save someone, I was very worried. Eislein smiled and said. Thank you for worrying about me, Lady Alante. The truth is, my younger sister Daila needed a magic teacher. I went to find one myself, so I was quite busy. Inside her mind, Alante felt confused. What? Lady Eislein went to find the teacher herself? How amazing must this teacher be for a Duplain lady to go in person? Denise, the second daughter of House Veltus, Linnaeus Veltus, held her teacup and asked, Did you say Lady Daila? Your younger sister, Eislein answered calmly, Yes, that's right. I saw Daila at the mansion recently, and she has become such a proper young lady. I could hardly recognize her. While the three of them sat together drinking tea, the other girls around them whispered to each other. Eislein continued with a warm smile, she has even reached 1-star magic. Her manners are so neat and graceful that it made me feel I need to work harder too. Meanwhile, Lady Denise thought to herself, that's strange. Why is Eislein suddenly talking about her sister? Wasn't House Duplain hiding Daila? Then Denise said, It sounds like you found an excellent magic teacher. Eislein replied happily, Yes. He has no noble status, but he must be very skilled. It was worth going all the way to the Beldun mercenary corps to find him myself. Lady Denise was shocked when she heard that the man was a mercenary. Lady Alante was confused by this. As she held her cup of tea, Lady Alante thought, come to think of it, if it's Daila. Isn't she the reason the mansion's cook ran away from Duplain? She remembered how the cook used to say, Lady Alante is truly kind. Back then, those words had made Alante feel nervous. Now, in the present, as she sipped her tea, she thought again about Daila's teacher. Not only did he reform that infamous brute, but he even turned her into a 1-star mage. After thinking for a while, Lady Allant smiled softly and asked Lady Eislein, "May I ask the name of that magic teacher?" Eislein blinked. "Pardon?" With a calm but chilling smile, Lady Allant said, "If he is Lady Daila's teacher, he will surely become even more famous in the future, won't he? I would like to know his name in advance." Eislein smiled brightly. "Ah, his name is Derrick." The scene changed to the Duplain house. Daila was talking to her mother, Miriella Dibble Duplain. "Derrick also teaches me a little etiquette," Daila said happily. "Etiquette is really hard to learn on my own." Miriella listened quietly. With a cold smile, she said, "I see. How admirable of you to study by yourself." Daila shook her head. "It's not that I studied alone. Derrick taught me." Miriella's smile stiffened. "What was difficult when you were studying by yourself?" Daila answered excitedly. "Most of it was difficult. I can do even this much thanks to Derrick." Miriella forced a small smile, trying to hide her anger. "Ah. I see." But inside, she was furious. Derrick. 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 How many times is that name going to come up? Seriously. I don't know what he did to Daila. But I can't just let this continue. There must be a way to stop this. Meanwhile, the servants of the Duplain house were talking happily. "Lady Daila has been so kind to the servants lately," one maid said. "She has become so gentle." The gardener, smiling widely, added, "Lady Daila has been in such a good mood lately. She's changed so much in just a few weeks." The head butler thought for a moment and said, "It's surprising. I only ever saw that kind of behavior from Lady Eislein before. Maybe she is finally trying to become a true lady." You can feel noble dignity from Lady Daila now. Hearing all the praise for Derrick and Daila, Miriella Dibble Duplain clenched her teeth in anger, unable to hide her fury any longer. At night, the stars were shining in the sky. A 3-star spell book lay on the ground. Derrick was trying to use a 3-star spell. Blue mana gathered in his hand, but sweat covered his face. He gritted his teeth as he tried to pull in more mana. It was too difficult. The mana suddenly disappeared, and Derrick fell back onto the grass, breathing heavily. Sweat dripped down his face. Just then, he felt someone behind him. He turned around. Raig was walking toward him, waving his hand with a small, cold smile. "Oh, sorry. Was I interrupting your training?" Raig asked. Derrick was tired, but he replied calmly, "Not at all." "What brings you here?" A few minutes later, Raig sat beside him. "I wanted to talk about Daila," he said. "All right," Derrick answered. Raig's eyes suddenly noticed the book in Derrick's hand. He looked surprised. "Wait. Isn't that a 3-star spell book?" "Yes, it is," Derrick replied. "His Grace lent it to me." Raig was shocked. "He lent that to you?" Derrick nodded. "It's too difficult for me right now. But there's no harm in studying ahead." Raig remembered when his father once said, "He's a true mage." "That's impressive," Raig said quietly. Then Derrick asked, "So, what about Lady Daila? Is that why you came?" Raig looked down, a little nervous. "Oh. Right. That. It's a bit complicated. What do teenage girls like these days?" Derrick blinked. Confused, Raig shyly continued, "If I embroidered a doll that looked like her, would she like it?" Derrick immediately answered with a serious face, "Absolutely not." Raig laughed awkwardly. "Ah. Right. I thought so. I'm not saying I was going to make one or anything. I didn't think it was a good idea either." He stood up and rubbed the back of his head. "Should we head inside? If you're done training." Derrick picked up the 3-star spell book and followed him. As they walked, Raig said, "Anyway, I'm grateful to you." Derrick looked confused but stayed silent. "The mood in the mansion has been good lately," Raig continued with a small smile. "Even Valerian has been focusing on managing the territory. Father doesn't show it, but he looks satisfied." "Is that so?" Derrick said. "It's hard to read his Grace's feelings." Raig smiled. "Everyone in this mansion would agree with that." Suddenly, Raig stopped walking. He looked up at the night sky. "I guess I should accept what I need to accept," he said quietly. "People can change. Especially kids at that age. I don't know if I just didn't notice it before. Or if I was avoiding it. But since Daila has changed, I think I should change too." He turned to Derrick. "This is thanks to you." "Thank you, Derrick." Derrick didn't know what to say. They started walking again. Raig waved his finger slightly and added, by the way, Daila's magic felt different. Did you notice? Derrick asked from behind him. Yeah, Raig said. It was like she was drawing a picture. Derrick thought, a genius really is a genius. He truly is a duplane. It shouldn't have been easy to notice that difference. Yes, Derrick explained calmly. Lady Daila uses the mana control style of the School of the Wild. Each person uses mana in a different way. Once she reaches a certain level, she'll be able to study on her own without my help. At that stage, a teacher's interference can actually become a hindrance. Raig nodded slowly. I see. That level. Her time to shine will come eventually. 2 months later, Lady Daila was sitting on a chair. She gently placed some flowers on the table and looked at them in confusion. Huh? What is this? Why flowers? She asked. The maid standing behind her brushed her hair calmly and said, they bloomed so beautifully, so I brought them to put in your hair. Daila picked up one flower, smelled it, and blushed. They smell so nice. It feels like spring has already been here for months. I'm comfortable using 1-star magic now, and I've become much closer to the servants too. She looked up with a sweet smile. I think I missed so much before. It's all thanks to Derrick. The maid smiled as she continued brushing her hair. I was wondering why you looked so happy today. Is it magic lesson day? Daila blinked. I look happy. Yes, the maid said cheerfully. Then I should place the flowers nicely. She carefully put the flowers in Daila's hair. Ah. Give me one of the leftover flowers, Daila said suddenly. I want to give one to Derrick. A few minutes later, the flowers slipped from her hands and fell to the floor. Daila stood frozen, tears forming in her eyes. The fallen flowers lay at her feet. What do you mean by that, Derrick? She asked sadly. Derrick and Valerian were standing in the room. Derrick looked at her calmly. You heard me, he said softly. Then his voice turned sad. There is nothing left for me to teach you. He paused before continuing. That is how the seasons work. Just as there is no eternal winter, there is no eternal spring. The scene changed to the audience room. Derrick was sitting on a sofa. He spoke calmly. Your Grace has likely noticed as well, but Lady Daila belongs to the School of the Wild. Among them, her talent is especially strong. He lowered his eyes and said sadly, if I stay involved with her any longer, I might only end up breaking her wings. Raymond Oswald Duplain replied, I understand. Then there is no reason for you to remain in this mansion. Yes, that is correct, Derrick answered. Raymond was silent for a few minutes. Then he stood up and walked to the window. Looking outside, he spoke in a quiet voice. Thanks to you, many things have changed. Because of you, my daughter was able to grow. I was too busy managing the territory and failed to be a good father. But now, I feel relieved. He turned slightly. When will you leave? Derrick replied, I heard that Lady Eislein will visit the mansion soon and then return to Ebelstein. I plan to ride in her carriage at that time. I see. Raymond said. You will return the library key now. Derrick nodded. Yes. I will return the spellbooks I am reading and pass the key through the head butler. There is no need for that, Raymond said coldly. Return the key now. Derrick said nothing. He looked at his 3-star spellbooks for a moment. If there is nothing else, you may go, Raymond added. Derrick stayed silent. He stood up, bowed his head respectfully, and left the audience room. As he walked down the hall, Daila suddenly stepped in front of him. You appeared out of nowhere, she said, her voice shaking. And now you're leaving out of nowhere. Derrick looked at her and bowed slightly. Lady Daila. It cannot be helped. I know you won't listen, she said softly. But I'll say it anyway. She paused, then asked nervously, can't you stay? Derrick didn't answer at first. He stepped closer to her and bent down slightly so they were at eye level. He gave her a gentle smile. As I always planned, I will return to being a mercenary. I will continue studying magic as well. And when you build more skill, you will go to Ebelstein for your debut. We can meet again then. Daila lowered her head sadly. If my level rises more by that time, Derrick continued, I will be able to teach you something new. You're annoying, Daila said quietly. You always say the right things, so I have nothing to argue with. That night, clouds covered the moon. Inside her room, Daila was sleeping, sweat on her forehead. In her dream, she heard many harsh voices. Daila, you are a useless child. An incompetent child. What do you have besides your bloodline? You don't have any talent. You are the shame of Duplain. In her dream, she was a small child again, holding a toy, tears running down her face. Suddenly, her eyes flew open. No! She shouted, waking up. She realized it was only a nightmare. She breathed heavily and placed her hand on her head. The maid rushed into the room. Lady Daila? Are you alright? I heard you shout. What happened? Daila looked at the maid and thought, what if I pretend? Maybe if I go back to being difficult. If I cause trouble like before. Then Derrick would stay for me, wouldn't he? Lady Daila? Are you feeling unwell? The maid asked again nervously. Daila slowly moved her lips. No. The maid looked surprised. I won't do something like that anymore, Daila thought. She looked at the maid and smiled gently. I'm fine. Don't worry. That wouldn't make me valuable anyway, she told herself. The next morning, sunlight filled the mansion. Lady Eislein was sitting inside her carriage. She looked at Derrick and said, if I drop you off at the commercial district, that should be fine, right? Derrick held her bag and nodded. Yes, I would appreciate that. Eislein smiled. Go and say your goodbyes. We will depart soon. Derrick turned his eyes toward them. The Duplain family stood in front of him. Raig and Valerian looked at him with warm smiles, while Daila turned her face away. Valerian spoke first. So, you're really leaving? Derrick nodded. I have to return to where I came from. Raig said gently, life in the mansion couldn't have been easy. You worked hard all this time. Valerian added, if anything happens, contact me. I'll help as much as I can. Derrick bowed his head. Thank you. Then he lifted his eyes and looked at Daila. She also looked at him, but neither of them spoke. Derrick kept watching her quietly. Finally, Daila said, what? Why are you looking at me like that? Did you think I would beg you not to go? Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not a child anymore. Derrick smiled softly. It was an honor to teach you. I can't proudly call myself your teacher, but I hope you'll remember the magic you learned from me. Daila crossed her arms but smiled. Sorry, but I'm going to proudly say you're my teacher. You won't be able to live quietly anymore, you know? You're the teacher of the great Daila Catherine Duplain, after all. Derrick felt happy but stayed silent. Daila then turned her face away and said quietly, take care of yourself. Don't do anything reckless and get hurt. I'll be fine, Derrick replied. Please don't push yourself too hard either. I'm already an adult. I can take care of myself now, Daila said. Her words reminded Derrick of his own past. Long ago, he had said the same thing to his teacher, I'm already an adult. I can take care of myself. Back then, his teacher had hugged him and said, Derrick, take my words to heart. Back in the present, Derrick stayed silent for a moment. Then he looked at Daila and said gently, Lady Daila. He placed his hand on her head, you don't need to grow up so quickly. Daila's eyes widened. Suddenly, tears filled them. Derrick turned and walked toward the carriage. Daila wiped her tears and called out, Derrick. He looked back, with tears still in her eyes but a bright smile on her face. She waved and shouted, see you again. Derrick bowed respectfully. Let's meet again in Ebelstein, Lady Daila. More tears fell from her eyes. Okay. Then the carriage left the mansion, seeing changes. Ebelstein Commercial District and the busy streets of Ebelstein. A door slowly opened inside the guild building. A girl was beating a boy, punching him in the face while others cheered. That's right. Hit him harder. Someone shouted. At that moment, Derrick appeared behind them. The girl kept hitting the boy, blood on his mouth. Then she noticed Derrick. Her face lit up with joy. Derrick. Derrick smiled at her. I'm back home. At the tavern Belden's Tier, Derrick sat at a wooden table. The tavern master placed a cup in front of him. This is honey wine, the master said with a smile. Nobles like to act classy about it, but you used to love it. It's a welcome drink, so it's free. Thank you, Derrick replied calmly. Pauline looked at Derrick closely and narrowed his eyes. Were you always this pale? Or did you become even paler after living with nobles? Derrick looked confused but stayed silent. With a smirk, Pauline continued, when I heard you became a magic teacher, I thought maybe the nobles were all taking some strange drug together. So what happened? Tell me. Derrick held the wine in his hand and answered quietly. I simply work there. There isn't much to say. Helene laughed. Wow, listen to you, talking like a noble. Would it hurt to tell us something? The tavern master smiled and handed Helene a drink. That's enough. Just drink. Helene slammed the table. I'm annoyed. I went through hell working alone while he was gone. The master chuckled. But Derrick must have earned a lot of money, right? So, did they pay well? Derrick shook his head. I received something more important than money. The master looked confused. Derrick then showed them a spell book. The master's eyes widened. What is that? Could it be a 2-star spell book? Helene jumped to his feet in shock. Something that rare. Derrick calmly corrected him. No. It's a 3-star spellbook. The master shouted in panic, did you steal it? If you get caught, you're dead. Helene's eyes sparkled. Who cares about stealing? It's a 3-star spellbook. I want one too. Where did you get it? Derrick answered quietly, the Grand Duke gave it to me. Helene grabbed Derrick by the collar. What? Don't lie, you little punk. Are they looking for an archery instructor there too? Tell me. Derrick just sighed and looked away. Hours later, Helene was asleep in his chair while the tavern master cleaned the floor. Derrick sat quietly, reading the 3-star spellbook. After a while, Derrick asked, have any requests come in lately? The master looked surprised. You just came back. You're taking a job already? Yes, Derrick replied. Something light. Maybe a simple subjugation. I feel like I've lost my edge a little. The master laughed softly. Like you would ever lose your edge. There's always a shortage of mages. If you want work, there's plenty. Then I'll start tomorrow, Derrick said. As soon as possible. The next morning, Derrick and Helene rode in a carriage. Derrick read his 3-star spellbook while Helene ate bread. Their first job was to subdue a huge goblin. The monster chased Helene, who ran in fear, sweating and shouting. Derrick stepped forward calmly, drawing his sword. With Helene's arrows and Derrick's blade, they defeated the goblin. Helene was breathing heavily afterward, but Derrick stood still and calm. Their next job was a giant spider. Helene shouted nervously while fighting. Derrick calmly infused his sword with magic and prepared his attack. Together, they finally defeated the creature. On the way back, Derrick continued reading his 3-star spellbook. Helene, however, felt sick and started vomiting from exhaustion. That night, they set up a campfire. Helene fell asleep quickly. But Derrick was not there. Far from the camp, Derrick stood alone in the dark forest. Blue magical energy flowed around him as he tried to cast a 3-star spell. Sweat ran down his face as he gathered all his strength into his hand. A small amount of magic appeared, but suddenly it exploded. A bright blue light flashed through the forest and threw Derrick backward. He landed hard on the ground. His hand was bleeding. Breathing heavily, he looked at his injured hand. I've mostly mastered 2-star spells, he thought. But the wall to 3-star is much higher than I expected. The next day, the two of them returned to the guild. Days passed quickly. Summer came to Belden's Tier, and the tavern was warm and lively. After some time, autumn arrived. The air grew cooler. Then winter began. Snow fell heavily outside. One night, the tavern door slowly opened. Helene and Derrick stepped inside. Helene was shivering, it's freezing. Helene complained. How much colder is it going to get? Both of them were covered in blood from battle. Helene also had a bad cold and kept sniffling. Derrick was quiet as always, though his clothes were stained with blood too. The guild master looked at them and laughed. It's good to be young. You went all the way to the Kent Mountains and came back in this weather? Helene covered his nose and replied. I kept telling him we should go when it's warmer. Derrick placed a large bag on the table. The guild master picked it up and raised an eyebrow. You two are the only crazy ones who would bring back a harpy's head in this snow. He then handed them 2 thick, warm pieces of cloth. Derrick took one and pressed it gently against his wound. Thank you. Helene wrapped his around his face. Ah. I feel alive again. The guild master sat down and checked the bag. Since you worked so hard, you'll probably rest tomorrow. He paused and smiled. Actually, a request just came in. It fits you perfectly, Derrick. Derrick looked at him calmly. What kind of request? It's expensive and easy. The guild master replied. Though it might be a little annoying. The request came from the Rohel Mercenary Corps on West Street. You've heard of Count Belmiard, right? Derrick nodded slightly. They're looking for a commoner to help with magic sparring. To be honest, they need a punching dummy. You just go, take a few hits, and get paid. Derrick quietly accepted the job. Later, Derrick arrived at the nobles' district, inside a magic sparring arena. At the same time, a young noblewoman named Elant was walking in with her teacher. So who am I sparring with today? Elant asked. Her teacher answered calmly, to improve your offensive magic, we arranged a commoner for you. Elant stopped walking. What? You want me to beat up a commoner? Her teacher smiled. This is part of your training. We promised him good compensation. You may practice as much as you want. Elant sighed. So this practice is just beating up a commoner. Typical nobles. Her teacher added, still, he can handle 1-star magic. Elant replied confidently, Teacher, I'll be 2-star soon. There's a huge difference between 1-star and 2-star. It's like heaven and earth. Meanwhile, Derrick was sitting quietly on a bench, putting on his shoes. He heard footsteps echoing in the arena and looked up. Elant stood in front of him. Are you my sparring opponent today? She asked. Derrick stood and bowed politely. My name is Derrick. I'm Elant, she replied. She paused and thought, Derrick. I've heard that name somewhere before. Her teacher clapped his hands lightly. All right, let's begin. To the arena. As they walked, Elant wondered, is he really a mage? He looks so young. Both of them stepped into the arena. Elant stretched her arms and said calmly, you know the basic etiquette of magic sparring, right? Yes, Derrick replied. I know the basics. Good, she said. Resist as much as you can. I'll end this quickly. She thought to herself, if I blast him out of bounds with one shockwave, this will be over fast. Derrick looked at her calmly. Resist as much as I can. How much resistance do you need from me? Elant blinked in confusion. What kind of strange question is that? Derrick answered politely, I need to know how much I should resist in order to be helpful to you. Her teacher nodded slightly. Elant let out a small laugh. You talk in a funny way. Like I said, resist with everything you have. Derrick thought for a moment. Very well, he said quietly. As you wish. Blue magic slowly began to gather around his palm. Both of them were ready to fight. Magic gathered in their hands as they prepared their spells. Lady Elant quietly began chanting another spell. Magic energy gathered in her hand as she thought, that commoner brat deserves some praise for mastering a 1-star rank at such a young age. But he is far too arrogant. I will make him understand the wall between nobles and commoners. She chanted more words and then released a powerful attack from her hand toward Derrick. Derrick noticed the attack coming. He focused calmly and stepped slightly back, easily dodging it. The spell passed by him and struck the trees behind him. The impact exploded, cutting the trees into 2 pieces. Elant narrowed her eyes in disbelief. How did he dodge it so easily? Derrick looked at her confidently and asked, what's the next attack? Hearing that made Lady Elant furious. This little brat. I guess he does have a reason to be confident. But that doesn't mean the wall between us disappears, she began chanting again. Many magic circles appeared on the ground around her. From those circles, countless ice arrows formed and gathered in the air as she controlled them. This will end it. She thought. With a wave of her hand, she fired all the ice arrows toward Derrick. Derrick stood calmly. He raised his hand and cast a simple spell. Elant's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't understand what she was seeing. Derrick's simple spell destroyed every ice arrow flying toward him. The broken pieces of magic scattered and fell near Elant. She stood there, frozen in surprise. And no, it was only a simple spell. But he can control it to this level. Even her teacher watching nearby was surprised. Oh. For a commoner, his level of magic is excellent. It seems the claim that he was a veteran mercenary was not just empty talk. Lady Elant began chanting another spell. Golden energy started flowing around her like fire. She thought, I admit that I underestimated him. This time, I will attack him seriously. With her spell, many golden arrows appeared around her, shining with a strong golden aura. On the other side, Derrick calmly watched and thought, she changed her strategy. She isn't trying to hit me directly. She plans to blow away the entire sparring arena. For a noble, her adaptability is impressive. Lady Allant raised her hand and gathered many golden arrows around her. She controlled them with her magic and then released them all at once toward Derrick. The golden arrows rained down on him. Derrick stayed in his place and thought, I can't dodge this. He quickly chanted a spell and created a magic barrier around himself. He held the barrier with both hands and stood firm. All the arrows struck the barrier. Loud explosions echoed across the arena as the arrows kept hitting it. Lady Allant stood on the other side, watching. The entire area became covered with dust from the explosions. When the dust began to clear, Derrick was still standing there, holding his barrier. He was completely unharmed. Suddenly, Derrick noticed something rushing toward him. It was Lady Allant. She had jumped forward, holding a large ice spear in her hand. She used the explosion as cover and attacked him fiercely. Derrick looked at her in surprise. A point-blank ice spear. At this distance, there's no way to dodge it or even create another barrier. Her talent is incredible. In that instant, Derrick quickly moved his fingers and cast a small spell. A bright flash of light suddenly appeared, freezing the air around them. Allant couldn't bear the brightness. She quickly closed her eyes. Damn it! My eyes! She shouted, struggling to keep her balance. After a moment, she opened one eye and looked around. Where did that bastard go? I can't see anything. She tried to calm herself. Focus, Allant. If I listen carefully, I can react quickly. If I can find his position. Just then, a small piece of magic passed near her. Sweat appeared on her face. Did something just pass by? I didn't hear anything. Don't tell me. Then she faintly saw Derrick standing in front of her. 3 small spells floated around him. Derrick sent the spells toward her one by one. Allant barely dodged them, confused. While watching him, she suddenly realized something. It's a delusion-type spell that removes sound. He even predicted that I would rely on my hearing. Then. That first attack that missed. Anger filled her face. How dare he go easy on me? Meanwhile, Derrick continued controlling his simple spells and threw them at her again. Allant blocked one with panic. Not a chance. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. Derrick rushed forward in an attacking stance. He's closing the distance. She thought. She smiled confidently. That fool. Rapid magic manifestation is my specialty. Focus, Allant. The moment magic appears in his hand, I'll cast mine first and end this. But then she noticed something strange. Derrick stepped on the ground, and magic appeared beneath his feet. She quickly jumped backward in surprise. Huh. He's using magic on his feet. As she kept dodging, she noticed the tip of his toes glowing with magic. His toes are casting spells too. Small flashes of magic shot toward her. She barely dodged them under heavy pressure. Finally, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. Her teacher was watching the fight with wide eyes. Impressive, he thought. He seems to come from the school of the wild. But I can't read the flow of his magic. From the perspective of the school of regulation, it's hard to keep up with him. In the arena, Lady Allant had fallen to the ground. She nervously placed a hand on her head and looked at Derrick. Derrick. You are a very interesting kid, she said. Her eyes shone with surprise. Then she spoke honestly. I'll be honest. At first, I looked down on you. I thought you were just a loud liar. She slowly stepped closer to him. Derrick stayed where he was, watching her carefully. Then Allant bowed her head slightly and said calmly. But you showed me something interesting. So. Thank you. She smiled. Suddenly, she used the same type of spell Derrick had used earlier. A small light appeared at the tip of her toe and shot toward him. Derrick stayed focused. His eyes were calm and determined. He quickly raised his hand and blocked the attack. Then he used his magic to catch the spell and swung his hand, sending it back toward Allant. Allant screamed in surprise and quickly tried to dodge it. At the same moment, Derrick jumped forward to attack her. His eyes shone with focus. Allant panicked. Her mouth opened in shock as she saw his sudden attack coming toward her. Suddenly, the sound of a bell echoed through the air. It was Lady Allant's teacher ringing it. Hearing the bell, Derrick's feet touched the ground, and Lady Allant noticed. Derrick respectfully bowed and said, "Thank you for the match." The match ended. Sweat covered Lady Allant's face as she nervously bit her lip in embarrassment. The scene then shifted to the resting area. Lady Allant sat on a chair while her maid handed her a cup of tea. Derrick stood silently in front of her. Holding the cup, Lady Allant calmly said, "You're a splendid mage." Derrick replied, "No, Lady Allant. You're the one with reflexes I've never seen before." Hearing that, Lady Allant blushed and smiled. "Flattering me like that? You must be quite used to this world. I heard you're a commoner, though. Judging by your skill, you must have honed it through relentless effort." Derrick calmly answered, "I had to survive as a mercenary." Lady Allant let out a soft laugh, still blushing. "Save the humility. I like hard-working people. But that old magic teacher behind me. He probably won't like you very much, so try not to get on his bad side." Derrick lowered his eyes but said nothing. Lady Allant took a sip of tea and continued, "Well. Thanks to you, I learned a lot. There's another sparring match at the Rosia Salon next time. I might even get a good result. With your skill, I don't think you have much to worry about." Derrick replied calmly. After placing the cup on the table, Lady Allant said, "Maybe. But I'm not interested in small fry. The person I truly want to defeat is Aisline Eleanor Duplain." Her eyes hardened with determination as she spoke the name. Derrick blinked upon hearing it but remained silent. Lady Allant waved her hand. "I've prattled on for too long. You may go." Derrick bowed, turned around, and began to leave. As she picked up her cup again, Lady Allant thought, "Derrick of the Bell-Done Mercenary Corps. I feel like I've heard that name before." Suddenly, she remembered, Lady Aisline had once mentioned him. Her eyes widened in realization. Meanwhile, Derrick walked toward the exit. All of a sudden, Lady Allant grabbed his hand. Derrick turned around, confused, his eyes filled with questions as she held on to him. With a chilling smile, Lady Allant asked, "It's you, isn't it? The mercenary who taught Daila?" The scene shifted to Lady Allant's residence. The sun was setting, and the sky had grown cold. Inside, a fire burned warmly, filling the house with comfort. Lady Allant and Derrick sat facing each other. "I'll get straight to the point," she said. "If I can beat Aisline, I'll do anything." Derrick calmly asked, "You want to defeat Lady Aisline?" "Yes," she replied. "Aisline isn't a 2-star mage yet. It would be best if I reached 2-star first, but if I can't, then at least I want to defeat her in the upcoming magic spar." Holding his cup of tea, Derrick said, "You've got quite a competitive spirit." "Competitive spirit?" she repeated with a faint smile. "That's a nice way to put it. For now, you can call it that. But before, I wanted to beat Aisline so badly that I wouldn't have hesitated to do something disgraceful." Derrick looked at her seriously but remained silent. Continuing while holding her cup, Lady Allant spoke in a quieter tone, "Jealousy is dirty and pathetic. I was jealous of Aisline. And it didn't end well. No matter how much I gossiped behind her back or tried to dig up her flaws, she only tried to understand and accept me instead." Derrick paused for a moment, then asked, "Why are you telling me this?" Lady Allant placed her cup of tea on the table and said, "I wanted you to understand my sincerity, even if it meant exposing my shameful side. And there are a few things I want to ask." Derrick, slightly curious, replied, "Please, go ahead." Lady Allant continued, "If you stayed with the Duplain family, then you should know well enough how skilled Aisline is." Her expression grew more serious as she added, "And what my own abilities are like. That's why I'm asking you, what must I do to defeat Aisline?" After hearing this, Derrick paused for a moment. He took a sip of his tea, then calmly said, "It's true that Lady Aisline's skill is at an astonishing level. But you also possess tremendous ability." He looked at her and continued, "If you work hard to refine your skills." As he observed her determined gaze, a thought crossed his mind. Sometimes, you can read a person's heart through their eyes. This young lady in front of me isn't asking for praise. She's desperate enough to seek an answer even from a lowly mercenary. Silence filled the room for a moment, then Derrick spoke firmly, "You can't beat her." Lady Allant remained silent, simply staring at him. Derrick watched her, curious about her reaction. Her lips trembled slightly before she said with determination, "Even so. Even so, I want to win. Even if it's impossible, I will win." Derrick was briefly surprised but said nothing. Lady Allant suddenly stood up and slammed her hand on the table. "You turned that good-for-nothing Daila into a mage. So you can help me defeat Aisline as well, can't you?" Derrick listened, paused for a moment, and then replied, "It's not that there's absolutely no method worth trying. But before that, there are a few things that concern me." Lady Allant sat down again and, with a faint, chilling smile, said, "Now we're getting somewhere." What are they? Lowering his eyes, Derrick asked, first, do you know exactly how I taught Lady Daila? For a moment, he recalled everything that had happened at the Duplain residence, how harsh his methods had been, even to the point of striking Daila or pushing her to the brink to force her growth. Lady Allant calmly replied, I don't know the details. But don't worry. I'll do anything to win. Derrick continued, second, as you know, I'm a mercenary. That means, before he could finish, Lady Allant turned her face proudly and interrupted, is that what you're worried about? That people will talk. That they'll sneer at a noble lady learning magic from a mercenary? She looked straight at him and said firmly. Listen, Derrick. I'm serious. I'm going to become someone whose name will resound across the entire empire. If I can't even take first place in Ebelstein's social circle, that would be absurd. Derrick listened quietly as she continued, placing a hand on her chest. So don't you dare question my sincerity over something so petty. I know very well what matters more than pride. After hearing her out, Derrick remained silent for a moment before calmly saying, no. What I meant is, you'll need to pay me. I am a mercenary, after all. Lady Allant froze for a second. Then her face flushed red with embarrassment. She lowered her gaze, hugging herself slightly as she said nervously, ah. Money. That's what you meant. Of course. I can pay as much as you want. Derrick thought to himself, why does this room suddenly feel so hot? Then his expression turned serious. If she's truly this determined, then I should respond in kind, even if it means using harsh methods. At the Rosia Salon, Lady Eislein was happily chatting with her friends. It seems the upcoming gathering will also include a magic duel, she said. I heard Lady Allant's skills have improved drastically. If that's the case, I should make thorough preparations as well. One of the girls laughed lightly. Goodness, is it already time for another gathering? Another chimed in, then I must participate too. Meanwhile, Lady Allant was watching Eislein from nearby. She soon approached and called out, Lady Eislein is far too humble. Hearing her voice, Eislein turned and smiled. Lady Allant. There you are. Lady Allant returned the smile calmly. We were just talking about you. Eislein added. I know, Allant replied. I could hear your voice all the way from the end of the hall. As the two began walking together, continuing their conversation, one of Eislein's friends whispered to another, maybe we shouldn't interrupt the two of them just yet. Lady Allant smiled and asked, but doesn't Lady Eislein need to participate as well? Have you never tasted defeat before? Especially since you're known as the shining flower of the Duplain bloodline. Eislein sighed softly but responded calmly, thank you for the flattery. Even so, my opponent this time is you, Lady Allant. That is why I cannot afford to be careless. Allant replied proudly, to be honest. I do feel a bit more confident thanks to my new magic tutor. He's just a commoner, but his track record was impressive enough to convince me to hire him. Eislein looked surprised. It's quite unusual for you to personally hire someone like that, Lady Allant. It seems you place a great deal of trust in this instructor. Placing a hand on her chin, Allant said calmly, more accurately, the one who vouched for his abilities wasn't me. But you, Lady Eislein. Me? Eislein asked, confused. I vouched for him? Allant looked at her with a chill smile. Yes. Because my tutor is none other than Derrick. Eislein's eyes widened in surprise. Inside, Allant laughed to herself. Look at that shocked expression. You're angry, aren't you? I bet you're incredibly frustrated. The man you couldn't hold onto is now mine, but Eislein simply smiled brightly. Oh my. Congratulations, Lady Allant. I'm certain you've made a wise choice. You're truly dependable. She even blushed slightly as she took Allant's hand. Congratulations once again. Allant forced a nervous smile. Thank you. Wait. This isn't the reaction I was expecting. Eislein suddenly fell silent, recalling a memory. Why don't you try asking Derrick for some extra magic tutoring? She had once suggested to her sister. Daila. I've noticed your growth has been a bit stagnant lately. If Derrick guides you, I'm sure you'll improve. Daila had been startled, quickly waving her hands in refusal. No, there's no need to ask him for that. I don't think it's necessary at all. Please don't go that far. Because you are someone very precious to me. Back in the present, Eislein placed a hand on her chin, still smiling thoughtfully. Elant smirked inwardly. That's right, Lady Eislein. When you think about it carefully, you must understand what it means that I've taken him from you. Yes, Eislein, let your anger out. I, Elant Alphione Belmiard, have openly stolen your tutor. Eislein hesitated, then spoke. Lady Elant? Derrick is actually a bit, but before she could finish, Elant stepped forward cheerfully. Oh my, is it already this late? I truly enjoyed our chat. She waved her hand lightly. I'll take my leave now. Today is my first tutoring session. With a teasing smile, she walked away. Eislein remained where she stood, confused. It shouldn't be anything serious. She thought. Derrick isn't the type to do anything truly terrible. Nearby, Denise watched the two of them quietly while holding a cup of tea. Taking a sip, she thought to herself, besides. Everyone is just working hard to make a living. The scene shifts to Belden's tier. Inside, Derrick spoke calmly, anyway, I'll put all of that aside. I need to focus on my upcoming job. The master of Belden's rested a hand on his head and asked, the Earl Belmiard family, right? Why does your workload keep piling up like this? Derrick, holding a cup of wine, replied, besides, I don't even need to make a long trip to the Earl's estate. It doesn't matter as long as I can handle it here in Ebelstein's. The master frowned. Hey, you make it sound so easy. But can our young lady really beat Lady Eislein in that match? Derrick answered calmly, it's not entirely hopeless. I still have a way. As long as Lady Elant can break through to the 2-star level. Even if she faces Lady Eislein head-on, we can use the star-level advantage to overpower her and claim victory. The master picked up a large drum and turned slightly. Alright, let's put that wishful thinking aside for now. What's the most realistic plan you want to execute? Derrick replied, that's exactly what I wanted to discuss, uncle. That's why I need your help with this plan. The master looked at him, confused. Derrick continued, to guarantee a safe environment, we'll also need Pelline's help. The master stared at him for a moment before saying, You're planning something reckless that doesn't make any sense, aren't you? Derrick remained calm. Uncle, to be frank. This entire plan is fundamentally dangerous. At that moment, Pelline spoke up loudly, it's extremely dangerous, you know. Those bastards are absolute scammers. She waved her hands in frustration. They completely tricked me and made me suffer. They drained every last coin I had. Both men looked at her. Derrick sighed, then handed her some money. Here. Just use this. The scene shifts to Lady Elant's residence. On the training grounds, Lady Elant stood calmly, listening. Derrick said, first, we will start our lessons in the form of live combat training. This drill will be repeated 10 times. Only after that will I analyze the finer details of your magic. Elant looked nervous. You're really going to throw me into 10 consecutive rounds of combat? I need to observe your actual combat abilities first, Derrick replied. She smiled slightly. Very fitting for your mercenary background. Brutal, isn't it? But that's fine. I didn't hire you to sit around and lecture me from a dusty old textbook. Derrick formed a spell in his hand. All right. If you're ready, we'll begin. After some time, they completed 10 rounds of combat. The training ground was heavily damaged. Lady Elant bent over, hands on her knees, breathing heavily from exhaustion. Derrick said calmly, thank you for your hard work, my lady. Please rest for 10 minutes. After that, we will discuss the fundamentals of magic theory. Elant, exhausted, asked, only 10 minutes. I don't have a single drop of mana left. If you push yourself, I'm sure there's still some mana left to draw from, Derrick replied. She looked uneasy but said nothing. After 10 minutes, the training resumed. This time, Lady Elant used ice magic to create spears. The shape is incorrect, Derrick said. Sharpen your focus and create 10 more ice spears. I'm trying. She replied, struggling, if you can't even do this. What else are you capable of? You are still 5 short. Next, fire 100 more magic arrows. Elant hesitated. I really don't have any mana left. Instead of wasting time making excuses, create 1 more arrow, Derrick said firmly. Time passed quickly, and soon it was dark outside. After exhausting all her mana, Lady Elant collapsed onto the ground, completely drained. Derrick looked at her. You've worked hard this session. You may go and have your dinner now. Then he added, "My lady, are you all right? If you truly feel incapable of continuing, giving up is always an option." Allant sat up and laughed. "You're telling me to give up after just a little training like this?" She looked at him with determination. "You gave me some alarming warnings before we began. I thought the training would be grueling, but this is just regular hard work." Looking up, she continued, "You can't imagine what I've had to endure just to survive in this cutthroat high society. A little training like this? It's nothing to me." Derrick lowered his gaze slightly. "Is that so? Perhaps I underestimated you." Allant stood up again. "I'm just a bit tired since I returned from a social gathering. Starting tomorrow, I'll show you my true abilities." With a confident smile, she added, "So from tomorrow onward, you'd better increase the intensity of the training. This light warm-up barely made me break a sweat." Derrick looked at her seriously. "Tomorrow? My lady, what do you mean by that?" Allant blinked, confused. "I already told you," Derrick said calmly. "Right now is merely your dinner break." Silence filled the training ground. Allant laughed awkwardly. "You have quite an unusual sense of humor." Derrick's expression remained firm. "My lady, I did not take this job to joke around with you." A voice echoed across Lady Allant's training ground. "Come on, Lady Allant, you can do more." Lady Allant stood in the center, struggling to form magic arrows using her mana. Sweat rolled down her face as she forced herself to continue. Nearby, Derrick calmly, clapping lightly. "Just 5 more magic arrows, there's still mana left in your body. Alright, make it 10 more arrows." Lady Allant glared at him, exhausted. "Why are you increasing the number?" Despite her complaint, she kept going, pushing her limits. After some time, they began stamina training. Derrick ran steadily, maintaining a calm pace. Behind him, Lady Allant struggled to keep up, her energy nearly gone. "If you can't run anymore," Derrick said casually, "we'll switch to magic manifestation training." "I'll run," she replied between heavy breaths. After the run, Lady Allant collapsed onto a seat, her face pale, her body completely drained. She breathed heavily, barely able to move. Derrick, sitting nearby, glanced at her. "Are you ready already?" "Huh? Why yeah." She answered nervously, forcing a small smile. "This is fun." Derrick spoke calmly. "If it seems impossible, giving up is also an option." Still exhausted, she smiled faintly. "Giving up is never an option. This much isn't even a workout." Derrick looked at her silently for a moment, then stood up. "In that case, I think you've rested enough. Time to spar." "What?" she exclaimed in shock. "I just sat down." 2 weeks later, Rosia Salon Lady Allant sat at a table with Lady Denise, who was quietly reading a book. "Lady Denise," Allant said tiredly, resting her head on her hand. "When Lady Eislein arrives, could you wake me up?" "All right," Denise replied calmly. "Thank you. I've been so busy with magic training lately," Allant said with a faint, tired smile. After a pause, Denise asked, "I'm curious, why do you push yourself so hard?" Allant froze for a moment, then answered with determination, "To win. Because I want to win." Denise looked surprised but said nothing. Then she smiled gently, "Hang in there. I'll cheer for you." A moment later, Denise noticed something. "Lady Eislein has arrived," she said, returning to her book. Allant panicked and quickly tried to hide her face with her hands, nervous that Eislein might see her in such a tired state. Meanwhile, Lady Eislein passed by with 2 other ladies. "There's a new clothing store that just opened," one of them said. "Want to check it out?" "Oh, I'd love to," Eislein replied. As they walked away, Allant whispered anxiously, "She left. Right?" "Yes," Denise answered calmly. "She didn't see me, did she?" "I was practically sprawled on the table." "Probably not." Allant sighed in relief, but as Eislein walked away, she turned back briefly, her expression filled with concern. "She looks very tired. I wonder if she's really okay." Later, Lady Allant's residence a maid gently brushed Allant's hair. "Lady Allant, there is a gift from House Duplain." "From House Duplain?" Allant asked, confused. She looked at the box and the letter beside it. "It appears to be from Lady Eislein," the maid said with a smile. "These are high-quality items that help restore mana. They'll be very helpful." Allant stared at them silently for a moment. "Throw them away." The maid froze. "Pardon?" Lady Allant stood by the window, her gaze distant. "Throw them all away," she said coldly. Don't let me see them again. The maid bowed her head. Yes, understood. Lady Allant returned to her chair and sighed. Let's finish preparing. Is Derrick here? Yes, my lady. He has arrived downstairs and is preparing for your lesson. On the table lay a letter, to the dear young ladies of Rosia Solon, winter approaches, and soon the pure white snow will fall. How are you all faring in the cold? Our territory has produced many fine goods, and I wish to share them with you. Please accept this small gift. May today be peaceful for you all as well. Regards, Aisline. Lady Allant read it silently. Her expression tightening, but she said nothing. Meanwhile, on the training grounds, Derrick sat on a chair, calmly reading a book. Hearing footsteps, he turned around, stood up, and greeted her. You're early, Lady Allant. She stretched her arms briefly. There's no time for pleasantries. Then, fixing her gaze on him, she asked, Derrick. What's your assessment? He blinked in confusion. Pardon? You should know well, she said. It's been several weeks since training began. Be honest with me. What do you think of me? Derrick paused for a moment before answering, giving up. Can also be a good strategy. Silence fell. Lady Allant narrowed her eyes and turned away. Why do you keep offending me like that? Derrick lowered his head slightly. If it sounded offensive, I apologize. She waved her hand angrily. What? Giving up? You're telling me to give up? How? Just how? Her voice rose. How can Aisline be beaten otherwise? Isn't that why I hired you? I didn't bring you here to suggest that I give up. Derrick listened quietly, saying nothing. She let out a short, bitter laugh. If you're going to talk nonsense, then leave. You're wasting my time. Pressing her hand to her forehead, she spoke more quietly, but what if I can't win? Derrick replied calmly, obsessing over victory can hinder growth. Sometimes, one must humbly accept defeat. Tears welled up in her eyes and streamed down her face. Then I'd be too pathetic. Derrick looked at her, surprised. She continued, her voice trembling, I told you before. I was just a shallow, shameful person who gossiped about Aisline. Belmiard's pillar? The flower of Rosia Solon? I'm nothing like that. Her body shook as she cried. I was just someone. Pretty and jealous. I admit it, all of it. She cried. I admit how weak and pathetic I am. Everything. She looked at Derrick through tear-filled eyes. There's no reason to hate Aisline. I know that too. But then why? Why won't this petty inferiority complex disappear? Her voice broke as she whispered, why? Derrick looked at Lady Allant as she broke down in front of him. Self-hatred, he thought. He recalled their earlier conversation, her voice firm despite the vulnerability in her eyes. I wanted you to understand how serious I am, even if I had to expose my shameful sides. There are things I need to ask as well. Back then, he had thought it was simple, just jealousy, or perhaps a competitive spirit. But now he understood, Allant had always harbored a quiet, persistent self-hatred. What do I need to do? To defeat Aisline? At first, he believed she resented Aisline, but that wasn't the truth. What she truly hated was herself. This wasn't a battle born from petty jealousy. It was her only escape, from her own inferiority and self-loathing. Derrick stepped closer to her and spoke calmly, then. Let's win. Lady Allant froze for a moment, startled. He turned to face her fully and continued, I will make sure that you defeat Lady Aisline. For a brief moment, she said nothing. Then, quietly, she replied, with determination okay. The horse-drawn carriage rolled steadily toward the Belmiard estate. At last, the sound of hooves slowed, then stopped with a sharp clip-clop. We have arrived, the rider announced. Lady Allant's teacher stepped out of the carriage, lifting his gaze as he took in the grand residence before him, the territory of Count Belmiard. Standing at the entrance, Tristan Anelt Belmiard raised his hand in welcome. Welcome. I trust your journey to Ebelstein went smoothly? Allant's teacher bowed respectfully. Greetings, my lord. I hope you have been well. The lord of the Belmiard territory smiled warmly, the trip must have been exhausting. Please, have a seat and rest. They both sat on the couch. Tristan leaned back slightly, still smiling. It's been a while since I last saw my dear Allant. How is she doing? She is doing well, her teacher replied. My lady has been putting a great deal of effort into her magic training lately. Tristan placed a hand on his chin and let out a light laugh. I've never seen a girl with such incredible talent as our Elant. With her abilities, I'm certain it won't be long before she surpasses even me. Her teacher bowed his head again, letting out a small, nervous chuckle. I certainly hope so, my lord. I can't let him find out that my lady is learning under a commoner. He thought. If he discovers the truth, both Lady Elant and I will be in serious trouble. Tristan spoke again, casually. I actually have some business in Ebelstein as well. The teacher reacted quickly, a hint of tension in his voice. Oh. Is that so? Tristan smiled, idly twirling his mustache with his fingers. I'm curious to see how she'll react if I show up unexpectedly, with a gift. Elant's teacher forced a polite smile. I'm sure my lady will be thrilled, my lord. Let's just hope I survive this, he thought nervously. The scene shifted to the outskirts of Ebelstein, where the entrance to a nameless labyrinth loomed in silence. Derrick's uncle stood before it, stepping forward slightly as he frowned. Something still feels off about this. Pelin hugged himself, his expression calm but concerned. Is it really a good idea to send someone as fragile as her into a dungeon? Derrick's uncle kept his gaze fixed on the entrance. I'm sure Derrick has thought this through. Lady Elant pointed at herself, her voice trembling. Wait. So I have to go into that dungeon? Derrick replied calmly, it's the lowest ranked dungeon in this area. You can definitely handle it. But what exactly am I supposed to do in there? She asked nervously. Do I just charge in and attack the monsters? You need to sharpen your instincts through real combat, Derrick explained. As a precaution, my colleagues and I will be watching your back. Elant's anxiety only deepened. Seriously? You're kidding, right? Derrick raised his hand, beginning to cast a spell. The duel is only a few days away. He stepped forward, forming a glowing ball of magic that illuminated the area. We're short on time. This is the most efficient way to prepare. Pelin glanced at her with cold, unreadable eyes. Elant lifted her hand as if to protest, but no words came out. Without another word, they all entered the dungeon. Derrick held the glowing magic sphere in his hand, while his uncle carried a burning torch to light their path deeper inside. Lady Elant, still trembling, spoke hesitantly. What even is in there? Before she could continue, Derrick cut her off, his voice firm. Prepare yourself. Even in the lowest ranked dungeon, you must remain on guard. Hearing those words, Lady Elant grew even more nervous and afraid, her eyes instinctively turning toward Derrick for reassurance. Meanwhile, Pelin suddenly focused, his expression sharpening as he noticed something. He quickly raised his bow and alerted Derrick. A horde of goblins is heading this way. Elant's eyes widened in shock. Goblins. Derrick nodded calmly. Yeah, I already heard them. At the same moment, Derrick's uncle glanced behind them and reached for his sword. Derrick, there's a big one behind us. Looks like an ogre. Elant froze, her voice trembling even more. An ogre? Derrick stepped forward and spoke to his uncle. Can you handle the ogre? His uncle laughed as he gripped his sword. That depends on how much extra you're willing to pay. Elant stood in the middle, completely overwhelmed, her gaze darting from one side to the other in panic. Derrick smiled slightly. We can discuss the fee later. He began preparing a spell as the sound of shrieking grew louder. A swarm of goblins emerged from the darkness ahead, their eyes filled with bloodlust. Elant's body trembled as she watched them approach. They're really going to fight. Monsters. The goblins charged forward, screaming wildly. One of them, holding a spear, let out a louder cry and rushed straight toward Derrick, followed by the rest of the horde. Derrick drew his sword, ready for battle. Seeing the sheer number of goblins, Elant's fear only intensified. Her eyes were wide open, and sweat rolled down her face as her body trembled uncontrollably. Derrick cast a spell, channeling magic into his sword, then shouted, Pelin, protect my lady. Pelin held his ground, drawing his bow and aiming at the incoming goblins. Derrick dashed forward, sword in hand, meeting the charging enemies head-on. One goblin leaped high into the air, raising its spear to strike him. From a distance, Pelin released an arrow. It flew straight and struck the goblin in the head. Blood splattered as the creature screamed in pain and fell lifeless to the ground. At the same time, Derrick swung his magic-infused sword, slicing another goblin cleanly into two. The creature let out a final cry before collapsing. Without hesitation, Derrick raised his hand and cast a fire spell directly in front of the remaining goblins, flames bursting toward their faces. From a distance, Pelin drew his bow once more, this time knocking 2 arrows at once and aiming carefully at the goblins. Meanwhile, Derrick's sword was lodged in a goblin's neck, blood splattering across the blade. The other goblins shrieked in fury at the sight. At that very moment, Pelin released his arrows. One pierced a goblin's ear, while the other struck straight through another's head. Lady Allant stood frozen, her eyes wide with shock, sweat covering her face as she watched the brutal scene unfold. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed from behind her. She flinched and turned quickly, her body trembling with fear. A giant ogre stood there, its massive frame towering over Derrick's uncle. Its jagged teeth bared, Derrick's uncle calmly rested his sword on his shoulder, observing the creature. Then he laughed, gripping his weapon tightly. "I'm curious to see how high the bounty on your head is." The ogre roared loudly, its eyes glowing with rage. It raised its massive wooden spear high into the air, preparing to crush him. As the spear came crashing down, Derrick's uncle moved swiftly. With a single strike, he severed the ogre's arm. The massive limb flew through the air as blood sprayed everywhere. The ogre let out a deafening roar of pain. On the other side, Derrick continued his assault. Flames burst from his magic, burning the goblins as they screamed in agony. Without pause, he swung his enchanted sword again, cutting down another goblin, blood spilling from its mouth. Lady Allant could hardly believe what she was seeing. What is going on? He actually killed that goblin. Her eyes widened even further as a terrifying realization struck her. I could seriously die here. No, this is insane. I can't do this. Suddenly, she heard another goblin scream right behind her. Panic surged through her body. Derrick noticed immediately. His face, partially stained with goblin blood, turned toward her as he shouted, "My lady! One of the goblins is heading straight for you. Keep your wits about you." Allant looked ahead and saw the goblin charging at her, weapon raised, screaming wildly. Her body froze in fear. "I'm going to die. I'm really going to die." Seeing her panic, Derrick called out again, more urgently, "You have to defeat it yourself." Her thoughts spiraled. My entire life. Memories flooded her mind, her own voice, filled with tears. "Yes. I admit it. I know exactly how pathetic and naive I am." Back in the present, the goblin rushed closer as she stumbled backward. Another memory surfaced. Why won't this miserable, humiliating feeling just disappear? Why? Her heart pounded. I've always been all talk and no action. The goblin leaped into the air, raising its spear to strike. Someone who could only envy others and badmouth them behind their backs. That was me. For a brief moment, she faced her true self. No more denial. But I came here to put an end to that version of myself. To become a better person. Her eyes were still wide with fear, her body trembling, but this time, she raised her hand. Magic began to gather. With a shaky breath, she formed a large arrow of ice. As the goblin swung its spear down at her, she released the spell. The massive ice arrow shot forward and pierced straight through the goblin's stomach, sending it flying backward. Blood scattered through the air as the creature crashed to the ground and rolled away. Derrick watched closely, a hint of tension still in his expression. His uncle observed silently, saying nothing. Pelin, bow still in hand, also kept his eyes on her without a word. The goblin lay motionless. Allant stood there, breathing heavily, her energy drained. Sweat ran down her face, and her body still trembled, but she was standing. Slowly, she looked up. Derrick stood before her, surrounded by the fallen bodies of goblins. He gave a small nod, acknowledging her effort. Allant let out a faint smile. This is only the beginning. No. I am finally stepping forward. Outside the outskirts of Ebelstein, near the nameless labyrinth, a full moon hung high in the sky while thick fog blanketed the mountain. Inside the labyrinth, Derrick sat on the ground. Blood stained different parts of his clothes and face, yet he remained calm, holding a letter in his hand. In the letter written. To my dear Derrick, it has been over 2 years since I left Ebelstein. I am sorry for contacting you so late. These days, I am teaching magic to the young lady of Elvester County. Since she has such a strong passion for learning, there is so much for me to teach her that I've been quite overwhelmed. Looking back, the days when I taught you magic while walking through Ebelstein were difficult. But also much freer and more enjoyable. Of all the mages I have encountered in my lifetime, you were the most talented. What level have you reached now? When we meet again someday, be sure to show me your magic. From your former teacher, Katia Flameheart. Derrick continued reading the letter quietly. At that moment, Lady Allant approached him and spoke with curiosity. It's already been 2 weeks since I started coming here. You read that whenever you have time. Can I ask what it is? Derrick glanced at her, then lowered his eyes as he carefully folded the letter. It's a letter, he replied calmly. From my teacher. Lady Alant gently wiped the blood from his face. After hearing about his teacher, she smiled and said, wow. She must be quite an excellent teacher, considering she taught someone like you. Derrick looked at her with slightly puzzled eyes before answering, she is an excellent teacher. Indeed. Alant felt a bit confused by his response but chose not to press further. After a brief silence, she spoke again, somewhat awkwardly, I was trying to irritate you. Derrick picked up his bag and asked plainly, with what? Alant hesitated, then shook her head, no, never mind. Derrick placed the letter inside his bag and said, 2 days until the duel. How are you feeling? Alant looked up at the sky, thinking for a moment. How am I feeling? I'm not sure. But. She paused briefly, then smiled with confidence. I'll win. The scene shifted to the Noble District's magic sparring arena. Aisline stood with her friends, chatting happily and confidently. In the middle of their conversation, her eyes suddenly caught something in the distance, and then focused. Derrick. With polite composure, she placed a hand over her chest and said to her friends, please excuse me. She stepped forward and quickly made her way toward him. Derrick. She called. Derrick turned at the sound of his name. Upon seeing her, he respectfully bowed his head. It's been a while, young lady. Aisline smiled warmly. Derrick, it's so good to see you. I've heard about it, they say you've been helping Lady Alant with her magic. Derrick replied calmly, yes, I am working with her at the moment. A brief silence followed as they simply looked at each other, then Aisline spoke again, a hint of nervousness in her voice, you're still the same as ever, Derrick. Surely you haven't been too harsh on Lady Alant? Daila mentioned that you're not an ordinary teacher. Lately, Lady Alant has looked quite tired. Derrick's expression sharpened slightly as he asked, you're concerned about your opponent? You seem confident. Aisline hesitated. Pardon? Derrick continued in a calm but cold tone, no matter who your opponent is, don't be careless. Aisline instinctively clasped her hands together, feeling a bit uneasy. But she said nothing. Soon, the arena grew lively as the sun shone brightly overhead. The audience filled the seats, their voices echoing through the air. Aisline's friends sat near the front, chatting among themselves, so, who do you think will win? One asked. Of course, Lady Aisline, another replied confidently. Unless Lady Alant uses 2-star magic. Poor Lady Alant. It feels like she's lost so much weight, her face looks half its usual size. Nearby, Lady Denise sat quietly, listening but saying nothing as she continued reading her book, the sound of footsteps echoed across the arena steps. Aisline entered gracefully, acknowledging the crowd with a respectful bow and a gentle smile, oh my. It's Lady Aisline. My goodness, how is she so beautiful today as well? She accepted their admiration with composed elegance. From the opposite side, another set of footsteps approached. I'll win. I'll win. Alant murmured under her breath. It was Lady Alant, stepping into the arena with visible tension. Her eyes were focused, determination building within her. I'm absolutely going to win, she whispered with growing confidence. Behind her, Derrick stood with his arms folded, silently watching. The two young ladies finally stood face to face as the crowd cheered loudly around them. Aisline bowed her head respectfully. I hope you've been well, Lady Alant. Alant returned the gesture with a smile. I trust you have been well too. Your composure at all times sets an example for me. Aisline quickly shook her head. No. Alant looked slightly confused. Aisline continued honestly, I have never felt as nervous before a duel as I do now. Alant smiled. Shall we begin? Aisline nodded, her gaze sharpening with focus. Alant raised her hand, gathering golden mana into her palm. It burned brightly. Like flames swirling with energy. Across from her, Aisline summoned blue mana, forming a circular flow that surrounded her body like a protective current. Both of their auras expanded, mana flowing around them as the tension in the arena rose, then suddenly Alant waved both hands. Aisline's eyes widened in shock, countless glowing arrows formed in the air, golden, blazing like fire. Alant had drawn deeply from her mana pool, creating a massive formation of magical arrows that hovered above, ready to strike at any moment. Aisline stood frozen for a second, stunned by the sheer scale. Meanwhile, Alant remained focused, her gaze steady, holding the arrows in place, fully prepared to attack. A memory flashed through Lady Alant's mind. Back in the labyrinth, they had all been exhausted after fighting off waves of goblins. Blood was scattered everywhere. Elant collapsed to her knees, her body trembling as she struggled to catch her breath. Sweat covered her face, and her hands shook uncontrollably. Behind her, Derrick calmly wiped the blood from his face and said, "If this were purely a contest of magical skill, you absolutely wouldn't win." Elant looked up at him, breathing heavily. "Then what should I do? How can I win?" Derrick met her gaze and replied without hesitation, "With willpower. You've trained with me to gather mana, pushing yourself to your absolute limit." Elant frowned slightly and said, "Wait. You didn't treat me like that just because of some twisted hobby, did you?" Derrick answered coldly, "I have no such hobby." He continued, his tone steady and serious, "When both sides run out of mana, the match is no longer decided by skill, but by willpower." Elant listened closely. "Use your magic as lavishly and grandly as possible," Derrick went on. "Drag the battle into a war of attrition by any means necessary. When that war ends, the one who can squeeze out even a single drop of mana more than the other wins." Elant slowly stood up, regaining her composure. "But what if Aisline's mana reserves are far greater than mine?" Derrick looked at her and answered bluntly. "Then you'll lose." Elant fell silent. "Mana capacity is largely determined at birth," Derrick continued. "And you, Lady Elant, carry the blood of Belmiard." He paused for a moment before finishing, "So believe in yourself." Back in the present, Lady Elant poured all of her mana into the air, creating countless golden arrows around her. She controlled them with precise movements of her hands, gathering more and more without holding anything back. On the other side, Lady Aisline stood stunned. Her eyes widened in shock as a wave of unease crept over her. "Lady Elant. Is this how strong she is?" she thought, hardly believing what she was seeing. Elant raised her hands with confidence, and the mass of golden arrows rose higher into the sky. Her focus sharpened as the arrows gathered above, filling the air until it seemed as though the entire sky was covered in glowing gold. Then, with a decisive motion, she directed them toward Aisline. The arrows began to fall, like a rain of light, rushing down toward her opponent. Yet Aisline did not move from her position. Instead, she calmly gathered blue mana into both of her hands, her expression shifting from shock to determination. Mana flowed rapidly around her as she focused, her thoughts steady despite the overwhelming attack. But still, just as the golden arrows were about to strike, Aisline waved her hand and formed a barrier around herself. Blue mana surged outward, enveloping her body in a protective shield as the rain of golden arrows crashed against it. With sharp focus and unwavering resolve, she thought, "I'm the one who will win." Meanwhile, Lady Elant remained composed, still holding control over a large number of arrows. She raised her hand once more, preparing to launch another strike. Lady Elant stood with dozens of flame arrows swirling around her, all aimed at Lady Aisline. Her eyes were sharp, filled with determination and an unrestrained will to win. On the other side, Lady Aisline remained fully prepared. She raised a protective spell, forming a shimmering blue mana barrier around herself. The energy flowed steadily as she focused, ready to counter at any moment. Without hesitation, Lady Elant unleashed her attack. The flame arrows shot forward like a storm, raining down upon Lady Aisline. Each arrow struck the barrier, and although it held firm, the sheer number of impacts triggered a massive explosion that shook the battlefield. Smoke and fire spread across the arena. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Lady Elant's magic. Her mana reserves have increased tremendously. Despite the overwhelming assault, Lady Aisline's barrier remained intact, glowing with steady blue light. Her eyes narrowed as she analyzed the situation. Her firepower is incredible, she thought. But she's releasing it endlessly. At this rate, her mana will run out soon. Then, through the smoke, her gaze sharpened. She noticed movement. Lady Elant was attempting to change her position under the cover of the explosion. "Found you," Lady Aisline muttered. Forming an ice arrow in her hand, she tracked Elant's movement precisely. With perfect timing, she launched the arrow at full speed. The ice projectile cut through the smoke, locked onto its target, and pierced straight through Lady Elant's chest. For a brief moment, it seemed like a direct hit, but the figure dissolved. Lady Aisline's eyes widened in shock. No way. Illusion magic? To move an illusion like that would consume an enormous amount of mana. Still processing what had happened, she hesitated, and in that instant, it was too late. Lady Elant appeared behind her, gripping a massive ice arrow, ready to strike. As the attack came down at close range, Lady Aisline sensed it at the last second. She turned, her eyes locking onto Elant, but they were too close. There was no time to form another barrier. The scene shifted to a carriage, where Lady Allant sat beside Derrick. "It'll work," Derrick said calmly. Lady Allant glanced at him. "How?" Without looking up from the book in his hands, Derrick replied, "Overwhelm her field of vision with flame arrows. Then use illusion magic to deceive her. After that, get in close and strike with ice spears from a short distance. Even a skilled mage would show an opening and fall for it." He paused, then looked at her directly. "But your opponent isn't just any skilled mage." Back in the present, Lady Allant was already closing in, gripping a large ice spear, ready to strike. At the last moment, Lady Eislein turned and noticed the incoming attack. Her eyes widened in shock. Ice spears at this distance. There's no time to deploy a barrier. In that case. In an instant, she raised her hand and gathered all her mana into her palm. A concentrated blue sphere of energy formed, pulsing with power as she focused intensely. Lady Allant moved even closer. With a swift motion, Allant launched the ice spear forward. At the same moment, Lady Eislein thrust her hand out, releasing the blue mana sphere. The sheer force of its pressure pushed her body backward, instantly shifting her position. The ice spear narrowly missed her and slammed into the ground, cracking the battlefield upon impact. Lady Eislein landed a short distance away, sliding back slightly. She steadied herself with her feet, resisting the force and maintaining her balance without falling. On the other side, Lady Allant froze in surprise. What was that? She thought, confused. Lady Eislein now stood before her like a phantom, blue mana flowing faintly around her eyes. Her sudden movement had been so fast, it felt almost unreal. That was close. Eislein thought, catching her breath. Then, she recalled Derrick's words, "No matter who your opponent is, never let your guard down." A drop of sweat ran down her face as she reflected. I understand now what he meant. Her skill. The way she uses magic. Everything about her has changed. Her expression hardened. Then I'll overwhelm her with power. With that resolve, she began summoning countless ice spears from the ground. Without any incantation, they emerged rapidly, covering the battlefield. At the same time, she continued to advance, maintaining relentless pressure. I'm confident in a direct clash of power. More and more ice spears formed around her, rising from the shattered ground until they filled the entire surrounding area. The crowd stared in awe. Wow! Are all of those ice spears? To create that many without incantations. Incredible. Meanwhile, Derrick stood calmly, watching everything unfold. His eyes were sharp, focused on the battle. She took the bait. Lady Allant grew even more focused, clearly planning her next move. Across from her, Lady Eislein controlled the countless ice spears hovering around her. With a steady gaze, she thought, I admit. Lady Allant has achieved remarkable growth. Just then, Allant made her move. With a subtle flick of her finger, kept hidden behind her back, she guided a single flame arrow she had concealed earlier beneath the bright sunlight. The arrow quietly rose, positioning itself above Eislein's formation. Unaware, Lady Eislein continued focusing on her attack and muttered, then try blocking this as well. She prepared to launch her ice spears, but before she could act, Lady Allant moved. With precise control, Allant waved her hand, sending the hidden flame arrow plunging downward at full speed. Suddenly, Lady Eislein sensed something. Her eyes snapped upward, widening in shock. What? The flame arrow tore through the air and struck her formation. One by one, her ice spears shattered upon impact, unable to withstand the sudden attack. In moments, her entire array was destroyed. Lady Eislein stared upward in disbelief, her eyes wide and unsteady. A flame arrow. Since when? I didn't sense any incantation or mana flow. Her thoughts raced. Wait. Was it from before? Did she hide one arrow back then? She prepared all of this for a moment like this. Still frozen in shock. She remained in place as the flame arrow landed near her feet. On the other side, Lady Allant stood with a faint smirk, lowering her hand with confidence. Her plan had worked perfectly. Lady Eislein, still shaken, felt sweat run down her face. I can't read her. I have no idea what she'll do next. Among the crowd, Lady Denise watched with surprise. What's happening? They're fighting on equal footing. That's impressive. Meanwhile, Lady Allant's eyes gleamed, though sweat traced down her face. This is working. Right? I'm overpowering Eislein now, aren't I? But across from her, Lady Eislein's expression darkened as doubt crept in. I can't win. Not under these conditions. Tactics and boldness. Lady Allant is a step ahead. Hearing the murmurs around her, Lady Eislein took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Let me reset the conditions from the start. As her breathing steadied, her eyes grew sharper, more focused, more determined. The hesitation from before disappeared, replaced by a serious, unwavering resolve. From the sidelines, Derrick observed every movement. Noticing the shift in her presence, he spoke quietly, "This is where it really begins." Lady Eislein raised her hand and began casting a spell. Blue mana started flowing around her, growing denser with each passing second. She focused deeply, drawing in more and more energy as she moved her hands, guiding the mana into place. On the other side, Lady Allant watched in shock. Sweat formed on her face as the pressure intensified. An enormous amount of mana surged around Eislein, releasing a force so overwhelming that Allant had to raise her arm to shield her face. Wind. What is this all of a sudden? Allant thought nervously. It's not magic. It feels like pure mana. Then suddenly, everything went silent. The surrounding mana vanished. Lady Allant's eyes widened. I can't feel the mana around me. Derrick, still standing calmly, narrowed his eyes. It was only for a brief moment, but the surrounding mana disappeared. Mana alignment. A phenomenon where overwhelming mana temporarily dominates the environment. When someone exceeds their limits, the mana in the vicinity is forced into alignment. In short, Eislein has just surpassed her own limits. Back on the battlefield, Lady Eislein raised her hand high into the air. Above her, a massive sphere of fire began to form. It grew rapidly, expanding until it loomed over the entire battlefield. The sheer size of the blazing orb distorted the air around it, sending waves of heat and pressure in every direction. Lady Allant stared in disbelief, her eyes wide. How did she create something that massive? Eislein's expression remained firm and determined. Pouring all of her mana into the spell, she pushed beyond her limits, and the fireball grew even larger. A 2-star fire spell, born from sheer will and overwhelming power. Back then, after an intense training session, Lady Allant lay on the ground, completely exhausted. Her chest rose and fell with heavy breaths, and sweat covered her face. Derrick approached quietly, holding out a water pouch. I brought some water. Please drink. Lady Allant slowly sat up and reached for it. Oh. Thanks. As she held the pouch, her expression turned uncertain. Derrick. I'm really not sure. He looked at her, slightly confused. With a tired voice, she continued, Can I really beat Eislein? Can I win after just a few weeks of training? Derrick replied calmly, without hesitation, You will win. He paused briefly, then added, To be more precise. You will win in a certain sense. Lady Allant looked at him curiously, still catching her breath, unsure of what he meant. Back in the present, the crowd stared in shock. Could that be fire? Is that really a fireball? A 2-star spell? Lady Allant's eyes widened, her mouth slightly open in disbelief. A fireball. This wasn't part of the plan. She glanced toward Derrick, panic rising within her. Derrick, what is this? What am I supposed to do? But Derrick said nothing. Tears welled up in her eyes as frustration and fear overwhelmed her. Stop standing there with that expression and tell me something useful. You fraud. At that moment, the massive fireball surged forward. Lady Allant froze for a split second. Then she looked up. The enormous sphere of fire loomed directly above her, panic struck. What do I do? Sweat streamed down her face as her mind raced. Protective magic? How could I block a 2-star spell? Ice spears? That won't work. Her thoughts spiraled into despair. I knew it. It's impossible to defeat Eislein. Someone like me. Meanwhile, Lady Eislein moved her hand, pushing the fireball forward with controlled force. In the crowd, Lady Denise narrowed her eyes, watching the scene with intense focus. Others stared in disbelief, unable to look away. Just as the fireball was about to hit, Lady Allant reacted. She released a burst of mana pressure forward, using its recoil to push herself backward. Lady Eislein's eyes widened in surprise. The fireball crashed into the ground, triggering a massive explosion that engulfed the battlefield. The force of the blast spread outward violently. Lady Allant raised her arms to shield herself as the shockwave pushed her back even further. She lost her balance and fell, rolling across the ground to avoid the full impact. Smoke filled the arena. Lady Eislein, having poured so much mana into that single attack, was left breathing heavily. Her reserves had dropped significantly. Through the smoke, Lady Allant slowly pushed herself up onto her knees, struggling to breathe. Lady Eislein stared in disbelief. She dodged that? Her eyes narrowed. And she used the same method I did. Something she's only seen once. On the sidelines, Derrick remained calm, watching everything unfold. A lack of experience, he thought. A 2-star spell, when used without mastery, becomes nothing more than a beast that devours its caster's mana. Lady Eiseline's hand trembled from exhaustion. She clenched her fist, trying to regain control. Derrick observed quietly. Eisline has recognized Elant's effort and talent. And now she's going all out. That's her way of showing respect to someone who has worked this hard to stand against her. Meanwhile, Lady Eisline stood in place, having already used a tremendous amount of mana. Sweat covered her face as she breathed heavily, struggling to maintain her composure. On the other side, Lady Elant managed to steady herself. She was clearly exhausted, but her eyes remained sharp and determined. A faint smirk appeared on her lips. I understand now what you meant, Derrick. She thought. If I can endure this, I'll win. Lady Eisline raised her hand once more and began casting again. A blazing sphere of fire started forming above her palm. Her eyes were focused, unwavering. She poured even more mana into the spell, recreating the same massive 2-star fireball as before. But this time, it was different. Her body trembled under the strain. Sweat dripped down her face as she gritted her teeth, barely able to hold the spell together. Still, she pushed forward. With a forceful motion, she hurled the fireball toward Lady Elant at full speed. From the crowd, Eisline's companions gasped in shock. Another fireball. It's even faster than before. The blazing sphere tore through the air, heading straight for Lady Elant. Elant immediately began running, trying to evade it. But Eisline didn't just release the attack, she controlled it. With subtle movements of her hand, she adjusted its direction, tracking Elant's movements. However, this control came at a cost. Eisline's energy continued to drain rapidly. The fireball closed in, it seemed inevitable, it was about to hit directly. But at the last second, Lady Elant changed her movement. She suddenly dropped low, planting her hands on the ground, then kicked upward with force. Using a burst of magic beneath her, she propelled herself high into the air. The fireball missed her by a narrow margin. She soared upward, so high that her figure blended into the brightness of the sun. Lady Eisline tried to track her, but the intense sunlight made it nearly impossible to see clearly. Above, suspended in the sky and hidden by the glare, Lady Elant smirked. Then she raised her hand, beginning to form ice spears once more, fully preparing her next attack. If I strike from here, she thought, she won't be able to read the trajectory of my attack. As Lady Elant completed her spell, ice spears formed around her. With sharp focus, she thought, using a protective barrier now would only waste more mana. What will you do, Eisline? Still suspended in midair, she hurled the ice spears downward at full speed. Below, Lady Eisline was barely holding herself up. Her face was pale, her breathing heavy, yet she forced herself to move. Dropping to one knee, she began casting a spell at the last moment. Just as the ice spears were about to strike, she created a layer of ice to block the attack. Watching this, Lady Elant frowned slightly. Not a barrier. Just a simple ice manifestation? She thought. She's used up too much mana casting those fireballs and controlling them. Lady Elant landed on the ground as her ice spears slammed into Eisline's hastily formed ice shield, embedding themselves into it. Lady Eisline's eyes widened. She was completely drained, barely able to stay conscious. Her body trembled as she struggled to breathe. From a distance, Derrick watched calmly. It'll be over soon, he thought. Lady Elant straightened and took a step forward, a confident smile forming on her face. It worked. I've cornered Eisline, she thought. There's no way she has any mana left. I still have enough. I can cast magic arrows or ice spears at least 2 more times. That's more than enough. I've won. But just as that thought crossed her mind, a cracking sound echoed. Lady Elant's eyes widened in shock. The ice shield began to fracture from within. Before she could react, a hidden fireball burst through the shield. Lady Eisline had cast it in secret, using the ice barrier as cover. With a desperate motion, she released the fireball forward, but the force of the spell pushed her backward. She lost her footing and fell hard onto the ground, her face pale with pain as she struggled to control herself. Meanwhile, the fireball surged toward Lady Elant, shattering her moment of certainty. As Lady Eisline fell to the ground, she could no longer control the fireball. It veered off course, narrowly missing Lady Elant and shooting up into the sky. Lady Elant stood still, momentarily frozen by the sudden attack. Then she slowly calmed herself, remaining silent as she watched Aisline. On the ground, Lady Aisline's body trembled. She had exhausted nearly all of her mana. Looking at her shaking hands, frustration filled her thoughts. Please. Just one more time. If I can just do a little more. She tried to gather mana again, attempting to cast another spell, but only a faint trace of energy formed in her palm. It wasn't enough. Lady Allant stepped forward and stopped in front of her. She said nothing, simply watching her opponent in silence. Lady Aisline slowly lifted her gaze. As her eyes met Allant's, fear began to show on her face. Lady Allant's thoughts swirled in her mind. To be honest, no noble lady in Ebelstein shone brighter than her. But where there is brilliant light, a shadow is always bound to follow. And that forgotten, dark corner had always been where I stood. You were born with everything and pampered your whole life, weren't you? Did you really think people would always be kind to your face? Hey, look over here. Show us that face you make when you're losing it with rage. As Lady Allant looked at her, Lady Aisline still wore a gentle, almost radiant smile. She was like a precious gem, the more she was polished, the brighter she shone. That radiance was so blinding it completely overshadowed me, dragging me deeper into an abyss of inferiority. Even so, I kept sharpening my blade in that darkness, telling myself that one day I would surpass her and prove my own worth. That I would crawl out of this bottomless pit. Snapping back to reality, Allant found herself still standing before Lady Aisline, who remained on her knees, exhausted, her mana nearly depleted. Her trembling hands betrayed her disbelief. Yet Allant continued to think, even in this state. Lady Aisline is elegant, composed, and beautiful. Even with her hair in disarray and her body covered in mud. Even after stumbling and falling in front of everyone. How can she still maintain that perfect, calm expression? It's as if she has no image she's desperately trying to protect. She's just always herself, giving everything she has to the task right in front of her. The crowd erupted with shouts, "Go for it, Lady Aisline. You can do it, I know you can. Get up, Lady Aisline." Still on her knees, Aisline struggled to steady her shaking hand. Allant stepped forward, raising her hand as she tried to form another flame arrow. But then, her gaze shifted briefly toward Derrick. Can I really win against Aisline? I'll be able to win soon enough. Mana gathered once more in her palm, flames flickering to life. Yet beneath her, that dark, negative energy continued to surge and coil, threatening to consume her again. So this is the end, then, but even if I win, in the end, I'll just return to where it all began. On the other side, Lady Aisline struggled to gather what little mana she had left. She stared at her trembling hand in disbelief, unable to accept that she had exhausted nearly all of it. Even so, she forced herself to try again, barely managing to form a faint flicker of mana in her palm. Her hand shook as she tried to hold it together. Suddenly, Lady Allant spoke. Ah. What a shame. Startled, Lady Aisline looked up, still clutching that small trace of mana. Sweat covered her face, and her eyes widened in shock. Across from her, Lady Allant simply waved her hand calmly and said, "I'm out of mana." Aisline couldn't understand. She stared at her in disbelief. Allant continued. "You really are amazing, Lady Aisline. I suppose I still can't beat you after all." Aisline remained frozen, unable to process what she was hearing. Then, with quiet grace, Lady Allant placed her hand over her chest, bowed slightly, and said with a gentle smile, "I forfeit." That was an incredible match. Aisline's mouth fell open in shock. She couldn't believe what had just happened. The crowd erupted to their feet, clapping and cheering loudly. Lady Aisline is the best. Meanwhile, Allant simply looked at her with a calm smile, as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Aisline, however, was still on her knees, her eyes wide with disbelief, unable to accept her sudden victory. As the match ended, Aisline's friends rushed over to her. "Congratulations, Lady Aisline. When did you learn 2-star magic? That match left me speechless." Aisline, still overwhelmed, blushed slightly and gave a gentle, shy smile. But then her gaze shifted toward Lady Allant. Allant was already walking away silently across the arena, leaving Aisline surrounded by her friends. Nearby, Derrick stood reading a book. Noticing Allant approaching, he closed it and slipped it into his pocket. As she stopped in front of him, Allant said, "Well, you saw it clearly, didn't you?" Derrick replied calmly, "That's enough." Allant smiled cheerfully. "You're surprised, aren't you?" Even someone like me knows how to accept defeat. You should have seen Lady Eiseline's face just now. Derrick lowered his gaze slightly. What kind of expression was it? Elant smirked, waving her hand lightly. What else? Eyes wide, mouth agape. She looked like she was ready to give up right then and there. It was so obvious. Even the usually composed Eisline can make a face like that. It was completely unexpected. She began to laugh, but tears welled up in her eyes. As she wiped them away with her finger, she added, anyway. It was hilarious. Honestly, it was worth losing just to see that. Thanks to you, I finally feel like I have the upper hand against Eisline. I'm in a great mood today. She tilted her head slightly and asked, so, what do you think of me? The ending wasn't perfect, but I wasn't that bad, right? I'm a quick learner. Aren't I? Derrick remained silent, watching her carefully, his eyes focused on her emotions. Suddenly, Elant's expression wavered. Tears began to fall from her eyes. Hey! Don't just stand there. She seemed confused by her own reaction, unable to understand why she was crying. Why? Derrick said nothing. Noticing her tears, Elant looked down at her trembling hands. Her vision blurred as both her eyes filled with tears. She slowly sat down in a corner, covering her face. What the hell? I'm not a kid anymore. After a moment, Derrick closed his eyes and spoke calmly. My lady, there is nothing to criticize about your performance today. You worked incredibly hard. Elant paused, then continued crying softly behind her hands. Honestly, I wanted to win too. But right when I was about to deliver the final blow, it suddenly hit me. Even if I won this match, I'd still be stuck in the same place. Just returning to that pathetic existence again. Her voice trembled, that nature. It's just too deeply ingrained in me. Silence fell between them. Derrick stood quietly, listening. After a moment, Elant lowered her hands, though tears still streamed down her face. Even in that moment, Eisline still looked so elegant. She gave a faint, bitter smile. When it comes to self-doubt, I think I've beaten Eisline by a mile. Derrick replied, I'm not that different from her. Lady Elant fell silent for a moment. He continued, so what if you look a little pathetic? Hearing that, Elant turned to look at him, tears still streaming down her face. Derrick met her gaze calmly. If you're not brave enough to look pathetic, then you'll never be able to grow. At those words, Elant covered her face again, still sitting in the corner. Derrick remained standing quietly beside her. Her memories flickered like ripples in water, images of Lady Eisline standing far away, untouched by that dark, negative energy. At the very least, I don't feel like I'm at a dead end anymore. From a distance, Lady Denise watched Derrick and Elant. Then her gaze shifted toward Lady Eisline. Stepping forward into the arena, she approached as Eisline's friends lowered their heads. We'll take our leave now, Lady Eisline. Today's match was truly impressive. Eisline replied softly, thank you, everyone. As they departed, Lady Denise stepped closer with a gentle smile. Lady Eisline, you were brilliant once again. Watching your duel gave me goosebumps. Eisline looked at her and said quietly, Lady Denise. You noticed it too, didn't you? In this match, I wasn't the real winner. Denise lowered her gaze slightly, smiling but remaining silent. Eisline looked at her in confusion, unable to continue. After a moment, Denise spoke. When it comes to magical talent, I believe Lady Elant is far more gifted than I am. Eisline lowered her head, her expression turning somber. That's not it. There's something far more important when it comes to closing the gap. Lady Elant has already surpassed me in every way that truly matters. The fact that her abilities improved so drastically in such a short time. Suddenly, Derrick's face appeared in her thoughts. Startled, she quickly shook her head and turned to her maid. Daisy. Yes, my lady. I need to send a letter to the main estate. Then she turned back, her eyes sharpening with determination. Derrick. I need him. The scene shifts to the Duplain household, where maids and servants carry out their daily routines. Inside, Raymond Oswood Duplain sat reading a letter, his expression tense. Dreist Wolfzil. What is a 6-star travel pass doing in Ebelstein? He murmured with concern. Across from him, Valerian Duplain looked at his father and replied, the reason is unclear, but it seems the customs agreement was moved forward earlier than expected, likely in response to Sir Dreist's movements. Raymond fell silent for a moment, lowering his head in thought. I was wondering why the Count of Belmiard was coming to Ebelstein of all places. It seems that, too, is connected to Dreist. If it's someone at the pinnacle of searching arts, someone who possesses foresight, then there must be a reason. Seated on the couch, Valerian continued, Father, a letter has arrived from Isline. They've sent a request to find a magic teacher. Raymond looked up at him. Can't you simply find one for her? Valerian hesitated before answering, the thing is. She specifically requested Derrick. But there's a problem, Derrick is currently at the Belmiard estate, teaching magic to Lady Allant. Raymond placed a hand on his chin, deep in thought. I was considering sending our butler to personally handle the negotiations. Valerian looked at him, confused. After a brief pause, Raymond continued, on second thought, there's no need. I have to go to Ebelstein because of the Dreist matter anyway. I'll handle it while I'm there. The scene shifts to Lady Allant's residence. The sun is partially hidden behind drifting clouds as she sits outside across from Derrick. With a relaxed expression, Lady Allant says, Derrick, I'm going to rest for a while. Derrick looks at her curiously. With a calm smile, she continues, studying or anything else, I just need a short break. To clear my head. She then glances at him and asks, You're going to keep working for the Beldun Mercenary Corps, right? Derrick replies calmly, Yes, I suppose so. Lady Allant shifts her chair slightly closer to him. Derrick instinctively leans back a little, confused. With a faint blush and a soft smile, she asks, You'll come again if I call you. Right? To teach me magic. Derrick pauses for a moment, considering her unusual behavior. Then he gives a small smile. Of course. Though I'm not sure there's anything left for me to teach you. Lady Allant leans back in her chair, stretching her arms with a light, teasing smile. Geez, what's with the uncharacteristic humility? Then, in a brighter, cheerful tone, she adds, Wow, winter is finally coming to an end. It was a long one, wasn't it, Derrick? The scene shifts to the Beldun's tier. It is already night, and warm lights glow from the windows. Suddenly, the door opens. Pelline, who had been playing a card game, lifts her eyes toward the entrance. She has just won, and her opponent groans in defeat while she still wears a greedy, satisfied look. The moment she sees Derrick enter, she quickly raises her hand and waves, Derrick. Derrick's uncle also notices his arrival. As Derrick steps inside, he smiles calmly and says, I'm back. The scene shifts again. A carriage speeds along the road as the sun rises higher in the sky. The horses gallop steadily toward Ebelstein. Inside the carriage sits Belmiard, silently gazing ahead. Waiting to reach his destination, meanwhile, at Lady Allant's residence, she sleeps peacefully in her room. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door. Hearing the sound, Lady Allant pulls a pillow over her head and groans, come on. I said I'm resting starting today, so no lessons outside. Her maid stands nervously and replies, My lady. I think you need to come out and see this. Still half asleep, Lady Allant lazily gets up and walks toward the door. No, why? I told you to just say I'm not here. She opens the door with an annoyed expression. Didn't you hear me? From today, before she can finish, she freezes. Standing before her is her father, Belmiard, smiling brightly with teary eyes. His expression full of affection. Oh, Allant. It has been quite a long time. My pride, my jewel, my treasure. Startled by his sudden appearance, Lady Allant immediately slams the door shut. Inside, panic sets in. Why is father here? After a moment, she forces a nervous smile and speaks through the door, trying to sound calm. Father, what brings you all the way here? I'll just change my clothes and be right out, please wait a moment. Outside, Belmiard continues warmly, Oh my love, my jewel. But the door closes again before he can finish, leaving him standing in silence. A few minutes later, the sun shines brighter outside as the clouds slowly drift away. 2 cups of tea rest on a table. Belmiard, holding his cup, speaks calmly, the young lady of the Duplain family. She surely wasn't an easy opponent. Lady Allant nervously waves her hand with a small smile, Yes, but I learned a lot from her. Taking a sip of tea, Belmiard continues, If that mercenary teaches so well, it would be best to keep him exclusively at the Belmiard estate. Hearing this, Lady Allant looks surprised. But the vassals will oppose it. She says hesitantly. Belmiard laughs softly. Don't worry. Is there anything I wouldn't do for you? Just trust your father. At his words, Lady Allant blushes, her eyes shining as she smiles softly. The scene shifts to one of the deeper levels of the Ebelstein dungeon. Inside, the space is dim, illuminated only by flickering light. The echoes of battle and sharp screams resound through the cavern. Helene fires an arrow from her bow, striking a goblin cleanly. As soon as it falls, her expression changes to alarm. She turns and shouts, "Derrick! Behind you!" A goblin, letting out a wild scream, leaps toward Derrick to attack. Derrick notices just in time. With a sword in one hand and gathering mana in the other, he prepares to counterattack, but suddenly, his mana shatters and shifts. His eyes widen in shock. This feeling. He quickly turns, forming a red sphere of mana in his palm. Dark energy flickers around it, his eyes glowing faintly as he prepares to release it. At the same moment, a fire spell forms, what should have been a 3-star fireball. To his surprise, his mana changes again, transforming unpredictably into a blazing fireball. Without hesitation, Derrick releases it toward the goblin still mid-air. Seeing this, Helene cries out again, "Derrick!" A massive explosion erupts, echoing throughout the dungeon. Even outside, the surge of mana can be felt. As the sun sets and night begins to cover the sky, the atmosphere inside Belden's Tier turns tense. What? Derrick almost died? Someone exclaims in disbelief. Helene, her eyes narrowed and her expression unusually serious despite her usual laziness, mutters, "Don't even get me started. Are all mages like this? Why would you try a 3-star spell while hunting goblins?" Derrick's uncle looks at him in shock. Derrick lowers his head, his expression troubled. He glances at his hands and says quietly, in the middle of it, "I felt something strange. A kind of incongruity. Just like when I first reached the 2nd star." Suddenly, a voice speaks from behind him. "There's no need to be anxious about being stuck." Derrick quickly turns around. A man steps forward from the shadows. "There's no need to force your way through. Didn't the School of the Wild originally pursue a natural flow?" As he speaks, he draws everyone's attention. Reaching up, he removes his hood. "Of course, such advice doesn't usually work on mages like you." Derrick stares at him, his thoughts racing. "I can't feel even a trace of mana. And yet, the man standing before me is clearly the first and greatest 6-star search-type mage." The man reveals his face. It is the wandering spirit, Dreist Wolftail. With a calm expression, he says, "If you have any decent alcohol, please bring some out. The fatigue from my travels has piled up." The scene shifts to the Duplain estate. The full moon shines brightly in the night sky, casting a pale glow over the training arena. Lady Diella stands at the center, chanting softly as ice mana gathers around her. The energy swirls in the air, and she struggles to hold it steady. Focusing intently, she raises her hand and begins to control the flow, gradually forming several sharp ice arrows. With a swift motion of her palm, she summons them into shape. Trying to push further, she clenches her hand and forces more mana out, attempting to create additional arrows. But as she does, her mana suddenly destabilizes, her mana shatters. Her hands tremble, and she loses control. The ice arrows break apart mid-air, scattering into fragments. Exhausted, she drops to her knees and shouts in frustration, "What the heck is this? This is so annoying." At that moment, her brother Raig approaches, letting out a light laugh. "I thought you'd grown up a bit, but your temper is exactly the same." Startled, Lady Diella looks at him, "When did you get here?" Raig places a hand on his chin and smiles, "Still, you managed to draw out 5 arrows. Is that thanks to a good teacher, perhaps?" Diella looks away and replies stubbornly, "That's because I'm talented. What does that selfish guy Derrick have to do with it?" Raig folds his arms calmly. It seems Aisline is planning to hire that selfish guy as her magic teacher. Diella's eyes widen in shock. "What? No way. What if she gets treated the same way I did?" Raig sighs lightly. "Don't say things that would make people misunderstand Derrick. I heard at a recent ball that Lady Allant also wants to keep employing him." Diella narrows her eyes, thinking to herself, "Why is that guy so popular?" Raig smirks slightly. "Well, he managed to turn a rascal like you into a proper person. It's no surprise he's in demand." Diella immediately snaps back, "Who are you calling a?" Then she pauses briefly and mutters, "Yeah, I was one." Raig chuckles before continuing, "Wouldn't it be better if Derrick chose Aisline? That way, you might get a chance to see him again." "The Derrick you seem to miss so much." Diella's cheeks flush red as she quickly retorts, "Who said I wanted to see him? That kind of guy." Raig shrugs, "Sure, I'll take your word for it. His reputation must have spread quite a bit by now. I just hope the number of competitors doesn't increase any further. Meanwhile, among the possible candidates, Lady Denise sits quietly in another room. Calm and composed, she reads a book while holding an apple in her hand. At the Belden's tier, Dreyest Wolftail sat quietly, drinking the wine he had requested. Beside him, Derrick watched him with curiosity. Dreyest Wolftail. Why is a mage of this caliber in a place like this? Derrick wondered. After finishing his drink, Dreyest placed a finger on his chin and looked toward Derrick. Your name is Derrick, right? Yes, that's correct, Derrick replied. He knows about me. Derrick thought in surprise. Dreyest folded his arms calmly before speaking again. If it's not too much trouble, could we talk for a moment? Just the two of us. Derrick looked at him curiously. As night fell outside Belden's tier, Dreyest walked slowly through the quiet streets while holding his staff. Your magical talent is quite extraordinary, he said. I'm sure this is something you've rarely heard before, considering how exceptional your skills already are. Derrick quietly followed behind him, listening carefully. Why are you working so hard? Dreyest continued. What is it that you hope to achieve by learning magic? Derrick answered calmly, I don't have any grand ambitions. Since I discovered even the slightest bit of talent within myself, I simply became curious to see how far I can go. Dreyest turned his head and looked at Derrick for a moment before smiling faintly. As a commoner, if you wish to reach heights beyond where you stand now, you are still lacking. He paused briefly before asking. Would it be alright if I helped you? Derrick's eyes widened in surprise. A 6-star mage. Dreyest Wolftail, born as a commoner, Dreyest had already reached the 2-star realm by the time he became an adult. By the time he started a family, he had advanced to the 3-star realm. The commoner-born mage became a symbol of hope for ordinary people, and his village turned into an ivory tower for commoner mages, but in the year he reached the 4-star realm, tragedy struck. One stormy night, under heavy rain, Dreyest returned home and opened the door, only to find the bodies of his family lying before him. They had been murdered. Not long afterward, several nobles gathered together, speaking carelessly. Has Dreyest finally calmed down a little? One noble asked. Yes, Count, another replied. Dreyest Wolftail has gone into hiding, and those arrogant commoner mages have quieted down as well. Holding a wine glass in his hand, another noble laughed mockingly. How vulgar. They became frightened and tucked their tails so quickly. Honestly, why should commoners be so greedy for magic in the first place? As he turned toward a bearded noble beside him, preparing to continue, his eyes suddenly widened in terror. A severed head flew through the air before him. Standing there was Dreyest Wolftail. Using nothing but his fingers infused with magic, he had sliced the bearded noble's head clean off. The remaining noble trembled in panic. Dreyest Wolftail. But Dreyest stared at him with murderous intent. With a single motion, he cut off the noble's legs. The man collapsed to the ground screaming in agony as blood spread across the floor. Dreyest did not stop. The noble smashed face first into the ground, trembling in fear. Please spare me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please. Ignoring his pleas, Dreyest unleashed another attack. Blood sprayed into the air alongside the man's desperate screams, and then silence followed. For the next 30 years, Dreyest lived while being hunted by both the imperial family and the nobility. But when he surpassed the 5-star realm and became a 6-star mage, the imperial family finally realized the truth. If we continue treating Dreyest as an enemy, the kingdom itself will be in danger. In the end, they acknowledged that his revenge had been justified. To preserve their authority, they granted him a noble title. Thus, Dreyest Wolftail became a man who earned nobility through magical power alone. Derrick looked at him in disbelief, and I can actually be taught by someone like him. There was no reason to refuse. The scene shifted to the central conference room of Cleon Hall in the noble district of Ebelstein. Grand Duke Veltus Andert Kellogg Veltus waved his hand calmly as he spoke to Raymond Oswald Duplain. Grand Duke Duplain, if you intend to expand north of the Belcos Peninsula, you should be cautious of the labyrinth within the White Zone. With a faint smile, he continued, if necessary, I can dispatch our knights to assist you. Raymond Oswald Duplain glanced at him while holding a chess piece in his hand. The knights you speak of? He replied calmly, could they perhaps be those lowly mercenaries? The moment those words were spoken, Veltus fell silent, anger appeared across his face. And a powerful aura spread throughout the room. It must be difficult managing such a vast territory using only private soldiers, he replied coldly. If it becomes too burdensome, giving up the territory is also an option. Hearing that, Raymond Oswald Duplain released his own aura as he stared back with sharp eyes filled with anger. Beside them, Belmiard nervously waved his hands, attempting to calm the tension. Since you've both come all the way to Ebelstein, he said awkwardly, why not visit your children first? Raymond turned toward Belmiard before speaking again. Now that I think about it, I heard your daughter, Elant, fought evenly against Aisline. Belmiard smiled proudly. Ah, yes. Although she unfortunately lost, it seems Elant's talent is finally beginning to bloom. With guidance from a skilled instructor, I'm certain she'll eventually surpass Lady Aisline. Raymond Oswald Duplain remained silent for a moment. Then, adjusting his glasses calmly, he said, right. An instructor. You mean Derrick? Then Raymond Oswald Duplain adjusted his glasses and spoke calmly. On the contrary, if Derrick were to become Aisline's instructor, then Elant would never be able to surpass Aisline. Hearing those words, Belmiard frowned in anger. A powerful magical aura spread throughout the room as he replied with a cold smile, ho ho. I wonder if such a thing would ever happen. After all, his bond with Elant is quite deep. In response, Raymond Oswald Duplain released his own magical aura. Do you truly think he's the kind of man who moves based on personal relationships? He asked sharply. You clearly haven't understood his character at all. As the two continued arguing, Grand Duke Veltus Andert Kellogg Veltus quietly observed them from the side. Just who exactly is this Derrick? He wondered. For these two to be this desperate to recruit him. After a moment of thought, he narrowed his eyes. I should tell Denise to investigate him. The scene then shifted back to Belden's Tier. Morning sunlight shone through the windows as the tavern door suddenly opened. Belmiard entered alongside his subordinates. Derrick's uncle turned toward them with a welcoming smile. Welcome, but the moment he recognized Belmiard, his expression stiffened nervously. Belmiard placed a hand on his chin before calmly asking, are you the commander of this mercenary corps? Derrick's uncle quickly served him a fine bottle of wine. Belmiard folded his arms and spoke seriously. Since there was no reply to the letter sent by my head butler, I decided to come personally. Ah. I sincerely apologize, Derrick's uncle replied nervously. The truth is, Derrick has been missing for several days. Belmiard's eyes narrowed slightly. We've been searching everywhere for him as well, the uncle continued. A few days ago, he announced that he was refusing all requests. And then he suddenly disappeared. Belmiard looked confused. He disappeared. He slowly placed a hand against his chin as he began thinking. Has Duplain already taken him? Or perhaps Veltus? But after considering it carefully, he shook his head internally. No, there was no information suggesting that. His expression became serious. Then I'll simply have to find him myself. The scene shifted to the outskirts of Ebelstein, near the residence of Grand Duke Veltus. Denise sat comfortably on a chair while eating an apple. In one hand, she held a letter, quietly reading its contents. After finishing the letter, she looked toward her maid and asked, when did this letter arrive? It arrived early this morning, the maid replied respectfully. They said the patriarch sent it with great urgency. The letter read, hurry and find the man named Derrick. Recruit him as your instructor at all costs. Denise glanced down at the apple in her hand and sighed softly. I suppose father would be in a hurry, she muttered. That mercenary's value is probably at its lowest right now. A faint smile appeared on her face, how troublesome. But then her thoughts shifted elsewhere. Still. Today is a very important day. She gently placed the letter onto the table before removing her glasses with excitement shining in her eyes. Today is finally the day I've been waiting for. The newest book by the great author Rayleigh, The Lady Submits to the Cold Grand Duke's Ice Greatsword, is finally being released. A slight blush spread across her cheeks as her imagination ran wild. But what exactly is the Ice Greatsword? I'm dying to know. Denise quickly stood up from her seat. Well, what choice do I have? She thought. If I ignore father now, he'll only nag me even more later. She turned toward her maid. Bella. Yes, my lady, the maid replied immediately. Prepare my clothes, Denise said calmly. I'm heading out. There's someone I need to find. As night fell on the outskirts of Ramhell Hill, the great cave of Lasps grew silent. Cold ice slowly spread across the cave walls, covering the entrance in frost. Deep inside the quiet cave, Derrick and Dreist sat cross-legged facing each other. With his eyes closed and his expression calm, Dreist spoke softly, close your eyes and release your mana like a fine mist. Then feel your mana as it touches objects and returns to you. Hearing his instructions, Derrick closed his eyes and released his mana. The flow of energy spread throughout the cave, brushing against every stone and object around him. Dreyest continued, what you are doing now is the foundation of search-type magic. At 1 star, it is only simple threat detection. At 2 star, you can track locations and sense magic. At 3 star, you can see through disguises. At 4 star, you gain the ability to see through your opponent's intentions. At 5 star, you can communicate with the dead. And finally, at 6 star, you gain the power to see the future. Derrick slowly opened his eyes. See the future? He asked quietly. Dreyest remained still, his hands folded as he replied, that is correct. I saw the future and came to find you. Because I need you. Curious, Derrick asked, what exactly is going to happen to me? Dreyest opened his eyes and looked directly at him. You know of a man named Valerian, don't you? The eldest son of House Duplain. Derrick's eyes widened in surprise. Before you reach adulthood, Dreyest continued calmly, he will dabble in necromancy. That is why you must kill him. A look of panic flashed across Derrick's face, though he remained silent for a moment before asking, why would he practice necromancy? What exactly is he planning? Dreyest Wolftail shook his head slightly. I'm sorry, but I cannot tell you more. That is the nature of the future. If you learn too much recklessly, the days ahead will become even more unpredictable and may change in complicated ways. After a brief pause, he added, there is one more thing I can tell you. You are destined to die. Hearing those words, Derrick showed no reaction. Dreyest Wolftail looked surprised. You do not seem very shocked. Derrick calmly replied, you said I was destined to die. You never said that I would definitely die. Dreyest smiled to hearing those words, then Dreyest slowly rose to his feet and replied, correct. And I do not wish for you to die either. As he turned around, magical symbols began forming in his hand. You must not die, he continued. So I will make sure that you don't. But to survive, you will have to become stronger. He stepped toward the opening above the cave and raised his hand toward the sky, releasing an overwhelming wave of mana. The energy surged upward, piercing through the darkness as it reached toward the moon hidden behind thick clouds. Dreyest focused deeply as his mana connected with the moon itself. In an instant, the entire sky cleared. The clouds scattered away, and the moonlight grew brighter than before, illuminating the frozen mountains and the cave below. Moments later, the mana returned to Dreyest's body as if it had never left. Witnessing such power, Derrick's eyes widened in shock. The scene then shifted to Ebelstein. Lady Denise's carriage finally arrived within the city, and the horses came to a stop. Denise and her maid stepped out gracefully from the carriage. The moment people around them noticed her beauty, many could not help but blush as they stared in admiration. Lady Denise spoke to the carriage driver, I will walk from here, so stay behind and rest. Yes, my lady, the driver replied respectfully. As they walked through the streets, Denise noticed the stares around her and turned toward her maid. Bella, why is everyone staring at me? Bella lowered her head slightly. I wonder why, my lady. Denise smiled proudly. Could it be because I'm pretty? Bella glanced at her with narrowed eyes before replying, my lady, your room is always messy, you barely wash properly, and you spend most of your time lying around reading books. Your usual appearance is already quite something. Then she gave a polite bow and added, but I think you are even worse when you act like this. Denise looked at her maid with disbelief. Oh, Bella, you really are good at joking. I was not joking, Bella answered calmly. Shouldn't we hurry? If another house recruits that man named Derrick first. Denise waved her hand dismissively. Do not worry, Bella. Even if I move slowly, I am still faster than everyone else. Bella sighed. You are always late when preparing for your lessons, though. Ignoring the comment, Denise narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. You said that mercenary rejected every request and disappeared into hiding. Did you even hear what I just said? Bella muttered. But Denise ignored her completely and continued thinking, he is not someone who values money above all else. So why would he suddenly disappear? Did something more important than money appear before him? For someone capable of handling magic at such a young age, there were only a few possibilities: magic. She placed a hand against her chin. Either he discovered an extraordinary grimoire, or he found an incredible teacher. If that is the case, then of course he would no longer have time for mercenary work. Her eyes narrowed further. But that mercenary left the Duplain mansion of his own accord, didn't he? There is no better place to study magic than the Duplain household. A faint smile appeared on her face. Which means he found something even greater than the Duplain mansion. Could it be? Suddenly, Bella's voice interrupted her thoughts. Lady Denise, we have arrived. Denise snapped back to reality and lifted her gaze toward Belden's tier standing before her. Inside Belden's tier, Derrick's uncle was busy with his daily work when he heard the door open. Turning his head with a welcoming smile, he greeted the newcomers. Welcome, but the moment he saw the guests entering, he suddenly fell silent. His expression stiffened in surprise as he muttered under his breath, "Oh dear. Now even a young lady has come here personally." As Lady Denise and Bella stepped inside, Derrick's uncle returned to his work and spoke calmly. "We do not know where Derrick is either. 3 different groups have already come searching for him just this morning alone. There is nothing more I can tell you." Lady Denise looked at him carefully before asking, "Dreist Wolftail was here. Wasn't he? That old mage, I mean." For a brief moment, Derrick's uncle looked nervous. "Pardon? Well." Before he could continue, Denise suddenly smiled as if she had already confirmed the answer herself. "Thank you for the answer," she said gracefully. Then she turned around and spoke to Bella. "Let's go, Bella. I need to check the carriage transit records." "Yes, my lady," Bella replied. As the two left, Derrick's uncle watched them from behind while nervously rubbing the back of his head. The scene then shifted to the Coachman's Guild in Ebelstein's commercial district. While sitting at a table and checking through records, Bella asked, "My lady, how did you know Sir Dreist had visited?" Lady Denise answered calmly. "It was obvious. That mercenary willingly left the mansion of a 5-star mage. He is clearly serious about magic, yet he abandoned the opportunity to study under someone that powerful." She continued while flipping through the records. "That means only a 6-star mage could possibly catch his interest." A faint smile appeared on her face. "And I just so happened to know that a 6-star mage was coming to Ebelstein recently. So I simply took a shot in the dark." Then she smiled proudly and added, "And that old man fell for it perfectly." After a short pause, Denise looked toward Bella and asked proudly, "Could it be that I'm actually smart?" Bella stared at her with narrowed eyes. "You rarely ever use your brain properly, so I'm not entirely sure." Denise placed a hand against her chest dramatically. "Oh my, Bella, you are especially witty today." "I am simply being objective," Bella replied calmly. Denise let out a long sigh. "I'm exhausted. Being this capable is tiring. Sometimes I wish I could just be incompetent, Bella." Bella smiled faintly. "Do you actually enjoy when people talk back to you, my lady?" "Really, now?" Denise replied. "You only ever notice my pretty side." Bella sighed. "You truly never listen to a single word I say." Then her expression turned serious once more. "But even if we find him first, will we really be able to recruit him? I heard that even House Duplain and House Belmiard are searching for him." Lady Denise held up one of the records and smiled confidently. "Oh, Bella. That is actually the easiest part." "You have a plan?" Bella asked suspiciously. Denise suddenly blushed slightly before revealing a mischievous smile. "A honey trap. He's just a hot-blooded young man, isn't he? There's no way he could reject a beauty like me." "Impossible." Hearing that, Bella's expression instantly turned awkward with embarrassment. "But your competition is Lady Eislein," Bella replied flatly. Denise froze in shock. "Why would you say something like that, Bella?" she asked with a wounded expression. "I'm prettier. Right? I'm prettier. Right?" Bella sighed. "This is the only thing you ever truly listen to." A moment later, Bella quickly pointed at one of the records. "Ah, I found it." She showed the document to Lady Denise. As Denise read through it, her expression sharpened. It was a week ago. A boy in robes with a travel pass. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Destination, the outskirts of Ramhell Hill. Lasp's Great Cave. The scene shifted once again to Lasp's Great Cave, where Derrick continued his mana training under Dreist Wolftail's guidance. Derrick sat with his eyes closed, focusing deeply as he controlled the flow of mana around him. Across from him, Dreist calmly observed while giving instructions. Suddenly, Dreist's expression changed slightly as he sensed something. "It seems someone has arrived," he said calmly. "They appear to be from House Veltus. They are likely here for you, so go greet your guests." Derrick opened his eyes in surprise. The center of the cave was covered in thick ice. And droplets of water continuously fell from the ceiling, echoing softly through the darkness. Meanwhile, Lady Denise and Bella carefully walked deeper into the cave. Water splashed beneath their feet as they stepped forward cautiously. Bella trembled nervously and whispered, "Lady Denise. I think it would be better if we did not go any farther." Maybe we should report this to the patriarch and return with soldiers. Denise lifted the edge of her wet dress slightly as she continued walking through the cold water. I cannot do that, she replied firmly. If we bring soldiers, I will not receive any credit for finding him myself. Then she glanced back at Bella. Besides, what if moving soldiers attracts the attention of another house? After doing all the work ourselves, someone else might end up taking the reward. Suddenly, Bella pointed forward in panic. Ah! My lady, over there. Denise immediately turned her gaze ahead, her expression stiffening in shock. It's a monster. Bella cried out. In the darkness ahead, two glowing red eyes slowly approached them. Denise quickly stepped in front of Bella. Bella, stay behind me. As she stared into the darkness, unease filled her mind. Wasn't this cave supposed to be completely cleared? Her hands trembled slightly. I'm not confident in offensive magic. But I have no choice except to try. Denise immediately began chanting a spell while raising her hand. Behind her, Bella stood frozen in fear. The figure slowly stepped closer into the light, then the glowing red eyes were revealed to belong to Derrick. He calmly stepped forward from the shadows. Denise's eyes widened in surprise. What brings you to such a humble place, Lady Denise? Derrick asked calmly. Denise slowly lowered her hand, her expression filled with disbelief. The mercenary. Silence echoed throughout the cave for a brief moment as she cancelled her spell, then, a gentle smile slowly appeared on her face. As she looked at Derrick, a confident thought crossed her mind, now then. It's time to make him mine. As Derrick arrived, Lady Denise and Bella froze for a moment. Then Lady Denise nervously asked, Derrick. Right? Derrick replied coldly, yes, that's correct. Lady Denise smiled faintly while holding her fork. What a relief. I came here because I really wanted to meet you, Derrick. I wanted to have a conversation with you, even if only once. Meanwhile, Bella watched her with cold eyes. Derrick's expression did not change after hearing those words. Indeed, he said flatly. What a pleasant conversation. Hearing that, Bella quickly covered her mouth, trying to hold back her laughter. Lady Denise froze in embarrassment, and a trace of anger appeared on her face. Well. Actually. She said nervously. Then, with a shy smile, she continued, I can't tell you how many times I've met you in my dreams. I heard you're quite excellent as both a mage and an instructor. So. How should I put this? If I could be taught by you, Derrick, I think I'd be so happy. Standing behind her, Bella lowered her head in embarrassment. Derrick replied coldly, why are you speaking in such a theatrical tone? Are you practicing for a play because the cave echoes? Bella once again put her hand over her mouth, struggling not to laugh. Lady Denise fell silent for a moment. She glanced at Bella, who had already turned around to hide her laughter. Feeling slightly irritated, she thought to herself, so the beautiful girl act doesn't work on him? Then. Just as Derrick turned to leave, Lady Denise hurriedly spoke again, actually. After watching the duel between Lady Eislein and Lady Allant, I realized many things. As one of the Rosia trio, I felt like I was the only one falling behind. Fake tears formed in her eyes as she continued pitifully, I was anxious that eventually everyone would surpass me while I remained in the same place. Then, acting desperate and vulnerable, she suddenly grabbed Derrick's hand. Please. Please save me. At the same time, she thought smugly to herself, oh my, we're so close. He can probably feel my breath. His heart must be thumping right now. He won't be able to refuse me. But suddenly, Derrick pulled his hand away, causing Lady Denise to freeze in shock. Rubbing his hand, Derrick said calmly, I'm not so sure. From what I've seen, Lady Denise, you don't appear to have much interest in magic. Lady Denise stiffened nervously. Earlier, Derrick continued, you mistook me for a monster and cast ice spear, didn't you? It was clumsy. Very clumsy. The flow of mana, the speed of the incantation. Not a single part was properly prepared. Bella nodded with a thumbs up. Silently agreeing with every word Derrick said, your natural mana capacity is excellent, Derrick continued coldly, but it's completely unorganized. That only proves how little you actually practice magic. Hearing those words, Lady Denise became visibly nervous, then Derrick added, let me give you a piece of advice. In front of someone who is truly serious about magic, do not speak of sincerity while hiding lies. Some people would consider that an insult. Lady Denise froze completely, unable to respond. Derrick turned and began walking away. I don't know why you need me, he said, but it clearly isn't for magic. I do not accept requests from people whose true intentions I cannot understand. Lady Denise nervously raised her hand. Derrick. Wait a moment. First of all, before she could finish, Derrick turned his head slightly and replied, find someone more suitable than a lowly mercenary like me. That would better fit your status, my lady. With those final words, Derrick left, leaving Lady Denise standing there speechless and confused. Outside, the sun was beginning to rise. As Lady Denise and Bella returned from the cave, Lady Denise placed a hand on her chin and muttered, I've figured out that man's true identity. He's definitely impotent. Before she could finish, Bella calmly interrupted, No. He's simply an upright person. Lady Denise waved her hand angrily, but think about it logically. A beauty like me used high-end cosmetics and even wore expensive perfume, yet he still rejected me? Bella sighed. There's no logic in that. Please calm down and think about how to send a letter to the main house. Calm down? Lady Denise snapped. That's funny, Bella. What exactly do I need to calm down about? Do I look angry over something like this? I'm not angry at all. You're clearly furious. No, yes. I'm sorry, Bella corrected herself quickly. Lady Denise finally calmed herself, taking a deep breath. It's just. She said softly, a gentle smile appearing on her face. I'm starting to feel competitive. Later that night, a campfire burned quietly outside their tent. Lady Denise sat beside the fire while Bella asked carefully, Are you really going to be all right, Lady Denise? Resting her hand against her head, Lady Denise replied calmly, If I back down now, another house will snatch him away. I need to win him over as soon as possible. Bella bowed her head slightly. Please don't push yourself too hard. I'll be leaving now. Ah, Bella, Lady Denise called out gently. I know you suffer because I'm always so selfish. But this is a very important favor. I truly hope you'll do it for me. She smiled brightly before adding, When you come tomorrow, bring volume 4 of the Duke's Pillar of Fire Melts the Commoner Lady. Hearing that title, Bella once again looked utterly puzzled. The next day, sunlight shone outside the cave. Derrick sat quietly with his legs crossed, deep in concentration. Suddenly, his eyes shifted as he heard approaching footsteps. It was Lady Denise, struggling to carry several bags and boxes toward him. After setting them down, she took a deep breath, clearly exhausted. Derrick looked at the pile curiously. What is all this? Oh, it's nothing much, Lady Denise replied gently. She sat down beside the supplies and smiled warmly. There isn't much I can do, but I'll help you however I can so you can focus entirely on your magic training, Derrick. Derrick answered coldly, Doing this won't change anything. That's all right, Lady Denise replied calmly. I feel like I'm growing just by watching you, so please don't mind me. At the same time, she smiled inwardly. If you're human, eventually you'll grow attached to someone who keeps giving you so much. Admire me all you want. Be grateful all you want. In the end, I'll be the one laughing. Derrick picked up the supplies and said, Then I'll accept these gratefully. Seeing that, Lady Denise smiled brightly. He took it. He finally took the bait. However, while calmly eating a piece of bread, Derrick added, But I still won't become your teacher. Lady Denise froze. He's rejecting me while eating the food right in front of me? What kind of man is this? The next day, Lady Denise returned once again. This time carrying another box. With a cheerful smile, she said, Derrick, I brought some food and a few magic crystals today. Thank you, Derrick replied calmly. But I still won't be your teacher. The day after that, Lady Denise arrived again, this time accompanied by a chef. Good morning. She greeted brightly. Our head chef personally prepared a full meal for you, Derrick. Thanks, Derrick replied without hesitation. But I still won't do it. The following day, Lady Denise dragged over the refined orc. She trembled slightly from exhaustion as she forced a smile. Derrick. Look at this. It's a refined orc. I thought it might be useful for your research. You can leave it there, Derrick replied casually. But I still won't do it. Back at the camp later that evening, Lady Denise finally snapped. With an angry shout, she slammed her fist into a wooden support beam, cracking it instantly. Every single time he rejects me. She growled through clenched teeth. That selfish exploiter. If I'm being this nice, shouldn't he at least act a little moved? Suddenly, Bella came running toward her while carrying a large bag on her back. Lady Denise, we have a problem. Lady Denise turned toward her in shock. You're saying there's a bigger problem than this? Bella quickly nodded. The head butler of House Duplain is heading this way. Hearing that, Lady Denise's eyes widened in panic. Bella, let's hide for now. She whispered urgently as she grabbed Bella's arm and started running. What about the tent? Bella asked hurriedly. I don't know. They'll probably assume it belongs to Derrick. Just hurry and hide. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed through the area. The head butler arrived alongside several maids and armed soldiers, all heading toward the cave. While secretly watching from hiding, Lady Denise frowned. What is this? Are they preparing for war or something? Inside the cave, the head butler respectfully handed Derrick a letter. Derrick silently read through it, then rested his hand against his chin thoughtfully. To become Lady Isline's magic instructor. He said calmly. It would be an honor. Hidden nearby, Lady Denise's eyes widened in disbelief. What? A vein bulged on her forehead as rage exploded inside her. She immediately tried to yell, but Bella quickly covered her mouth and whispered frantically. Quiet. The head butler asked, I see. Then will you be prepared to leave with us immediately, Derrick? Derrick calmly replied, no. Hearing this, Lady Denise, who had been hiding nearby, looked confused. Derrick continued, only after I finish my training. Though, I'm not sure when that will be. The butler asked, what if I increase the payment? Derrick shook his head. I'm sorry. Lady Denise was surprised that even the offer of more money could not change Derrick's decision. Derrick calmly explained, at my current level, I cannot be of much help to Lady Isline. I do not wish to teach magic half-heartedly. After hearing his words, Lady Denise lowered her head sadly. The scene shifted to Lady Isline's residence. Inside the mansion, Lady Isline looked surprised and happily asked, oh, really? You found where Derrick is? The maid nodded. Yes, Lady Isline. Yesterday evening, the head butler went to see him personally. Oh, you should have told me sooner. Lady Isline exclaimed, waving her hand. I was going to ask him myself. Turning around excitedly, she declared, I must go now. Gather the swiftest soldiers at once. The maid replied calmly, but, Lady Isline, the terrain is very rough. With a joyful smile, Lady Isline answered, this is about welcoming my teacher. A student should go in person. The scene shifted back to the cave. Outside, Lady Denise sat beside her maid as night fell. The cold wind made her shiver, and she wrapped herself tightly in her cloak while trying to suppress a sniffle. Let's head back tomorrow morning, Bella, she said quietly. Yes, I understand, Bella replied. You certainly gave up quickly. Because you're smart, Bella added. Lady Denise looked at her curiously. Bella, you actually think I'm a fool, don't you? Bella became flustered. Oh, how did you? No, of course not. What are you saying? Lady Denise lowered her eyes. I used to achieve anything once my stubbornness kicked in, but this time, I don't even want to be stubborn. After a brief pause, she continued softly, why? Why do I feel so drained? Bella looked up at the night sky. That mercenary mage is not someone who can be moved by status or money. He seems to act according to something much more important. Lady Denise remained silent. She recalled Derrick's words, at my current level, I cannot be of much help to Lady Isline. I do not wish to teach magic half-heartedly. She also remembered how Lady Allant had fought desperately, giving everything she had. Even Lady Isline had been forced to use all of her mana and fight with her full strength. Returning to the present, Lady Denise hugged her knees and lowered her head. Just why? She whispered. Why is everyone so sincere? Above her, the full moon hung brightly in the night sky. Inside the cave, several small stones suddenly began to tremble and rise into the air. Derrick sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, using mana to levitate the objects around him without touching them. Suddenly, he heard approaching footsteps. His eyes opened instantly. The floating stones dropped to the ground as his attention shifted toward the sound. Lady Denise appeared at the cave entrance. Sorry, she said with a small smile. I interrupted your training. After a brief pause, she asked, can I sit next to you? Derrick said nothing. He simply looked at her with a cold expression. Lady Denise sat down behind him. You look a bit different today, Derrick said calmly. Because I'm speaking casually, she asked. Derrick shook his head. No. Your eyes. Lady Denise looked up with a sad smile after hearing Derrick's words. I'm sorry for being such a nuisance all this time, she said quietly. I'm going to stop now, Derrick nodded calmly. Thank you for everything. I hope you find a good teacher. Lady Denise lowered her head and let out a faint laugh. Teacher, my foot. I hate magic. Derrick looked at her curiously. It's all politics and acting, she continued. I only tried to keep you on our side because you became famous. Then she looked at him with a small smile. But you're far too stubborn. Since you'll probably end up going to Isline anyway, I should step aside. Derrick remained silent for a moment before asking, why do you hate magic? Well. Lady Denise looked up at the night sky. I used to like it a little in the past. No, that's not quite right either. I just liked being praised, she smiled bitterly. Magic was only a means to an end. What I truly wanted was recognition. I studied hard while everyone called me a genius. Her gaze became distant. Then one day, a thought suddenly crossed my mind. Why am I doing this? What am I even working so hard for? She shook her head. So I stopped. That's all. Derrick listened quietly before replying, one is bound to grow tired of praise eventually. Lady Denise blinked in surprise. You're actually listening to my story? She asked with a gentle smile. I thought I was just talking to myself before leaving. Derrick simply replied, safe travels. Lady Denise frowned slightly. Then she stood up and looked at him. I'm jealous. Derrick raised an eyebrow. I'm jealous of someone like you, she continued. Someone who never questions the value of hard work. A faint smile appeared on her face. You'll become a great mage, won't you? Derrick calmly met her gaze but said nothing. Well, she said as she turned to leave, if we ever meet again, at least say hello. The next day, the sun shone brightly high in the sky. Lady Isline traveled toward Derrick's location with a group of soldiers, her face filled with confidence and excitement. From atop a nearby cliff, Lady Denise and Bella spotted the approaching group. The moment Lady Denise saw Isline, a trace of jealousy flashed across her eyes. She had failed to recruit Derrick herself. Without another glance, she quickly turned around and continued on her way. The scene shifted to the Veltus Grand Duchy's mansion. Inside the residence, Lady Denise sat nervously on a couch. Isline was rejected, she asked. Bella, who was brushing her hair, nodded. Yes. He's truly an unpredictable person. Lady Denise rested her chin on her hand. Because his training isn't over yet, she wondered aloud. That's different from rejecting her, though. After getting ready for the day, Lady Denise and Bella walked toward the guest dining room. You should stop worrying about this matter now, Bella advised. You're right, Lady Denise replied. I suppose he'll live in that cave forever and eventually turn into a bear, like that legend from the East. Bella sighed. In that story, it was a bear that became a human. Same thing, Lady Denise replied dismissively. Then she took a deep breath and thought to herself, does he think he's the only person in the world capable of using magic? As they arrived outside the guest room, Bella suddenly remembered something. Oh, a guest has arrived to share a meal with you. A guest? Lady Denise asked curiously. Who is it? She opened the door and respectfully bowed. Father, good morning. As she raised her head, her eyes widened. Sitting across from her father at the dining table was Derrick, calmly eating a piece of meat. Lady Denise froze in shock. Her father and Derrick were casually sharing a meal together as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Behind her, Bella's eyes widened as well. Last night, inside Lasp's great cave, Derrick sat cross-legged while carefully controlling his mana. He focused intently as the energy flowed around him. It's aligning. Just a bit more. Sweat poured down his face. He poured every ounce of his strength into the technique. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. He slammed his hand onto the ground. The mana he could no longer contain erupted from his body. The entire cave shook violently from the impact. Small rocks and pebbles floated into the air for a moment before clattering back down. After releasing all the built-up mana, Derrick gasped for breath, his face drenched in sweat. A calm voice echoed from behind him. At this rate, you might collapse. Derrick turned his head. Dreist Wolftail stood there, watching him. After seeing Derrick's exhausted state, the man spoke calmly. It would be a waste to die right after finally learning it. Dreist Wolftail looked at him and continued, it's time for you to leave this place. Derrick stared at him nervously. Dreist Wolftail added, 3-star tectonic shift acquired. Later, the two sat side by side near a small fire, roasting fish on sticks. As the flames crackled, Dreist Wolftail spoke again. There's nothing more I can teach you for now. As I said before, you won't survive with mediocre talent. He turned to look at Derrick. Think about it yourself. How far do you intend to climb? It's well done. Help yourself. Then he stood up. Derrick looked up at him. Where are you going? Dreist Wolftail waved his hand casually as he stepped forward. I'm going to get some fresh air for a while. He suddenly paused. Without turning around, he called out, Derrick. Derrick looked at him again. Beware of Kohila, Dreist Wolftail warned. With that, he left the cave. Derrick remained seated, still holding the roasted fish. He stared into the fire, repeating the words in his mind. Beware of Kohila. Scene shift, Grand Duchy of Veltus, Veltus Mansion. Inside the elegant mansion, Lady Denise's father smiled warmly. I am truly pleased. Thanks to you taking the lead, a precious magic instructor walked in on his own feet. Lady Denise, calmly holding a cup of tea, replied, Thank you, father. I only did what I had to do. Her father continued, By the way, you must have had a reason for rejecting Duplain's request. Tell me. I'll assist you as much as I can. Derrick, also holding a cup of tea, answered calmly, I don't need anything other than the reward I mentioned. I only accepted because of Lady Denise's attitude. Lady Denise's father smiled broadly. Yes, yes. Denise's attitude is indeed wonderful. What other lady on the continent could compare to our Denise? Anyone in the world who sees our Denise wouldn't be able to resist teaching her. Her father continued, Denise, do you remember that time when the maid broke the plate? Lady Denise's expression remained calm, though a flicker of frustration crossed her face. Her father went on, the maid said she had committed a grave sin and begged for forgiveness, right? Then you, Denise, gave her an angelic smile and said, Rather than such a plate, I value you. Before he could finish, Lady Denise looked at him and gently interrupted, Father? I think we should discuss the lessons now. Just between me and the instructor. Her father smiled knowingly, stood up, and left the room, leaving the two of them alone. Lady Denise turned her gaze to Derrick, her eyes filled with curiosity. What are you doing here? Derrick replied quickly, I am drinking tea. Lady Denise narrowed her eyes. Are you joking? Derrick looked at her innocently. Pardon? Lady Denise pressed again, her tone serious. No, didn't you say you wouldn't do it? Didn't we have a clear break? Derrick calmly replied, I was grateful for what happened in Lasp's great cave. I received great help thanks to you. Lady Denise folded her arms and looked at him seriously. I already told you. That was just a political approach. I have no intention of learning magic. Derrick answered calmly, to be honest, I didn't feel good about it. He looked directly at Lady Denise, his voice turning cold. Jumping to conclusions about whether magic is good or bad. Without even properly knowing what it is. Because of that attitude. Lady Denise paused for a moment, then lowered her head slightly. Ah, right. It must have been unpleasant for someone like you. But what I dislike, I dislike. Derrick interrupted, it's a pity. Lady Denise's eyes widened as she looked at him. Derrick released his restrained anger and continued coldly, without knowing a single good thing about that beautiful and brilliant magic. To think you hold such disillusionment and antipathy toward it. He stared at her with an intense gaze and added threateningly, I will not tolerate this. Lady Denise felt a surge of fear. She froze for a moment. Seeing Derrick like this, she thought to herself, this is absurd. I shouldn't have provoked him. Scene shift, Ebelstein Noble District. Inside her room, Lady Eislein sat alone in a chair, gazing out the window. She lowered her head, a wave of sadness washing over her as she recalled her conversation with Derrick in the cave. In the memory, Lady Eislein had arrived at the cave and approached Derrick. He had told her directly, you have nothing to learn from me. Your foundation is already firmly set. It would be better for you to study under an instructor from the same school of magic. Lady Eislein had been surprised but remained silent. Derrick lowered his head slightly and added, my apologies. She couldn't believe she had been rejected. Her head dropped in sadness. Back in the present, Lady Eislein thought bitterly, he's already made a firm decision. That definitely wasn't a compliment. She raised her hand and stared at it. The standard I believed in. I thought that was everything. I was simply not good enough. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind her. My lady? Lady Eislein turned around. Ah, yes. Come in. The maid entered the room and bowed. A letter has arrived from the main house. Lady Eislein stood up, curiosity in her eyes. What kind of letter? The maid replied, it concerns young Master Valerian's departure ceremony next week. Lady Eislein brought her hand to her mouth. Oh, is it next week already? Since it's his first departure ceremony. I must prepare a good gift. I'll go to the shopping district. She paused, then added firmly, the White Zone is a dangerous place, so I must be well prepared. As Lady Eislein left the room, the chair she had been sitting on suddenly broke with a loud crack and collapsed onto the floor. Scene shift, Ebelstein Noble District, Denise mansion lying on her bed. Lady Denise grumbled, "He's truly out of his mind. He was glaring with his eyes wide open, saying he doesn't know a single good thing about magic. Magic is only good for him, why force it on others?" Bella stood beside the bed, smiling. "Oh my. If you've realized that, then you won't force me to read those vulgar novels anymore, right?" Lady Denise quickly sat up. "To think that you don't know a single good thing about those beautiful and brilliant works. I will not tolerate this." Bella chuckled. "Like teacher, like student." Lady Denise tilted her head. "How so?" She sighed and lay back down on the bed. "Bella." "Yes, my lady." "I don't find those novels interesting," Bella replied calmly. "No, that's not it." Lady Denise continued. "If I bring in someone as a teacher who solved Duplain's headache, gained Alon's recognition, and even kicked Eislein to the curb, do you know what the worst part is?" Bella smiled gently. "Please go to sleep, my lady." Lady Denise ignored her. "Just listen to me. If even under such a talented teacher I don't achieve anything, it'll make me look completely incompetent." She pulled the blanket over herself. "Can't I just fire him with my own authority? I just want to lie down and read novels all day." Bella replied calmly, "If you fire Derrick, won't your allowance for those novels be cut off? I shall take my leave now." Lady Denise fell silent. As Bella left the room, she remained lying on the bed, still feeling frustrated. She slowly clutched the blanket, then pulled it down and said seriously. Earlier that night, Derrick sat beside Dreist Wolftail in front of a campfire outside the cave. Dreist Wolftail looked at him and said, "It would be wise to maintain good relationships with the three major noble houses." Derrick listened quietly. That being said, Dreist continued, meeting Derrick's gaze, "There is no need to swear loyalty to any of them. Instead, walk the tightrope between the three houses and keep them anxious. Only then will you be able to protect yourself." Derrick carefully listened to the advice but remained silent. Back at Lady Denise's residence, Denise was still fast asleep, hugging her pillow and snoring peacefully. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed through the house. Startled awake, Denise sat upright in bed. "What the? Are you crazy?" she shouted while clutching her pillow. Standing at the doorway, Derrick calmly replied, "I am not crazy. The sun is already high in the sky, and since you would not wake up, I simply made a loud sound." "That's not the point," Denise exclaimed. "Can't you see I'm still in my pajamas?" Derrick lowered his eyes briefly and nodded. "I can see that. Please change your clothes and come outside within 5 minutes." With that, he closed the door and left. Denise could only stare at the door in confusion. A few minutes later, after changing her clothes, she stepped outside. Derrick was sitting at a table, calmly drinking coffee while reading a book. "Hey, Derrick!" Denise shouted as she marched toward him. "There's a limit to how rude you can be. Besides, today is the weekend. Isn't it common sense to rest on weekends?" Derrick placed his coffee cup on the table and closed his book. "Yes, that is correct," he replied. "One should not overwork themselves on weekends." Denise put her hands on her hips. "Then why are you making such a fuss early in the morning?" Looking up at her, Derrick answered calmly. "Not overworking yourself is different from failing to maintain the basics. As one of the members of the Great Rosia Salon Trio, it is only natural for you to maintain a minimum level of refinement, even on weekends." Denise narrowed her eyes. "You're the one who decided what's natural, aren't you? As your employer, I disagree. Shouldn't an employee follow the rules set by their employer?" Without a word, Derrick pulled out a document and showed it to her. Confused, Denise leaned forward to read it. "This is a contract personally written by Grand Duke Veltus," Derrick explained. "My employer is the Grand Duke, and he has delegated all authority regarding your magical development to me." Denise's eyes widened. "Wait. I never heard anything about this." Ignoring her panic, Derrick stood up and slipped the contract back into his pocket. "Now then, I will explain today's schedule." Denise suddenly felt a bad premonition. "After a light breakfast, we will first assess your proficiency in search-type magic. After that, you will relearn combat-oriented elemental magic from the basics. In the afternoon, you will undergo physical training, followed by lessons on mana utilization." Denise's face turned pale. "Wait. Didn't you just say we wouldn't overdo it because it's the weekend?" "Yes," Derrick replied calmly. Then his eyes turned cold. "That is correct. However, maintaining the basics is a difficult task." Denise felt as if tears were about to fall. This crazy man, she could only cry inwardly as Derrick continued explaining the rest of the day's merciless schedule. Once the schedule began, Bella was outside hanging freshly washed clothes on a rope to dry. As she worked, she suddenly heard heavy, labored breathing approaching from nearby. Turning her head, she saw Lady Denise desperately running behind Derrick. Denise was following Derrick's strict stamina training, barely able to keep up. Her face was pale, her breathing ragged, and every step looked like a struggle. When she spotted Bella, her eyes immediately filled with hope. "Help me," Denise pleaded weakly. Bella simply clenched her fists and gave her an encouraging smile. "You can do it, my lady." Denise nearly burst into tears. After the running session came studying. Seated at a desk, Denise struggled to understand the books Derrick had assigned her. She nervously rubbed her head while staring at the pages. "I don't understand any of this." Derrick stood behind her with his arms folded. "Read it again." Then came magic practice. Every time Denise made a mistake, Derrick would lightly tap her shoulder and correct her posture or spellcasting. By the time evening arrived, they were running again to build stamina. Denise felt as though her soul was leaving her body. After finally completing the day's schedule, Denise collapsed into a warm bath. Her face was pale with exhaustion. "Bella," she muttered weakly while soaking in the tub. "I'm going to die." Bella calmly washed Denise's arm. "As for whether Sir Derrick goes to hell," Bella replied, "the responsibility is unclear. You may be the one who ends up there instead, my lady." Denise immediately sat upright. "Bella, why are you being like this?" She pointed accusingly at her maid. "You've completely changed since meeting that guy." Then she narrowed her eyes. "You're just like him now. You have no blood or tears." Bella looked at her calmly. "Without blood and tears, a human dies." Denise froze. "Bella, who are you imitating?" She shivered. "That's terrifying. You're giving me goosebumps." Then she lowered her head onto the edge of the bath. "That cunning guy made a contract with father, so I can't even fire him." Bella continued washing her arm. "Then try telling the Grand Duke. Ask him to dismiss Sir Derrick." Denise's eyes suddenly brightened. "Oh, right." She turned toward Bella with a hopeful smile. "We'll tell father that Derrick has no skills and is extremely lazy." She pointed at Bella. "You have to support my story." Bella smiled. "I refuse." Denise's expression instantly darkened. Bella continued calmly. "You say that, my lady, but you know you can't actually do it." Denise fell silent. "He is the instructor you personally brought in. Furthermore, he is a talented individual whom other noble houses are already watching with great interest." Denise was quiet for a moment. Then she sighed heavily. "You're right." Her shoulders drooped. "Father may be flexible about many things, but when it comes to the honor of House Veltus, he never compromises." After finishing her bath, Denise wrapped herself in a towel and slowly stepped out. She staggered forward like a zombie barely clinging to life. "Finally," she muttered. "I can finally read my novel." Bella watched her with concern. "You should probably just sleep." "No," Denise replied weakly. "If I give in even once." Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted her. "Are you coming out now?" Denise nearly jumped out of her skin. Standing before her was Derrick. His arms were folded as usual. What are you doing here?" Denise cried. "I thought you went home." A look of horror spread across her face. "Don't tell me there's more training left." Derrick frowned. "What nonsense are you talking about?" He shook his head. "What benefit is there in overdoing things?" Denise stared at him in disbelief. "You've already made me overdo it plenty. I merely followed today's schedule." Then Derrick spoke calmly. "I came here to inform you about tomorrow's dawn schedule." The moment Denise heard those words, she immediately turned around and covered both ears. "I can't hear you. I can't hear you." She repeatedly shook her head. "I can't hear anything." Then she pointed dramatically toward the door. "Guards! Remove this strange person from the premises immediately." The next morning, the rising sun cast its warm light across the estate. As usual, Lady Denise was awakened by a familiar voice. A short while later, she sat in front of a mirror while Bella brushed her hair. Denise let out a long sigh. "Bella. It feels like it's been 3 years since all of this started." Bella calmly continued brushing her hair. "It's only been 3 days, my lady." Denise immediately turned toward her. "Liar." Bella ignored the accusation and continued her work. "More importantly, since you're attending the Rosia Salon meeting today, there won't be any training." Denise's eyes instantly lit up. "Oh, right. Today's the meeting day." She immediately jumped to her feet. "Let's hurry, Bella. We need to leave before that crazy man shows up." Bella remained perfectly calm. even if you don't run away, I think Sir Derrick would let you attend the meeting. After finishing her preparations, Denise headed toward her carriage. Just as she was about to leave, a familiar figure appeared before her. Derrick. The moment she saw him, her entire body stiffened. A look of fear instantly appeared on her face. Derrick spoke in his usual calm tone. Today, regarding the lessons on physical conditioning and theoretical studies. Before he could finish, Denise rushed forward and grabbed the brim of his hat. I don't care. She pointed dramatically toward the road. Today is my meeting day. Do you know how important social activities are? I am aware, Derrick replied. Denise blinked. Derrick continued calmly, I will wait at the mansion until the meeting is over. The Rosia Salon and other social gatherings are important activities, after all. Denise froze. What? She stared at him in disbelief. Please take your time, Derrick added. For a moment, Denise simply stood there. Her thoughts raced. What? That wicked man is actually letting me go? He must know I'm only going there to waste time. Suspicion filled her eyes. Meanwhile, Derrick merely looked at her calmly without changing his expression. After a few moments, Denise straightened herself. Well, whatever, even those annoying meetings can be useful sometimes. With that thought, she quickly stepped forward and departed. Derrick remained standing where he was. His eyes narrowed slightly as he silently watched her leave. After returning from the social gathering, Lady Denise sat inside the carriage looking completely drained. It seemed as though she had no energy left at all. Sitting opposite her, Bella observed her exhausted expression and said calmly, You were so energetic during the gathering, but now you look like someone being dragged to their execution. Lady Denise slowly turned her head and replied weakly, Obviously. Dark circles hung beneath her eyes as she continued, Derrick is waiting at home. That devil. Pervert. Beast. She let out a faint laugh. Suddenly, Lady Denise began casting a spell in her hand. Seeing this, Bella asked curiously, What are you doing? I'm going to flip the carriage with magic. Lady Denise replied. I'll disguise it as a carriage accident so I can skip today's training. Am I a genius or not? Bella immediately panicked and grabbed both of her hands, forcibly cancelling the spell. My lady, Lady Denise screamed in frustration. When they arrived at the mansion, they saw Derrick talking with Mr. February, the gardener. The two were chatting happily, both wearing warm smiles. Lady Denise and Bella noticed them immediately. Holding her scarf, Lady Denise slowly walked past while muttering in surprise, What? Why is he chatting so happily with Mr. February, the gardener? Meanwhile, Derrick continued speaking with Mr. February with a gentle smile. At that moment, Derrick noticed Lady Denise. Turning towards her, he calmly said, Since you're back, please head to the study immediately. You'll be studying theory books by yourself this evening. Lady Denise stared at him in confusion. What? Later, sitting by the window in the study while reading, she frowned. How come he's not sticking to me and pestering me today? Is he slacking off? I'm grateful, but... Her thoughts were interrupted when she glanced out of the window. Once again, she saw Derrick practicing swordsmanship with the mansion's soldiers. Later, she secretly observed him helping the head chef with cooking. Another time, she spotted him using magic on the plant while casually chatting with the maids. Each time, Lady Denise secretly watched from a distance. Eventually, while sitting in her room with her arms folded, she muttered, This is suspicious. Very suspicious. Bella was cleaning the floor nearby. What is, my lady? I'm talking about Derrick. Lately, he's been chatting with the servants quite a lot. She unfolded her arms and looked directly at Bella. I don't know what he's plotting, but Bella, you must never fall for it. You're on my side, right? You won't be swayed, will you? Bella smiled warmly. Don't worry. My lady. I like being by your side more than anything. However, the very next day, Lady Denise saw Derrick helping Bella carry laundry while chatting cheerfully with her. Watching from the study room window, Denise noticed Bella blushing during their conversation. The moment she saw that, tears filled her eyes. What? That evening, Lady Denise stormed into Derrick's. Derrick. What on earth are you up to? Derrick calmly looked up from the book he was reading. This mansion is mine, and everyone here is my person. Derrick blinked. I don't understand why you're stating something so obvious. I know you're trying to win over my servants. Lady Denise accused. Stop whatever scheme you're planning and just teach me magic. Derrick closed his book and replied calmly. It's true that I've been trying to get closer to the servants, but I'm not scheming anything. Lady Denise hesitated. Then, why are you getting close to them? It's making me anxious. Derrick placed the book on the table and stood up. Well, because I need to know more about you, my lady. Lady Denise froze. Not the elegant Lady Denise from the rumors. The real Denise. He continued, teaching someone isn't simply about delivering knowledge. The more I know about the student, the better I can teach them. Lady Denise fell silent. Nervously twirling a strand of hair around her finger, she lowered her head and asked, "So, what did they say about me?" She hesitated before adding, "That I'm prettier than Aisline or Elant?" Derrick replied, "I heard that you find most things bothersome and lack motivation." Lady Denise immediately frowned. "But I also heard that whenever something truly important happens, you're always the first person to step forward and take responsibility." Her eyes widened. Derrick continued, "I heard that although you act indifferent, you care deeply about the servants." He began listing what everyone had told him. Mr. February said, "I might get in trouble for saying this, but she's just like my own daughter. My second daughter was exactly the same." The head chef said, "Sometimes she complains that the seasoning is off, but the next day she orders expensive salt for the entire kitchen." The soldiers said, "Not long ago, one of us became seriously ill. Somehow, Lady Denise found out and personally provided medicine. We'd gladly risk our lives to protect her," and Bella said. Derrick glanced towards her. "When I became ill, she stayed by my side and looked after me all night. When I woke up and saw her asleep beside me, she looked so cute that I almost wanted to bite her." Hearing all of this, Lady Denise became emotional. She quickly turned away and touched her hair again. They were only being polite." A small smile appeared on her face. "I was merely doing my duty." Derrick then added, "I also heard that you're a talented writer." Lady Denise instantly froze. "Writer? What are you talking about?" "I don't know anything about that," Derrick smiled. "You're the author of the novel The Arrogant Sir Robin, aren't you?" Lady Denise's face immediately turned bright red. "What? Who knows about that, and why is Derrick reading it?" "I enjoyed it," Derrick continued. "I particularly related to Tracy's backstory. However, Sir Robin was a bit excessive." Lady Denise trembled with embarrassment. She covered her face with both hands. Derrick continued mercilessly, "Developing faint romantic feelings is one thing, but 7 entire pages describing his wild masculinity, the level of detail was quite impressive." Lady Denise let out a shrill scream and ran out of the place. Watching her flee, Derrick smiled, "I wasn't lying. Understanding my student is only natural. And so is learning about her greatest strengths." Meanwhile, Lady Denise continued running through the hallway with tears in her eyes, overwhelmed by embarrassment and unable to show her face. The next morning, the sound of knocking echoed through Lady Denise's room. A moment later, Derrick entered and greeted her politely. "Good morning, my lady." Lady Denise was sitting in a chair while Bella stood behind her, brushing her hair. As soon as Bella heard Derrick's voice, she turned around with a smile. Derrick stepped forward, folding his hands behind his back. "Did you do some writing again last night, my lady? It's better to sleep during the night." The moment she heard those words, Lady Denise stiffened in embarrassment. "What are you talking about?" she asked nervously. "Writing?" Bella looked equally confused. "Writing?" Derrick replied casually, "I mean The Arrogant Sir Robin. Which I mentioned yesterday. Have you forgotten already?" He paused before continuing. "By the way, regarding the balcony scene in Volume 9, the sudden graphic description was rather startling." Lady Denise froze. Her face instantly turned bright red with embarrassment. Without another word, she lowered her head, quickly grabbed Derrick's hand, and began dragging him away while forcing a nervous smile. "Oh my. Am I still dreaming? I need to wake up. I need to train my magic immediately." Derrick simply smiled as she hurriedly pulled him away. Later that evening, Lady Elant arrived at Lady Denise's residence. The two noblewomen sat opposite each other on a sofa while enjoying tea. Holding her teacup gracefully, Lady Elant asked, "It's already been about 10 days since you hired that magic instructor. How has it been? Have you adjusted to the lessons?" Lady Denise's hand trembled slightly as she held her cup. With an awkward smile, she replied, "Yes, well, if hell truly exists, I think this might be it." Lady Elant took a sip of tea. "I don't even need to see the details to know. She must be having a difficult time." Setting her cup down on the table, she changed the subject. "By the way, have you heard the news?" Lady Denise tilted her head. "Pardon? What news?" Lady Elant replied, "I heard that Lady Diela's debutante will be held soon. She'll be attending the next regular gathering alongside Lady Aisline." Lady Denise blinked. "The good-for-nothing Lady Dilas." Meanwhile, at the Grand Duchy of Duplain. Inside the Duplain mansion study room, Lady Dilas sat on the floor reading a book. Looking up, she asked, "Rosia Salon? Why would I go there?" Standing respectfully before her, the head butler answered, "You will be attending next week's social gathering. It is part of the preparations for your debutante." Lady Dilas nodded. Placing her book down, she looked at the butler and said, "Fine. I'll give it a try." A small smile appeared on her lips. "There's someone I want to see anyway." The butler nodded. "Her name is Denise." Lady Diela's eyes gleamed with interest as the room fell silent. At the Duplain mansion, Lady Aisline sat across from Lady Diela, with a cup of tea resting on the table between them. Folding her arms, Lady Diela calmly said, I don't see why I have to join the Rosia salon. She glanced to the side before adding honestly, besides you, Lady Allant, and Lady Denise, the rest aren't really worth much, are they? Lady Eislein smiled gently. No, Daila. There are many people who are both highly cultured and charming. Lady Daila looked up with an uninterested expression but remained silent. After a moment, she leaned forward, resting her folded arms on the table. I'm curious about life outside the mansion, she said, but I'm not interested in social circles. Everyone just says things that sound nice. Lady Eislein listened carefully. After a brief pause, she softly called out, Daila, resting her head on her arms. Lady Daila shifted her gaze toward Lady Eislein. Leaning forward slightly, Lady Eislein folded her hands and calmly said, think about the difference in perspective. For you and me, entering high society is something we've always taken for granted because of the Duplain name. But it's different for those who weren't born into our position, she continued with a gentle smile. For them, becoming part of high society is an incredibly important opportunity. We shouldn't take lightly a privilege we received without any effort. Instead, we should be grateful for it and strive to make the most of it. Hearing those words, Lady Daila straightened up, looking slightly nervous. Lady Eislein continued, in that sense, belonging to a salon is a valuable experience. You'll have the chance to meet all kinds of people. Lowering her head, Lady Daila replied, if you say so. I'll think about it. I was planning to visit at least once anyway. Lady Eislein looked at her with a puzzled expression. Picking up her teacup, Lady Daila continued, by the way, now that I've completed my basic education, I'll be getting my own mansion in Ebelstein, right? Lady Eislein smiled warmly. Yes. You'll also be able to hire your own servants. Then, Lady Daila asked, could I hire that mercenary from the village as my magic teacher? Lady Eislein immediately looked uneasy. Waving both hands nervously, she replied, Daila, I know what you're thinking, but, you do know that Derrick is currently teaching Lady Denise, don't you? Yes, I know, Lady Daila answered calmly. It would be rude to take someone from another house. Still holding her teacup, she forced a faint smile and added, I was only thinking about it. Just thinking. Lady Eislein looked at her in confusion but chose to remain silent. Scene shifts to the Ebelstein noble district, at the Denise mansion. After finishing her training, Lady Denise collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. She panted heavily as sweat dripped down her face. Suddenly, Derrick's voice came from behind her. You've improved a lot. Hearing him, Lady Denise turned her head toward him. Standing calmly with his hands folded behind his back, Derrick looked at her and said, you should now be able to intercept enemies even outside your field of vision. He tilted his head slightly upward, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Then, opening his eyes with an intense gaze, he asked, isn't magic just so much fun? Lady Denise froze the moment she saw that expression. Behind them, Bella cheerfully approached while carrying a cup of tea. Yes. It's so much fun. Lady Denise looked at Bella in complete disbelief. Meanwhile, Derrick knelt on one knee before Denise. Maintaining the same intense stare, he asked, you can feel the flow of mana changing, can't you? That heightened sensitivity, detecting even the slightest differences. There's no way that wouldn't be enjoyable. His eyes began glowing with mana once again as he continued, it's about training the mana you were born with to reach greater heights. Sensitivity, precision, bold control, and freedom. That is magic, he smiled faintly. It's enjoyable, isn't it? Feeling the overwhelming pressure from Derrick's mana. Lady Denise's body trembled. Tears formed in the corners of her eyes as she thought, he's terrifying. Bella gave a cheerful thumbs up from nearby. It's enjoyable. Lady Denise stared at her in disbelief. Bella. What part of this is supposed to be enjoyable? I'm completely exhausted, you know. Bella smiled awkwardly. Ah, well, since I'm only watching, it's fun for me. Lady Denise was left speechless. Derrick slowly stood up and placed a hand on his chin, deep in thought. It seems, you still haven't realized the true joy of magic. With a tired expression, Lady Denise replied, look at my current state. How am I supposed to find any joy in this? Derrick nodded. My mistake. It seems the training intensity wasn't suitable for you. Lady Denise froze. Her faint smile instantly disappeared. Then Derrick looked at her with that same terrifying expression and declared, I'll increase the intensity. Enough for you to truly experience a sense of achievement. Lady Denise's eyes widened in horror. Without hesitation, she grabbed Derrick's leg with both hands. Trembling in fear, she looked up at him and cried, wait. It's fun. I'm having so much fun right now, Derrick. I really am. I love magic more than anything in the world. I love it. I really do. Ignoring her desperate plea, Derrick gently pulled his leg free. I must hurry. Turning around, he folded his hands behind his back and calmly walked away. I'll go draw up a higher intensity training schedule. Still kneeling on the ground, Lady Denise clenched her fists in anger and shouted after him, you don't have to do that, you bastard. Scene shifted to the Rosia salon. The noble ladies chatted quietly among themselves. So that's the young master. Oh my, that's truly surprising. Nearby, several ladies sat around a table, gracefully enjoying tea together. That piece of artwork was simply beautiful. Meanwhile, Lady Daila stood silently, observing the room with her arms folded. Her expression was filled with disdain as she glanced around. I can't stand watching these girls pretending to be so elegant and noble. Seriously. Taking a deep breath, she began walking through the salon. Suddenly, something caught her attention. Her eyes landed on Lady Denise, who was speaking with another noblewoman. Daila stared at her for a brief moment before walking straight toward her. Lady Denise of House Veltis? Hearing her name, Lady Denise turned around. With her arms still folded, Lady Daila introduced herself in an indifferent tone. House Duplain. Daila. Lady Denise looked at her for a moment before placing a hand on her chest and politely replying, It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Daila. I'm Denise. Daila raised a hand, interrupting her. I called out to you because I already know your name. She looked at Denise with a calm but arrogant expression. The greetings are over. Let me ask you something. Lady Denise forced a polite smile, though irritation began to build inside her. Look at that attitude. Of course. What would you like to know? I'll answer to the best of my knowledge. Still folding her arms, Daila asked, You have Derrick with you, don't you? Why is this little brat asking when she clearly already knows? Denise thought. Yes, that's right, Denise replied. Derrick is teaching me magic. The moment she heard that, Daila clicked her tongue. Lady Denise's eye twitched. Did that little brat just click her tongue? Where should I kick her? Looking back at Denise, Daila said, You seem to be doing well. Denise blinked in confusion. Pardon? Are those buttons in her eye sockets? How exactly do I look like I'm doing well? As Denise continued staring at Daila, she suddenly realized something. Her eyes sparkled. She's jealous of me, because I have Derrick. The irritation on Denise's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a delighted smile. In that case, she's not a little brat anymore. She gently placed both hands on her cheeks, smiling brightly as she looked at Daila. She's a little angel. Lady Denise looked at Lady Daila with a sympathetic expression and gently asked, Isn't that right, my little angel? You want to have Derrick by your side right now, don't you? Lady Daila lowered her head, though the arrogance in her posture remained unchanged. Lady Denise thought to herself, You've come to free me from this living hell, haven't you? Twirling a lock of her hair with a smug smile, Lady Daila said, You don't seem to realize it, but you should be nervous. Derrick is the type to do whatever he pleases. He can change his mind whenever he feels like it, you know. Oh, of course, Lady Denise replied without hesitation. Lady Daila looked at her in surprise. Clasping both hands together with a gentle smile. Lady Denise continued, After all, Derrick's choice is what matters most. Lady Daila felt a flicker of unease. Huh? She thought. I openly provoked her, yet she's so composed. Is she really that confident Derrick won't choose me? Regaining her proud smile, Lady Daila asked, You know very well, don't you? If, by any chance, House Duplain presents Derrick with a better proposal, what do you think will happen? Still wearing the same calm smile, Lady Denise answered, That would be wonderful as well. Perhaps having Derrick teach Lady Daila would be even better. Lady Daila clenched her teeth in anger. What is this? She thought. She's not even flinching, maintaining her gentle expression. Lady Denise said, If you'd like to speak with Derrick, I can arrange a meeting. Lady Daila turned away. That's enough. As she walked away, she glanced back at Lady Denise's unwavering smile, which only fueled her frustration. Just how did she seduce Derrick into making her so confident? She thought. Just you wait and see. The moment Lady Daila disappeared from sight, Lady Denise's smile remained on her face, but inside she silently pleaded, Please, save me, my little angel. Scene shift, Lady Denise's residence. As night fell outside, silence settled over Lady Denise's residence. Inside her room, Lady Denise, dressed in a flowing nightgown, sat quietly on her bed. She folded her arms and her feet, closed her eyes, and sank deep into thought. A moment later, a smile spread across her face as an idea crossed her mind. Of course. She murmured. She quickly got off the bed, knelt before her desk, and reached for a sheet of paper and a pen. After all, my little angel and I want the same thing. Derrick joining House Duplain. A teasing smile appeared on her lips as she began to write. Make sure you read this carefully, my little angel. You won't be able to refuse. Lady Denise wrote into the letter, to Lady Daila, I believe we are both pursuing the same goal. The truth is, I wish to dismiss Derrick, while you wish to bring him into your house. Therefore, I would like to make you a proposal. Let us settle this with a magic duel. I will wager Derrick. In return, Lady Daila, you may wager whatever you wish. No matter the outcome, I intend to lose the duel on purpose. Once the duel is over, House Veltis will have no choice but to hand Derrick over to you. Sincerely, Denise of House Veltis. Seated at her desk, Lady Denise smiled to herself as she finished writing the letter, convinced that everything was proceeding according to her plan. Heavy rain poured outside, its relentless sound echoing throughout the Duplain mansion. Inside the grand hall, Raymond Oswald Duplain sat calmly before two young warriors. So, Raymond asked, how did the White Zone expedition go? Valerian Duplain stepped forward and replied, it seems the subjugation will take some more time, but it wasn't without results. Results? Raymond repeated with interest. How commendable. What did you bring back? The other young warrior answered, well, while clearing one of the labyrinths in the White Zone, we discovered a magic weapon. Hearing this, Raymond nodded thoughtfully. If it came from a labyrinth within the White Zone, it must be an item of exceptional quality. I shall have to examine it myself. Valerian hesitated before speaking again. However, there's something you should know about it. Raymond looked at him curiously. It was a large staff, Valerian continued. Judging by its appearance and magical aura, it seems to be a weapon designed for necromancy. Raymond slowly removed his glasses, his expression turning serious. Necromancy? Scene shift, Lady Denise's residence. Heavy rain continued to fall outside as morning arrived. Inside her bedroom, Lady Denise trembled in her sleep, clutching her bedsheets tightly as soft mutters escaped her lips. Please. Derrick, stop. She murmured. I'm at my limit. Sweat covered her body as she relived another brutal training session in her dream. My mana, she gasped. There's nothing left. Even in her sleep, she gritted her teeth. Suddenly, she jolted awake with a terrified scream. I told you to stop, you crazy bastard. Tears welled up in her eyes as she breathed heavily. After a few moments, she realized it had only been a dream. What? She whispered, placing a hand against her cheek. Why did that training dream feel so unbelievably real? Still trying to calm herself, Lady Denise stepped out into the hallway. Looking at Bella, she asked, why didn't you wake me up? Bella smiled. Ah, you're awake? I thought you looked exhausted, so I decided to let you sleep a little longer. Lady Denise frowned. If that devil Derrick decides to torment me for oversleeping, before she could finish, Bella interrupted with a reassuring smile. Don't worry about that. Derrick requested an urgent leave because the commander of the mercenary corps was injured. I hope it's nothing too serious. Lady Denise froze in surprise. Without saying another word, she quietly turned around and walked back toward her room. Bella tilted her head in confusion. Huh? Where are you going? You should at least have breakfast. Without looking back, Lady Denise replied, no. I'm skipping breakfast today. She entered her room and quickly shut the door behind her. Bella remained standing in the hallway, completely bewildered. Inside the room, Lady Denise stood motionless for a brief moment, then, unable to contain herself any longer, she threw both arms into the air. I'm free. I'm finally free. Tears of joy streamed down her face. She collapsed onto her bed, spreading her arms and legs across the soft mattress. Even if it's only for one day. I'm a free woman. How long has it been since I last felt this kind of freedom? She hugged her pillow with a blissful smile. This cozy bed, the cool morning air, everything is absolutely perfect. Rolling from side to side, she happily kicked her feet and waved her arms like an excited child. Now then, what should I do first? Read a novel. The unread ones are piled high in the study. No. I can't focus on reading right after waking up. I usually enjoy novels at night. Her smile widened. Then, maybe I should start writing a novel instead. Scene shift. Belden's Tier, Ebelstein Commercial District. Heavy rain poured over the streets as Derrick arrived at Belden's Tier, his hood pulled over his head to shield himself from the downpour. He pushed open the tavern's door and stepped inside. The main hall was unusually quiet. There wasn't a single customer in sight. Without hesitation, Derrick walked toward one of the private rooms and slowly opened the door. Inside, the mercenary commander looked up and greeted him with a faint smile. Hey there. His left arm was gone, ending at the shoulder. Blinking one eye, he added, it's been a while, Derrick. Beside him, Pelline looked at Derrick with tears welling up in her eyes. Derrick removed his hood and gazed sadly at the commander. The mercenary commander raised what remained of his arm and let out a bitter laugh. Even during the Dawn War, I never suffered injuries like this. I guess I've finally grown old. Derrick sat beside Pelline and frowned. What do you mean? No matter how dangerous the White Zone labyrinths are, they shouldn't have been enough to bring you down, old man. The commander smiled. You're right about that. I never imagined I'd run into a sandworm. A sandworm? Derrick asked in surprise. The commander nodded. I saw more than enough sandworms during the Dawn War. But this one appeared out of nowhere and caught me completely off guard. Looking down at his severed arm, he chuckled. Still, I lost an arm, but I cut that bastard's head off. I'd say that's a profitable trade. Pelline immediately shouted, geez. You're seriously making jokes at a time like this? Ignoring her complaint, the commander continued, lately, House Duplain has been exploring the White Zone. Because of that, other noble families have started submitting exploration requests as well. He narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. I wonder if they're searching for something valuable. Derrick silently considered his words. The commander then looked directly at him, his expression turning serious. Derrick, never go to the White Zone. He paused before continuing. Unless you're marching in with a proper army, going there will only get you killed. His voice softened. I can't bear the thought of seeing you die, Derrick. Scene shift. Lady Denise's residence. Rain continued to pour outside, its steady rhythm echoing through the mansion. Inside the library, stacks of novels were piled across the table. Lady Denise sat quietly in a chair, holding one of the books in her hands. After staring at the pages for a while, she slowly lowered the novel onto her lap and looked up at the ceiling with a weary expression. I can't concentrate. She sighed. She removed her glasses and rubbed the bridge of her nose. What is it that I usually do? She paused, lost in thought. Lately, it's been nothing but magic training. Almost unconsciously, she raised one hand into the air. A familiar chant slipped from her lips as she began casting a spell. Without even realizing it, she was repeating the very same magic exercises Derrick had drilled into her during their training sessions.